Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Spark Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue. Warui Yatsu was not a nice man. He liked to hear women scream. He especially liked to hear women scream when his quirk. He cut short the thought. His barrister, a beach of a woman who was defending him only because she knew it would look good for her, had told him again and again that he could not make odd faces in court. His boss had told him that as well. And his boss was paying, so he should listen to that. Instead, Warui sat and kept his expression clear. Court was a formality. Not that he thought he'd be avoiding a sentence. That was also coming, but it would be a far more lenient sentence than what someone would usually get. It always had been in the past. He knew that, because Warui was a member of the League of Villains. Sure, he wasn't one of the big wigs, like Dabi, or Toga, or Mustard, but he was a member. Not card carry. They didn't have cards. But being a member gave him certain protections, and they were showing now. His barrister might be doing the job because it would look good on her resume, but that's what she was telling herself. She was doing it because Kaysen had dirt on her and Kaysen reported to Dabi, and Dabi had said that he should be defended. That's how it worked. Though Dabi had called him once, while he was in remand. He'd told him something odd, but comforting. You might not even get a prison sentence this time, Dabi had said. The boss has pulled some strings. That had been a surprise. It made Warui feel invincible. The boss. He wasn't a fool. He knew Dabi and the other big names in the league had a boss. He just had no idea who it was. No one did. Dabi and the others did, but they didn't spill. But if the boss had taken a personal interest, then everything would be okay. He just had to sit here with a clear face. He could wonder later what his barrister would look like under him as his quirk held her down. He might even be able to find out. He could wonder what the judge would look like naked, shaking in fear as he approached her. Except no. She was dumpy and old and he wouldn't debase himself that much, not even for her expression. Warui glanced over at the prosecution. The man looked confident. He resisted the urge to snort. Of course the man looked confident. Warui knew his history. He gave a small smile. The prosecution was going to lose this case. Such a pity. He'd have to learn that in this world there were winners and losers, and it was best if you associated with winners. The barrister would learn. Warui knew how to read men. Dabi expected it. You had to know who could go the distance with the fights, or who was there to cause trouble. Warui dealt with those who caused trouble. His quirk restrained them and then something Dabi called a numu removed them. Sometimes permanently. Mostly just out the door. Even the league had only so many places they could stash the bodies, and Dabi liked to joke they were running out of room. The barrister appeared confident. Why was he confident? Your Honor, he was saying. The prosecution will forego seeking jail time in this case, as we believe this would be the perfect opportunity to test Carrie. Warui blinked. What the hell was that? But, no jail time? He could live with that. Drop the conviction as well, and I'll advise my client to consider it, his barrister said. Yatsu schooled his expression into something calm. She was too eager. No, a conviction must be recorded, the prosecution barrister said. Agreed, the judge intoned, giving Yatsu's barrister a hard look. What had she been trying to pull off? What was this Carrie? The court will consider it, the judge continued. Objection. The prosecution has never raised this option before. With respect, Your Honor, the prosecution feels that this case provides the perfect opportunity to test Carrie. The defendant has been found guilty multiple times of quirk-related offenses and has shown no remorse for the death's cause, nor any empathy for the pain of those left traumatized by the use of his quirk. My client has displayed much empathy. His barrister objected. Warui wondered how the lies slipped so easily from her mouth. Oh wait, he was paying the beach. Or rather the boss was. She was like all beaches. They would say anything for money. Past cases also have no regard to this one. In each previous case, my client has served his time of penance. It is circumstance, and the acts of the supposed victims which brought my client's use of his quirk in self-defense. It is lucky my client has such a quirk, or else he might have been hurt far worse. Warui looked at her. She sounded calm, but he could tell she was worried. He didn't like that. The prosecution barrister shook his head. As the defense has so graciously pointed out, the defendant has committed more than one crime and is a repeat offender. Given the multitudinous cases, the prosecution sees no evidence at reform, or even attempts to reform. Instead, the defendant has willfully used his quirk to harm others on multiple occasions. The defense claims self-defense, the evidence says attack. As such, the state would like to apply for the use of carry in this case. No, the use of carry is a fundamental violation of my client's human rights. The prosecution barrister looked to the defense. He could tell she didn't meant that, but it was one of the few logical arguments she could put forth. The prosecution understands that the use of carry is new, and while we would argue that it would prevent any possible future violations of quirk law, the prosecution understands that we are not here to speculate about the future. The barrister gave the judge a nod at that, knowing that Her Honor would have pointed it out otherwise. However, given the history of the defendant and the severity of the quirk violations, the prosecution will press for the use of carry. In exchange, as I stated, the prosecution will apply for the waiving of the mandatory jail term. Yatsu wasn't sure what to think. No one had explained carry, and while he was an intelligent man, the only clue as to what was going on was the strain on his barrister's face. "What's carry?" he asked. It had to be something really bad if the prosecution was willing to forego jail time. "The defendant will be silent," the judge announced. It sounded perfunctory. He hated that. It sounded like she'd made a decision already. "What's carry?" he demanded again. "Quiet," his barrister muttered, her lips barely moving. "No. What is this FNG carry thing?" he demanded. He couldn't leap up. He was chained in place. His quirk lurked close to the surface, but he knew better than to use it here. Oh, but it would be sweet to see that old beach of a judge squirm. "You will be silent," the judge intoned, actually looking at him. "Or the court will ensure your silence." Warui snapped his jaw shut. He knew what that meant. Any case where the defendant was being tried for improper use of their quirk involved quirk-suppressant cuffs, and in some cases muzzles, for those whose quirks operated through their mouths. But the court was free with them. It was used to silence annoying defendants like himself, and there was nothing he could do about it. The judge looked away when he was suitably cowed. "I will consider the use of carry," she said. "For now, please move on." Of course, no case is that easy. The barristers did move on. The defendant was found guilty. The evidence was damning. And that's how Warui Yatsu had a conviction recorded but no jail time and was now, on the last morning of his time in remand, strapped to a table. Quirk restraining cuffs were on his wrists, but even if they weren't, there was no way he could break the restraints. It was cold. The room was sterile, and there was a huge one-way mirror taking up one entire wall. He knew there had to be people behind it, but the silence was deafening. Eventually a door opened. A man walked in. He was dressed in a white hazmat suit. His face wasn't visible through the mask. Warui stiffened. What the hell was going on here? All his barrister had said was that the beach had said nothing useful. Just that he wouldn't be going to jail. He never agreed to this. "Warui Yatsu, prisoner number dash." "I ain't a prisoner," he growled. The conviction had been recorded, but as the prosecution had requested, there was no jail time because of this carry crap. "Been selected for the use of carry dash," the man continued. "What the F is carry?" Warui demanded. The man ignored him and instead went to one of the white walls. A small drawer opened. Yatsu watched the man reach into it and pull out a small syringe. He had a bad feeling about this. "What the F is carry?" he demanded again. "Administer." The voice came from the speaker system. "What is it?" Warui screamed, pulling away as much as he could. There was a sigh over the speakers. "Carry is an experimental punishment," a voice explained. It sounded tired. It sounded bored. Yatsu glared. It had to be one of the so-righteous BSers who were sitting behind the glass. "Quirk Experimental Removal Initiative," the voice continued. "What?" Yatsu roared, his eyes widening. He pulled at the restraints. They weren't gonna take his quirk. Blood flowed from his wrists where the restraints cut into him. Administering sedative. That was an automated voice. He felt a pin prick at the back of his neck and everything went blurry. The man in the hazmat suit hadn't moved, but Warui could see him standing there. He could see the syringe in his hand. It shone in the light. As a repeat offender who has shown no remorse for your victim's suffering, you have been nominated for carry testing. BGMI Industries is acting as guarantor in the event of any complications. Assuming none, after confirmation that your quirk has been permanently suppressed, you will be released. Yatsu tried to say no. He tried to deny it all, but his tongue wouldn't work. It came out like Naluga, which meant absolutely nothing. Administer now, please, the watching BSTRD said. Warui tried to struggle, but the sedative was powerful. His limbs were heavy and they didn't obey him. The man in the hazmat suit stepped forward. He pulled a small bottle from somewhere and there was a burst of cold on Yatsu's arm where the contents were sprayed on him. Alcohol, he recognized the smell. Then there was another pinprick. He wasn't even sure if he felt it or just thought he did. Then there was nothing. Before he knew it, the man withdrew the syringe and washed the area down with alcohol again. There wasn't even a need for a dressing. Monitoring, the automated voice said. Warui imagined there were any number of facilities in the watching room which were trained on him. He didn't know what they were monitoring. His could feel his heart beating as normal. He was breathing okay and the world was still fuzzy. How did you monitor a quirk? As far as he knew, there was no way of knowing unless it was being used, and with the cuffs he couldn't use his. Remove the cuffs, the instruction came. The man in the hazmat suit had put the syringe away, back into the little drawer that once more disappeared into the wall, leaving it smooth and featureless. The little bottle of alcohol was similarly gone. He was surprisingly dexterous for a man wearing rubber gloves, and soon the quirk restraining cuffs were gone. Warui noted how his blood looked on the white hazmat suit. It was starkly red. Monitoring, the automated voice said again. Swagger, Yatsu said. He was trying for, shut up. Quirk receding. With the sedative, he couldn't even panic at that. Do you want me to bandage the cuts? The man asked, looking towards the glass. You should, came the BSDRD's voice again, but Warui could tell he didn't really care. He was more interested in the automated voice. He breathed in and out. He couldn't feel anything. He wasn't sure if he should feel anything except. Even with the sedative, Warui felt his eyes widen when he reached for his quirk. It couldn't activate it. He couldn't even feel it. It wasn't there. Quirk receded. The automated voice said. Good, the BSTRD commented. Thank you for your participation, Warui Yatsu. All being well, you will be released after further tests. This is a historic day and you should feel proud that you have played such an important role within it. FB Carry Program Success. The Justice Department has successfully trialed a new punishment for repeat offenders in quirk-related violence cases. Rumor has it that the program will be used to permanently suppress offenders' quirks, though spokespeople have been tight-lipped on what the acronym means, but a Freedom of Information request indicates that the program is being sponsored by major pharmaceutical company BGMI Industries. They are perhaps best known for their revolutionary sleeping pills, which may be tailored to individuals to give an accurately timed sleeping pattern. Media relations at BGMI Industries offered no comment on the carry program. Representative Imoku Kakaridi looked at the tiny article on the 12th page of the paper. Most people didn't bother to read the physical paper anymore. It was for government and company announcements, and births, deaths, and marriages. It wasn't for real news, but the Justice Department was required to report on its programs, and while they usually did it via media release, it had been deemed best that carry just be quietly announced. Eventually the public would find out, but by then, they'd be used to the results. In this case, it was going to be easier to beg forgiveness, rather than ask for permission. There was going to be backlash, but that wasn't his problem. He sighed. There were times when he loved being an independent. Now was one of them. FB Chapter 1. Aizawa Shoyuta looked around carefully. He was conscientious enough to ensure that his gaze wasn't obvious. He'd learned how to do that professionally as an underground hero. And despite it being 10 years or so since he had been a hero, he hadn't forgotten his skills. There was no one watching, and the camera in the corner was his feed. He unlocked the door, opening it just enough for him to slip through before it closed again. He stood in the dark for a few moments before flicking on the light. He paid extra for the storage unit to have power. It was for these times. He looked at the boxes. They contained the regalia of his time as a hero and some of his first cases after his reintegration. His examination was sharp. Shoyuta breathed a sigh of relief when he took in that nothing had changed. His capture scarf was still hanging half out of the top of one, and some of Hisashi's gear was strewn haphazardly around. All was in order. Aizawa stepped through the boxes, working his way between them until he was standing at the back of the storage unit. At least that's what it looked like. It was a false back. It concealed barely 5 centimeters of room. That small was not noticeable and could be explained as a measurement error should anyone come in here. Carefully he began moving the concealing boards, stacking them to the side. Behind the wall was a cork board. Photos, printouts of news articles, and other random things were pinned onto it. They were all joined by several spools of different colored threads. The board would make no sense to anyone looking at it, but the board was rather incriminating. The former pro-hero sighed as he looked at it. At the center there was a picture of Representative Imoku Kakaridi. A large question mark was over his head. It was symbolic because after so many years, Shoyuta seemed to always have more questions about the man and precious few answers. Threads connected him to just about everything on the board. There were pictures of the League of Villains, heroes, and vigilantes. Other representatives were pictured as well, but nowhere near as prominently. If you spent some time looking, you could see a pattern. Some of the photos had black thread that lead to those who were dead. It was mostly on the hero side. Others had gold thread, and they tied back to Imoku Kakaridi the closest. Shoyuta let his eyes trace over the images, seeing all the connections. So much had changed in the past few years. Not all of it for the better, but he was one of the lucky ones. When heroes had been forced to integrate, as they called it, he had other skills to fall back on. Most combat heroes just took the offered positions with the police, fire brigades, or sometimes with the military. Rescue heroes took positions with the emergency services, and any hero that had a healing quirk just walked into a hospital and was welcomed. On the surface it looked as if everything was neatly dealt with. Heroes were integrated. New study courses were made for those who passed the renamed Hero Public Safety Bureau's Psyche Assessment. They had been renamed the Quirk Usage Assessments, and were performed by the Center for Responsible Quirk Usage. The committee was still there, but they were far more closely monitored by a House of Representatives Oversight Committee. The committee that was headed by Imoku Kakaridi. The argument there was that since he was an independent representative, he wouldn't be influenced by the major parties. Aizawa didn't buy the public line. He was far too used to heroics, where the truth was seldom what it seemed. And that's why the board existed. He hadn't taken employment with the police. He saw where that was going. The heroes who had taken that option had been forced to hunt down those who had become vigilantes. That had broken most of them, and they'd resigned, generally to retire to some other profession, after some retraining. In that way, the old Hero Public Safety Bureau had been generous. They had allotted more than enough funds to allow for retraining. He'd adapted. He'd used the skills he'd learned as an underground hero and had become a private investigator. Shoyuta had made sure he kept his cases simple. Things that wouldn't attract the wrong type of attention. He appeared to be fitting in. This was the longest case of his life. His red eyes bored into the image of Imoku. The man's green eyes were visible from under green curls over his confident smile. Representative Kakaridi was a man who knew his power. He didn't flaunt it, but he certainly used it. And he was adept at keeping it. He had won a second term by a landslide. Rumor had it that there had been serious debate in party rooms to decide if they should even bother running candidates against Imoku. He was very popular with his electorate. He was very popular with Japan. The major parties had run against him. It just made their loss all the more spectacular. But Imoku was only one man, and he had only one area, which should have limited his power. Aizawa snorted. Representative Kakaridi was very good at making sure all the major parties liked him. Somehow he hadn't made enemies in politics. Somehow, Shoyuta knew exactly how it was. And gift of a very expensive wine here, a vote of support there, a popular legislation, and Kakaridi had enough political capital to spend, along with his very real fiscal capital. And he didn't have any dirt to dig up. Shoyuta knew he wasn't the only one looking. He had encountered others looking. Either the representative was as clean as he looked, or he was far better at burying his past than most others. Nedzu had pointed him at Kakaridi, so Shoyuta knew exactly which option he leaned towards. It was somewhat scary to know that Nedzu hadn't been able to work out Kakaridi, but Aizawa liked to think it was more that the principal didn't have time, rather than couldn't. The rat human was one of the casualties of the changes. He hadn't been killed, or taken for experimentation, he'd simply died. With Nedzu's intelligence, it was easy to forget he wasn't completely human. He'd aged and died. That was the easy path, really. Others hadn't made it quite as well. Snipe had settled into the police SWAT teams. He was their crack sharpshooter. Hisashi devoted himself full-time to radio. Midnight had launched a brand of perfume, but it hadn't done well. He wasn't sure where she was. Cementos worked in construction with Power Loader. Vlad King went in a completely different direction. Shoyuta understood he was working as an environmental consultant these days. Lunch Rush had opened a restaurant, and Recovery Girl was retired but occasionally worked on difficult specialist cases when called in. 13 was working in the space program. It was slightly amusing. She was actually in space for a lot of the time, cleaning up the debris from the 20th century, which made clear space lanes for now. Most of UA's staff had moved on to find other work. It was the last thing Nedzu did for them. Other schools weren't as adaptable. Ms. Joke had tried to work for the police, and for a while she was a great hostage negotiator, but in the end that hadn't worked. She now did stand-up comedy with a Quirk license. Those going to her shows knew she was using a quirk, but people wanted to laugh. He'd like to say that they wanted to laugh in these dark days, but society hadn't crumbled into shambles with the disappearance of heroes. It had changed, but it was still trundling along. As far as he knew, the League of Villains still existed, but they didn't appear as active. Unconfirmed rumor had it that many of the members indicated it wasn't as fun without heroes to fight. At least that meant the students, those who had been training to be heroes, weren't having to deal with them. Most of the students had moved into other courses, though the transition had been difficult for those who came from hero families. Uraraka had formed a business partnership with Power Loader and Cementos and was now one of the largest construction companies in Japan. Kirishima was with the police and was a front-line tactical expert for when they did confront Quirk-related crime. It was the closest position to a combat hero that still existed. The support students were mostly in business for themselves. That was another thing Kakaridi was responsible for. With the removal of heroes as a job, the restrictions on support items were lightened. The public had never been happier. And in some ways, Shoyuta was forced to admit it was a good thing. He had been on a stakeout a year or so ago now, and had spotted a mugging. He wasn't dumb enough to go and interfere. That would make him a vigilante, and he had no desire to be imprisoned. But he had been willing to activate his quirk from a distance to render the attacker quirkless. No one would have seen him. It hadn't been necessary. The victim had pulled out something, he wasn't sure what it was given the distance, and then had calmly walked away. On that front, Aizawa couldn't fault the change, but he was curious to know how many were misusing support items to conduct heists. There was never any data on that. Perhaps he should ask Azui to collect it? She had taken a position with the Coast Guard, but had enough access to police records. Perhaps not, he had enough to complicate matters. He sighed again, and pulled some of the threads up. They had dropped off. They connected Imoku to the League of Villains. There was a connection, Shoyuta was sure of it, but he wasn't quite sure how. The thread was gray to represent his questions. He was left staring at a knife. Aizawa stiffened. His mind automatically assessed the knife. It was a short throwing blade. It was embedded in the image of Imoku, directly between his green eyes, but thankfully had missed all the threads. Your situational awareness has gone down, sensei. He blinked at the sentence. He knew that voice. Most of his students had gone into other industries. Some had become vigilantes. Most of them had been arrested or had stopped activities. They simply didn't have the contacts, or drive to put up with the problems a vigilante faced. Not like some of the heroes, the ones who became vigilantes. They had more stamina in the business, at least until their former allies hunted them down. Aizawa didn't blame his students. They had signed up to be heroes after all, and that meant a certain amount of support. One had remained though. One who had left his class directly because of the assessments. Katsuki Bakugu. As far as Aizawa knew, Bakugu was living underground and was. You took out Compress? The boy? No longer a boy, the man snorted, and came fully into the space behind the boxes. Of course you did, Shoyuta answered his own question. You do know he was almost released? What? Katsuki glared. Aizawa had to admit his glare had gotten sharper over the years. You are a vigilante, he explained, and waited for Bakugu to put the pieces together. That's bullshit. He snarled. At least it wasn't accompanied by explosions. Those are the new rules. In the wake of the heroes being integrated, the rules on illegal use of quirks and vigilantism had been tightened. Children were now warned if they couldn't or didn't control their quirk once they turned 6. Those who simply couldn't control their quirks were given extra training. Those who didn't were put on suppressants, and it was up to the parents to ensure they were taken. Vigilantism carried penalties as harsh as if they were the perpetrators. Especially if the vigilante was a former pro-hero or student. There was now a recognized defense of wrongful arrest by vigilante. Compress hadn't managed to get away with that argument, but it was a close thing. Thankfully, the League member had a rap sheet a mile long, and the prosecution had known to bring out every charge because quite a few had been dismissed. Yeah, well, you obviously don't agree with them, the blonde growled, reaching up to pull out his knife. He said nothing. Bakugu snorted again. I don't do blackmail, sensei. Unless it is that F-, he added. If a glare could set fire to something without a quirk, Katsuki's would have. There was considerable venom in his eyes. You know something? I know that fucker's real name. That got Aizawa's attention. And he could see that it was meant to with the way Katsuki smirked at him. And what would that cost me? He asked carefully. Bakuga's statement guaranteed that Imoku Kakuridi had another name, but that didn't necessarily mean that he was doing anything illegal, though he could be. Depending on the circumstances, there might be a case for misleading Parliament, and that would be enough to get Kakuridi thrown out. It might not change the current rules regarding heroes back, but it would perhaps bring them into question. I want your assessment, Katsuki replied. My assessment? Shoyuta didn't understand. If the boy was talking about a psych assessment, there was no way to transfer them. Your realistic assessment, Bakugu explained before he huffed. I want to know if you think revealing it will do any good. You've always been good at knowing the consequences, Aizawa pointed out. The boy looked disgusted. Not with him, he whispered, glaring at the image. That was interesting. That meant there was some deeper history there. Tell me who he is, Aizawa said, agreeing to the price. It was something he'd have to do anyway, so he might as well get information. Bakugu nodded. His name is Izuku Midoriya, he said. The name meant nothing, though Aizawa was sure he had heard it before. He focused on Katsuki's words while his mind worked. He's my age. Or at least he's meant to be. Quirkless, and went missing about a year before this Kakuridi appears. Shoyuta took a deep breath, thinking. It would be very hard to prove, he murmured. Actually, it might be impossible unless this Izuku's DNA was on record, which it was. Blood work was done on all newborns in Japan. But getting a sample from Imoku would be difficult. Correction, legally getting the sample would be difficult, and then comparing it would actually violate several laws. And Kakuridi had enough lawyers that if there was the slightest hint of impropriety, he would bury them. And even if Imoku was this Izuku, what laws had he violated? Shoyuta wasn't sure. Misrepresentation was a possibility, but he was equally sure Imoku would have arguments against that. In fact, Imoku could argue that he was a victim of some quirk and had decided to make the best of his life. Except that didn't explain how he had walked into his directorships. Most of the companies had been groomed for him. Again, Aizawa could see that there would be reasons. The person who accidentally aged him felt sorry for him or similar. They were shallow reasons, but they would buy off the public. Except, why hadn't he told his real mother? Now that he was thinking, Aizawa felt his eyes wander to a picture of a green-haired woman who was almost always at Kakuridi's rallies. She was the mother of the missing quirkless Izuku Midoriya. Why had he been missing? No, there were questions that had to be answered, though. "Shall you decide?" "Well?" Bakugo asked. "I don't know," he replied. "It would definitely cause some problems and raise quite a few questions which I'm sure Kakuridi doesn't want to answer, but I don't know how much trouble it would really raise." "Why?" "Money," Shoyuta gave the short answer. "And you know which companies he owns?" The vigilante looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. "Kakuridi had an unfortunate interest in news and advertising." "I'll take that as a yes. A couple of words to the right people and they won't publish. Even if they do, he can present himself as a victim of a quirk gone wild." "Bullshit." "True," Aizawa agreed. "But he can spin stories to that effect, and I can guarantee that the reporting will favor him." "So it's pointless?" "Not pointless," Shoyuta was quick to correct. "Avalanches have to start somewhere. I just don't think revealing a supposed identity is enough. Finding a genuine link between him and the League would be better." "Of course it would." Bakugo growled. "But you know he's not that careless." "But you know him," Aizawa pointed out. "Katsuki had knowledge of Izuku that he didn't, and that could be the difference." "Though, how do you know it's him?" There was a snort at the question. "He even told me." "He told you?" There was an understandable note of disbelief in Aizawa's voice with his question. Bakugo's expression changed. It wasn't something Shoyuta would ever expected to see on the blonde's face. It was a mix of emotion. Regret, resignation, even fear. There was definite history here. "He told me." Shoyuta took a deep breath, before he reached back one hand, feeling for some boxes. He hoisted himself into a sitting position on them after checking that they would hold his weight. "Start at the beginning," he instructed. "Assume I know nothing," he added. What else had Imoku told Bakugo? Did Bakugo know about Imoku's undocumented quirk? The representative hadn't exactly denied having one, but, as always with Kakuridi, proof was scarce to non-existent. And making an accusation of that nature would require irrefutable proof, especially as Kakuridi had been correct. Government representatives were routinely checked to ensure that they were not being influenced by a quirk. He suppressed a shiver. That was not a good memory. Not the interview with Kakuridi, one of his students. He should be there. In the government testing team. Too young, they said. Too inexperienced. He'd instead taken a job with the police as a hostage negotiator, and he'd been good. He'd proven to the world that his quirk could be used for good. Until someone set a trap. He couldn't be sure it was the League, but it seemed like them. One of the hostages wasn't a hostage. At least it had been quick. It was a comfort Aizawa didn't like to think about. He couldn't prove it was the League, but the way the woman had smirked made it clear. Shinso wasn't a hero, but they wanted him gone. "It starts back when I was 4, Katsuki said, bringing Shuta's attention back to the present. The vigilante had taken a seat on another set of boxes and was staring into the distance. "We were so excited to get our quirks," Bakugo murmured. "But he never did. It wasn't too bad at first. It could be just late, but it never came. Eventually he was diagnosed as quirkless. He has the toe joint and everything." Aizawa nodded, indicating he was listening. Bakugo sighed. "I wasn't good to him," he said. There was a catch in his voice. "That barely covers it. I was a villain to him." He altered his words. "Every opportunity one could I told him he was worthless. Every chance I had, I used my quirk on him. No one bothered to stop it. I was gifted after all." There was a bitter note in Katsuki's words. It wasn't all directed outwards. That was a change. 10 years. I never thought about it. I never wondered, I just did it because there's no way someone without a quirk was going to get in my way. No way someone without a quirk would ever be a hero. I wasn't going to let the spotlight fall on him. Shoyuta said nothing. This was new, but he had gained a reasonable insight into Bakugo's nature during the first year of UA. He was passionate. That was the kindest way of saying it. Then one day, when we were 14, our teacher was asking about our high school choices. The extras all wanted to be heroes, but they knew they couldn't. Only I was applying to UA. At least, that's what I thought. Then I found out he was. I was so angry. Here was this quirkless nothing, trying to get into UA. Something snapped. I just wanted him to hurt, so I told him that if he wanted to be a hero that badly, he should just jump off the roof and believe he'd be born with a quirk in the next life. Aizawa saw the way Bakugo swallowed thickly. His red eyes were still unfocused. Izuku didn't jump, he just disappeared. Katsuki huffed. The last thing I told him was that he should kill himself, and in disappearing he kind of did. There was a search. Nothing was found. No evidence, no phone, no nothing. It was like he had just vanished into thin air. Shoyuta couldn't say he was familiar with the case, but he nodded. Missing person cases were very much like that, perhaps without the words spoken by Bakugo. That doesn't tell me why you believe Imoku is Izuku, he pointed out. Only 4 people heard the words I said to him. Izuku, 2 extras and myself. But Imoku repeated them to me. What do you mean? Aizawa could tell he was missing something here. The vigilante huffed. I was said when I was dropped from the hero program. That was putting it mildly. It took me more than a few years to realize why I'd failed. Before I figured it out, I blamed the punk who'd brought in the heroes must be heroes bill. Kakaridi, Shoyuta supplied. Yeah, that fucker. So I confronted him. He didn't take me seriously. He waved off his bodyguards, so I attacked. He was faster and he did something so I couldn't use my quirk. At that Aizawa's eyebrow raised. He was willing to say that Kakaridi had a second quirk, but it was not anything like that. It had to be something related to mind control. Bakugo caught his expression. His quirk is spark. He stopped my ignition sparks, he explained. But then he leaned in close to me and whispered. He repeated the words I'd said to Izuku. Word for word, since he got it perfect. There is no way a 40-year-old politician should know those words. The only way for him to know them is if he is Izuku. Most people would dismiss the idea of a 14-year-old becoming a 40-year-old and somehow entering politics. Aizawa wasn't most people. What day did he disappear? Katsuki named a date. Shoyuta looked at his board. It was before Imoku took over the companies he owned. It was before he made a run to be a representative. There was time to modify him, or for someone to learn. So you think someone took this Izuku, gave him a spark quirk, aged him up and then put him into politics? Bakugo gave him a look. He was aware of how insane it sounded. Not someone. That quirk stealing BSTRD. But there's 2 more proof points, he replied, not bothering to directly answer the question. Unless you know something I don't, it was never revealed who that other person was, but I remember he had green hair under the mask. Aizawa nodded. That was true, and to this day no one was sure who that person had been. He hadn't been a kid, that much was certain. But no one that they had ever seen with the League met the description, and no one cared that much to remain hidden. And the last point? The last thing that BSRD said before he died. What was that? Shoyuta asked. He knew the villain who had founded the League was dead. It had been reported quietly. He had died in custody from wounds inflicted by All Might. What everyone remembered was that All Might had retired because of that fight. Nothing more. Yagi was pleased, but didn't say anything publicly. It would have been too easy to portray it as gloating, and despite his reputation as a flawless hero, All Might was still under scrutiny. Izuku. Shoyuta blinked. How do you know that? You pay off the right people, they'll tell you anything. Especially little things they think are worthless. That was true. Him saying Izuku doesn't mean Kakaridi is your old schoolmate. Except it's the only theory that fits all the evidence. He's the only man who could have given Izuku that darn spark quirk. From what I know of him, he had other quirks. They could have aged the fucker, and he had contacts. All Might told me that Imoku Kakaridi is Izuku Midoriya. And instead of being a hero, he's destroyed them. Shoyuta was silent for a few minutes. It was unfortunately the only theory that fitted all the evidence. He looked at his board. There were so many links and cross-links to Imoku. He was the linchpin. If he was gone then, the former underground hero didn't know. He wasn't sure what might happen if Imoku was to disappear. A lot had happened already, and he well knew that things tended to coast on inertia for a while. You know, he said slowly as a kernel of an idea formed. I think we might be going about this the wrong way. What do you mean? Bakugo demanded. Aizawa ran his eyes over his board. What does it matter who Imoku really is? He murmured the question, still thinking. Because he's a useless Deku. No, Shoyuta objected. What does it really matter? Even if we find evidence to prove it, what does it matter? Katsuki remained silently fuming. It's not Izuku that we are fighting, it's Imoku Kakariri. Proving he is Izuku won't change anything because I'm willing to bet there will be those who support him with excuses for the name he's using. Adoption, change of name, whatever it takes. Someone has gone to a lot of trouble to ensure Imoku is in position, and you can bet they've covered contingencies. What we need to focus on is what we can do to stop Imoku because really, what does it matter if he's Izuku? It's a distraction. Bakugo didn't look convinced. Aizawa remembered that he could be like a dog with a bone. He'd keep worrying it until it was gone. If we prove Imoku is Izuku, what will the public do? Shoyuta posed the question. I don't know. That's why I was asking you. That single statement was enough for Aizawa to realize how much Bakugo had changed. There will be some who care, but he's got the money and backing to ensure the story is quickly buried. The consequences will go to other people. He gave Katsuki a significant look. The consequences would come to them, and to the poor saps that Imoku got to take the fall because there was no doubt in the former underground pro hero's mind that Imoku would get someone to take the fall. There was a reluctant nod. In the meantime, he's shoring up his position and making how many more problems for us. So that's why I say we've been doing this the wrong way. Who cares if Imoku is Izuku? We already know he's Imoku and it's Imoku we need to stop. He looked back at his board, fixing his eyes on the section that had the pictures of the League of Villains. They were still active. Their commanders were still out there, and more powerful than ever, but strangely quiet. Bakugo huffed and followed his teacher's gaze. I get it. If we can prove that Imoku has a link to the League or anyone else, then that will cause him problems. And it's a problem the public will care about more than something he could swing to bring sympathy to his cause. The fucker would spin some sob story, Katsuki growled. Aizawa nodded. I'd also like to focus on his quirk. That spark thing? I figured out a way around it. No, Shoyuta shook his head. He has spark, but I'm positive he has a second quirk. Bakugo looked intrigued. I don't know what it does, Aizawa shared. After all, Katsuki had told him about Izuku. I'm convinced it has something to do with persuasion. A second quirk is a bigger claim than identity, the vigilante pointed out. He acknowledged that. I still think he has it. No one really questioned the old guy after he was incarcerated. Those that did, well, they didn't like it, and it didn't seem important at the time. I think he has something undetectable but powerful. Why? He couldn't answer. It was just a feeling. You know, a couple of party representatives retired at the last election? That had been a few years back now. There was another election on the horizon. Bakugo rolled his eyes but nodded. Off-the-record interviews with them indicate that they are a bit confused about some of the legislation they voted for. They're not senile? It was a fair question. Japan's government representatives were generally very old. Ancient was probably a better term. Aizawa felt his lips quirk in a half-smile. No, they aren't. So you think that's a quirk wearing off? Maybe, he confirmed. It might be nothing but dash. Shoyuta paused, sighing deeply. The change has been too fast, too controlled. It was too widely supported in government given how wide-reaching it was to be. That fucker. Katsuki growled. Fucker might have used it on me. You agreed with him? Not immediately, but I felt like I should. Maybe, Aizawa assessed before he shrugged. It was probably years back and Bakugo was contentious anyway. There wouldn't be any lingering effects. So, what do you know about them? He asked, before Katsuki could degenerate into cursing. He pointed a finger towards the League's section of the board. Bakugo looked at the pictures. Moonfish got taken out a year or so ago, he said immediately. What? Aizawa hadn't heard anything about that. It's not official. The body was too badly damaged, but the teeth were his. I'm guessing they couldn't control him. You're certain it was him? Positive, Katsuki confirmed. Shoyuta slid off the boxes and got a black marker out. He put an edge around the villain's image. It was his marker for death. Missed BSTRD, they are keeping close. I haven't even heard a whisper of where he might be for ages. The FING League has a new teleporter. That wasn't good. Aizawa just nodded. He knew some of this. No one had seen Kurogiri for a while. There was even speculation that he was dead, but no one was willing to say it. A warp quirk was too rare, even in the underworld, for anyone to just kill him without a very good reason. Though if they had a new teleporter. Except, as far as Shoyuta knew, Kurogiri was the oldest member of the League. He'd always been a member since its founding. It would be a big thing to kill him. There's a couple of things happening in Hakodate that makes me think the beach is there, Bakugo continued, pointing towards Himiko Toga. I don't know where Twice is, but he's running some sort of snuff ring. Shoyuta gave Katsuki a look. Snuff rings never lasted. The body count was too high and they were hunted down. He copies a prostitute, the vigilante shrugged. Oh, that made sense but was rather sickening. Twice copied the prostitute and some sicko got off on killing them, except it wasn't really killing. Aizawa didn't like the thought. He made a mental note to mention it to some of his police contacts. Mustard and Spinner are around and Dabi. Not sure where he is, but he's the acting boss. And those Numu things? They'll be with Dabi, unless they destroyed them. Shoyuta nodded. That was a sensible conclusion. Those things could not be easy to control. And they are all being relatively quiet, he commented. When the heroes were forced to integrate, the one thing that might have changed public sentiment was villain attacks. There were remarkably few. The League did nothing. He didn't think they had that restraint, but they had. They had simply watched, never showing themselves as the heroes were destroyed. Even after they didn't seem to celebrate. The only incident came just after the government had voted to abolish heroes as a profession. Tamura Shigaraki's body, missing both hands, and with his throat slashed from ear to ear, was delivered to Mineta Minoru's residence, with a sorry note attached. The boy hadn't seen it. He couldn't see it given he was still missing his face, but the gesture had not gone unnoticed. And Tamura's hands had never been found. There had been speculation for a while on what that meant, but eventually word had come through enough unofficial sources that Dabi was the acting leader of the League. There was still no word as to who the official leader was. Shoyuta thought it was Imoku. So did Bakugo. Neither could prove it. They are. I keep waiting for the other shoe to fall, but nothing ever happens. Then I think it's time they were found, Aizawa said. Especially Dabi, he added. You think he'll talk? He fixed his eyes on the image. There was a thick line connecting him to Imoku, but Shoyuta thought about what he knew of Dabi, Tuya Todoroki. The villain had matured over the years but still had a bad habit of liking to show off. The interview he'd given to out his father was the prime example, but there were other smaller ones. Reports that while he was in combat where he liked to reveal information, he didn't have to. It had been a couple of years, but they could play on that and there was fair chance Dabi would say something he shouldn't in an effort to be clever. It might sound like a long shot, but it was better than no shot. I think Dabi wants to be acknowledged, Aizawa explained his reasoning. Katsuki caught on immediately. He had never been dumb. I'm already looking into him. The blonde leaned forward, looking at the board. He does the fighting rings, Aizawa reminded Katsuki. Bakugo gave him a look. And what do I do? The former underground hero nodded, getting the gist of the matter. Katsuki was a brawler. He'd entered the fighting rings. Probably not here in Tokyo. He might be too well known here, but Dabi ran them across Japan. There would be rings in other cities. Bakugo would go through them. The question dismissed the matter, and Aizawa watched Katsuku's red eyes travel over the links. Anyone else who is dead? You've already marked them, came the murmured reply before Shoyuta saw Katsuki frown. Is that accurate? He asked, pointing to one of the links. Yes, Jiren is definitely in a relationship with Pop Step. Business relationship, he quickly clarified. The female vigilante had been around for years and had still not been caught. But she did tend to stick to minor cases. The blonde nodded and gave him a grin. Then I have a secondary lead on Dabi. Aizawa allowed himself a snort of amusement but suppressed any excitement. He reached out to the boards, picking them up so that he could replace the false wall. Bakugo slid off his seat of boxes and helped as they placed them. Same time next week? Aizawa murmured. The vigilante gave him a nod. I'll find you, he said before slipping through the boxes but Shoyuta didn't huff, but he felt a stab of resentment. Well, of course he didn't mean they should meet here. That would be too obvious. Anyone would think he was the amateur. FB. Chapter 2. Kurogyari looked around the bar. He kept it for old time's sake. And for the times when the league managed to get together like tonight. It was closed to the public. The door was locked and there was a sign on it indicating that the facility had been hired for a private function so they wouldn't have any morons attempting to come in. Their underlings knew better than to bother them today, and with Imoku here, that was for the best. He was the boss, but he was the hidden boss. People knew he existed. Dabi admitted he reported to someone, but no one knew who he was. With the information Imoku provided them with, it lent the league an air of mystique and power. So much had changed, yet so much remained the same. The jokes about his beer, for example, hadn't changed, but the league had. In the wake of the historic vote on heroes, Tamura had wanted the league to run wild. Imoku had wanted the league to lay low so that the vote wasn't overturned. In that, Imoku had the better view of reality. They fought. Imoku won. Kurogyari looked to the spot in the bar where Tamura had died. The wood boards were spotless. His bar was always clean, but he could see where Shigaraki's blood had been spilt. As far as he was aware, it was the first and only fight the two of them had. And Imoku was the one who was prepared. Not surprising given Sensei's training. Though, the interesting thing to note was that while the league had followed Imoku in the heat of the moment, they had actually been on Tamura's side. They did want to run wild, to prove to the world that villains had won. Imoku had kept them under control, and he'd done it in a way that Kurogyari never expected. He gave them jobs. Not meaningless make work either. They were actual jobs, and Imoku let them keep the profits. Given that all the jobs had an aspect of villainy to them, the profits were large. It had kept them all docile for the last few years. He, along with Ijiko, was running a DLVOI service. A very discreet, efficient one that transported all sorts of goods around the country, through customs or whatever else he was paid for. Drags arrived in a container. They were never even unpacked, and there was nothing but residue for customs to find, and in shipping containers, there was always residue. High-end clients, those who couldn't be seen going to a dealer, provided coordinates, and their poison, whatever it was delivered exactly there. He didn't even have to leave the bar. Spinner was his contact and made sure that he got paid and that he got a cut. Spinner was working as an agent for a lot of them, helping them out with contacts. Jiren was still doing that as well, but the man had distanced himself from them slightly. The new environment meant he could now openly sell support items. Jiren might be close to being legitimate these days. Kurogyari wasn't sure. Twice was actually working 2 jobs, one for himself, in stuff pawn, and one for Dabi. He had the advantage over other producers, and Kurogyari knew there were others, but no one could output the volume Twice was. They didn't have his advantages. He simply got someone, women usually, but sometimes men, trans, bi, it didn't matter. They all wanted out of the industry. Twice was prepared to arrange that. They paid him to die. Of course they didn't really die. Getting rid of the bodies was such a pain. Twice duplicated them, and they were killed on screen. It meant he could put out a lot of films, while his victims moved on to something new. That was the deal. But the death, the bit those who watched that sort of stuff really wanted, that was real, even if it was just a clone. Mustard was working with a company Kurogyari suspected Imoku had purchased specifically for the league member. They were making sleeping pills, using the gas he created. It was condensed and solidified, and apparently it worked on almost anyone. Being the source of the drag, Mustard got a significant cut of the profits. The boy was happy and sent in sealed bottles every week as his work, but did what he wanted in the meantime. Kurogyari suspected that Imoku's company had figured out how to synthesize Mustard's gas since the volume they produced was far more than he did, but Imoku was happy to pay him to keep him quiet. Dabi and Toga worked together, though Kurogyari wasn't quite sure what Toga did. Dabi was the main contact for the league, and he ran an underground fighting ring. All were welcome and high-end, was his ultimate undefeated champion. Twice was called in sometimes, if the combatant was feeling wussy. He cloned them and generally they died. The underground didn't like that, but a new fighter could sometimes get away with using twice to build confidence. It was actually Dabi who had to deal with the most bodies. He carboniced most of them. Everyone was kept active. Those who joined the league later reported to them and they all got paid. And they had all been quiet. Kurogiri admired the way Izuku had handled that. It made the reason for Tamura's death all the more clear. Though Izuku was still involved. The bartender looked over at the corner. The representative had gotten away for tonight and was sitting in the corner Tamura had favored. He was nursing a beer, but Kurogiri could tell from the way his green eyes were moving he wasn't missing a thing. Being here, casually, allowed the league to bring their complaints and concerns to him directly. It helped him maintain control. The Numus did that as well. Kurogiri had thought that High End was only loyal to Sensei and Tamura. Izuku had spent a few minutes with the Numu and High End would have then followed the politician around like a puppy. What Imoku wanted, High End was more than happy to provide. Like a toddler following after a parent looking for approval. That's why High End was working with Dabi. The Numu wanted to fight. Imoku had arranged the initial battles and it satisfied High End that no one was allowed to challenge him unless they had proven to be the strongest. It made Dabi's fighting ring one of the most prized in the country. Underground, of course. Kurogiri nodded when Imoku raised his chin. He poured a new beer and went over to Imoku. Dabi was sitting with him. The fire villain grinned at him. "It's time to run wild," Dabi announced. Just a tad too loudly. The bar turned to them. Imoku gave Dabi a disparaging look. The villain didn't even look contrite. Soon, Imoku told the league as Toga bounced up and down happily. "There's just one vigilante I want taken care of first." "Boss, if that's all you want, why didn't you say so earlier?" "We'll take out a vigilante," Spinner said, almost laughing. Imoku smiled at him. Kurogiri knew that smile. He braced. "Explodo kill," the representative said. F-. The expletive was somewhat universal around the bar. Explodo kill was one of the most problematic vigilantes. He had a very strong quirk and was quick-witted. Not only that, he was tough. He could take a hit unlike others and he absolutely did not play by the rules or give AF about public opinion. Tamura hadn't been completely delusional when he decided to ask the brat to be a villain. Except Explodo Kill was still trying to be a hero in a society that didn't want them. "I'm sure you all want to avenge Compress," Imoku pressed mercilessly. Dabi held up 2 fingers. The tip of each was decorated with a blue flame. Imoku smiled at it. Oh, he wanted to avenge Compress. Bakugo had done himself no favors there. "On this," Izuku told the league, "you can go wild, but I want you to make it very clear to bystanders that you are only targeting Explodo Kill." "I'll do that," Toga yelled happily. She had done it in the past. She took on the appearance of a civilian and mingled with those watching any fight. Her comments made sure that those watching knew what the league was trying to do. There was something about hearing things in the heat of the moment that made it all the more believable, and it stuck in the memory. "You aren't going to give us a plan?" Spinner asked. "It's one vigilante," Imoku replied. "I think you can handle that." The green villain managed to look slightly contrite. "Your plans are the best, boss," he said. That got a chuckle. "Then I'll score yours," Imoku countered. Spinner flushed. It looked odd against his skin, but the league understood the message. While Imoku would do his best for them, and was the boss, what good were they if they could not operate independently? Imoku looked around the bar. "I know, in the wake of the vote, some of you wanted to follow Tamura, wanted to run wild then, to prove to the world our victory. I do thank you for sticking with me, because I know the path hasn't been easy. After Explodo Kill is taken out, you may run wild as you like. Or you can continue in the jobs you've been doing for the last few years." He gave them all a grin, gesturing to himself. "I won't judge." That brought a laugh. Imoku was dressed in what had to be an expensive suit, but his jacket was over the back of the seat, and his tie was stuffed into the front pocket. There were several buttons undone on his shirt. Anyone looking into the bar would know he was the boss from the casual way he wore his suit. also through elimination. Everyone else was relatively well known. He was the only unknown face, at least in their circles. It's going to be your choice, and I'll meet with you all when the time comes. In the meantime, taking out Explodo Kill will remove the last risk to returning to a life of traditional villainy. Kurogyari didn't comment on the fact that Imoku's smile was a tad mocking at that. The League was now engaged in traditional villainy, if you went to a time before Quirks. What about Lemillion? Twice asked. No, don't worry. Over the years, while Imoku had not always been present, he was sufficiently versed in each of the League's idiosyncrasies. Lemillion had been a hero, but in the aftermath of a mission led by Tamura, one where a Quirk-destroying bullet aimed for him had been intercepted by Sir Night-Eye, he had failed the newly mandated psychological assessment. Counseling had only gone so far, and with the vote that led to the reintegration of heroes into society, he had joined the police in a desk position, though he was occasionally called upon in odd cases where his phasing ability was an advantage. Obviously, being able to phase through a wall or into a safe was a good way of seeing what was there without actually going through the lock. However, rumors had it that Lemillion was leading a faction advocating for the return of heroes. He was running on that platform, hoping to be elected to the House of Representatives. Much like Izuku had. I'll deal with him, Imoku said. There were dark inflections there. The League heard them. Most grinned. Imoku had been around often enough for them to learn a few things about their boss, and when he spoke like that, the problem was as good as gone. Now, drink up, while I have a chat with Dabi, Imoku said, sitting back down. The League toasted him, but there was a noticeable gap now between them and the table. Toga bounced over and sat down, her back to the rest of the League, blocked their view, and that completed their illusion of privacy. I never thought you'd mention Tamura, Kurogyari murmured. Izuku gave him a half-smile. I never hated him, he said. That got him some odd looks. Toga giggled. You did, Izu. No, I didn't, Imoku objected mildly with a smile. I understood Tamura, he continued. I know exactly why Sensei chose him to lead the League. You did? Dabi asked, glancing towards the place Tamura had died. Toga just giggled. Kurogyari would admit to being curious as well. In the beginning it had seemed as if Tamura would. Never mature, but over time he had become better, more skilled at leadership. But he had never truly worked out what Sensei had seen in the petulant, selfish, spoiled boy. I did. Tamura was gifted, Imoku explained, before finishing off his beer. He took the new beer Kurogyari had brought over and took a long pull. Is that what you want to call it? Dabi snorted. Oh, he was. Imoku defended the dead former leader. We all lash out when we are angry, but there is a limit. We will all fight and we will destroy things, but again, there is a limit. A point at which we stop. You see it every day, Dabi. The fighters you take. Not the newbies and not high-end. The seasoned fighters. Even when angry, they know when to stop so that they don't kill someone, don't they? The fire villain nodded, his scarred face thoughtful. I guess, though it's also because they know it's a pain to get rid of the bodies, and I'll dock their pay. Imoku chuckled. There's that, he allowed. All right, let's take a domestic dispute or something like that. There's a lot of hitting involved, even in passion, but there isn't a lot of death. That's what I mean. People hold back. Sometimes they make mistakes and someone dies, but it's not normal, it's not what they wanted. How does that connect to Hanzi? Toga asked. He didn't have those limits, or any sense of restraint. He went for the kill, every time. And he didn't regret it. Kurogyari nodded. He'd lived the most through Izuku's words. It was a petty thing, but not once did Tamura apologize for anything. Not the disintegrated controllers, or the piles of dust left over when he disintegrated some random customer who looked at him wrong. We do go for the kill, Dabi objected. He was obviously remembering when they had trapped Kamui Woods. The plant-based hero had burned. When it's planned, Izuku told him. But it was more than that. Tamura would tear down society, bring anarchy to the world, and never worry about where his next meal was coming from. The rest of us will be a bit concerned. And that single-minded drive is actually harder to find than you'd believe. Again Kurogyari nodded. Sensei had searched for quite some time before finding Tamura. Not that he had been obvious about it, but there had been an air about the man that was satisfied when he found Tamura. Part of it was the corruption of the grandchild of his former nemesis, but a part of it was that Tamura was suited. But if that was the case, and Imoku understood what Sensei wanted, then why had he killed Tamura? He hadn't raised the knife himself, but he had created the circumstances and given the order. So why? The mist villain realized the question had slipped out before he could stop himself. Imoku looked at him, green eyes weighing him, just for a moment. His expression changed, becoming amusedly resigned. I guess I never explained, did I? You haven't, Dabi answered for the bartender. Imoku nodded. Tamura was what was needed to tear down society. In that, every time he failed, he would simply try again, until he succeeded. Me being there helped on the timeline, but that was Tamura's job. He just never thought of what would happen next. And since he refused to listen, he died. Toga trilled happily. He did, Izuku agreed. That is true, Kurojairi said, referring to Imoku's earlier explanation. I do sometimes remember him as the one Sensei chose, he added. Izuku was mature enough to know he meant nothing from it. He'd made his choice on that fateful day because he wasn't stupid. He knew that Izuku would have had plans on how to take any of them league out, if they objected to the change in leadership. You forget then, Kurojairi, Sensei chose me as well. Izuku's eyes were hard. His voice was chilly. He did, the mist villain agreed amicably. Izuku was mature enough to know he wouldn't challenge, but there were things best left to when they were truly private. He did. They sat in silence for a few moments. Toga fidgeted, while Imoku took another drink of beer. You wanted to talk to me? Dabi said, finally breaking the slight tension. It was best to move on to a new topic. I did, Izuku said, his voice back to being completely pleasant. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table and resting his head on his clasped hands. Has anyone heard anything about Carrie? He asked. The 3 league members shared a glance with each other. Toga was easy to read. She had no idea what was going on. Dabi looked at Kurojairi, one burned eyebrow rising slightly. Kurojairi heard the most of them. The mist villain shook his head slightly to indicate he didn't know. Dabi nodded shallowly. I've only ever heard of it in relation to Yatsu's case, he said finally. Who's Yatsu? Toga chimed in. One of my ex-underlings, Dabi explained. He was killed in remand. And you did nothing about it? Kurojairi asked. Killing a member of the league got retribution, especially if they were in remand, where they should have been safe. Izuku snorted. What he said, Dabi told the mist villain. The laugh meant there was a story and that Imoku had decided retribution wasn't necessary. He had a minor restraint quirk, Dabi explained. It was sometimes useful, but he just couldn't stay clean, the fire villain added. Himiko laughed. It wasn't like they were clean. He kept assaulting women and expecting the league to bail him out, Imoku explained. And being in prison interferes with my work, Dabi added. I heard about Carrie in relation to his case, but I never looked into it, he explained further. So what is query, Izu? Toga asked. Carrie, Izuku corrected. When it was used on Warui, it was Quirk experimental remove dash. Kurojairi didn't hear any more. He knew what Izuku was going to say. Maybe not the exact words, but he knew the meaning. You copied it, he whispered. Izuku waved his free hand. Overhaul was not discreet, he sounded disgusted. Carrie is the first working version. You copied it? Kurojairi repeated his question. Dabi was tapping at his phone. It says Biosimip Industries developed it for the Department of Justice, he told the warp villain. Kurojairi had never heard of them. Biosimip Industries is owned by Yakuhin, which is owned by Siddiq, which is owned by Dash. Kuinshu, Imoku said. You did develop it, Kurojairi said. Kuinshu was the main company Izuku ran. As a company it was quite small, but its holdings were diverse and powerful. Overhaul was not discreet, Izuku repeated, sounding slightly defensive. There were at least 5 test versions we beat out by making ours first. And there are advantages to me making it, he added. He reached under the table and pulled something out of his pants pocket. Kurojairi couldn't see what it was. 5 test versions? That was too many. Once quirk removal became known, it's too valuable a tool to ignore, Izuku shrugged. There was the military version, the very underfunded police version, one from a university research group and 2 other commercial lots. Mine was better than them all. Hardly surprising. You had the bullets, Toga reminded him. And one was used on overhaul, Izuku reminded her. She knew it. She'd been there. And the other was used for this, Kurogyari concluded. Mostly, Izuku agreed. He pulled his hand back from what he'd placed on the table. It was a small vial. But, as I said, there are advantages to me making it, he repeated. Advantages? Dabi asked for them all. Green eyes stared at Kurogyari. After what I've been through, you don't think I would allow someone to destroy everything, do you? It was a reference to the past. Dabi didn't understand. Toga didn't either. Kurogyari did. Though, even after all this time, he did not understand it all. But he knew Izuku was referring to a time before he joined the league. Izuku had been quirkless before Sensei gave him 2 quirks. And Kurogyari still wasn't entirely sure what the second one did, but over the years, he had made some educated guesses. It was something to do with persuasion. That wasn't the point. Izuku wouldn't let anyone take them away from him. Not even a drag designed to do that. No, you won't, Kurogyari replied looking at the vial. He wasn't sure if it was an inhibitor or a cure. Dabi and Himiko still didn't understand. Kurogyari remained silent, allowing Izuku to explain. The politician opened the vial and tipped it over. 3 pills spilled onto the table. There is only one advantage worth noting, Izuku told them. When Carry was used on Warui, it was experimental, now it isn't. The words are now Quirk Emergency Removal Initiative, and the government will be authorizing the use those who repeatedly use their quirks in violence against others. All 3 of the villains swallowed at that news. Even Himiko, and she was usually unaffected by everything. Over the years she had mellowed somewhat. Kurogyari was calmer, but he knew what the pills represented. And the advantage? Dabi asked, staring at the pills. It almost seemed as if he wanted to burn them. I know how to block its effects. What? Himiko breathed. Kurogyari nodded. Izuku had said that much earlier. I know how to block its effects. Carry is effective only on those I want it to be effective on, Izuku said with a sly grin. Those are inhibitors. While I have absolutely no intentions of letting Carry into the general populace, I want to be prepared, so take your medicine. Dabi grabbed one of the pills. Himiko wasn't far behind him. Kurogyari moved more slowly. He had more dignity, but he swallowed the pill. What about the others? Dabi indicated softly. Which ones? Izuku asked. Dabi thought for a moment. He knew what Izuku was asking. Just as Izuku planned that no one but his company would use Carry, the cure couldn't become widely known, and it absolutely could not be known that the League was immune. Twice, Spinner and Ujiko, Dabi said. Not mustard. Dabi shook his head. I think he likes profit, the fire villain said, making a face. You manipulated us. He made the mock accusation. Of course I did, Izuku replied without any hint of embarrassment. But you knew I was, and it's not like you haven't enjoyed the results. At that Dabi was silent, because it was true. He did enjoy being one of the most, if not the most respected villain in the country. It was mostly because, even if he wasn't, everyone assumed he was overseeing all the League's various underground endeavors. That meant he got credit for controlling Kurogyari when he removed those 4 tons of drags from the docks. He got credit for every time some chick died gruesomely with what Twice was doing. He got it all. But it wasn't him. It was Izuku. Who would have thought that work agreed with us? The politician grinned. It was an amusing question. Most people didn't appreciate how much work being a villain really was. He had just harnessed them to jobs they liked. Dabi gave Izuku a grin. It was partially true, but while he got the credit, he knew Izuku was still ahead of him. He was like his father that way. Izuku was always ahead, but unlike Endeavor, Izuku never really drove it home, not that Dabi had ever considered mutiny. Not seriously, but he knew Izuku had definitely kept enough of the key people loyal to him, and him alone. Kurogyari was loyal. Dabi had been surprised at that. He would have thought Kurogiri loyal to Tamura, but Imoku had worked his magic there. Ujiko was loyal. Well, she was loyal to her businesses, but he knew she chose Imoku over him. The Warpers were loyal to the politician. Dabi knew he could convince Twice, Mustard and Spinner to follow him. Maybe Toga? No, not Toga. He could convince most of the rank and file, but the big hitters, the really big hitters, the Numu and the Warpers would follow Imoku. If it came to a fight, his only chance was to strike preemptively. Not that he would. Imoku had given him everything he'd ever wanted with the fall of Endeavor. He'd never even have thought about just revealing everything. He had wanted some sort of fight where he won and revealed himself at the end, but what had happened? So much better. So much sweeter. He'd played along that it had been part of his plan to Tamura, but it had been Imoku's. Oh yes, he owed him, and Imoku knew it. Apparently he owed him even more now. I'll leave extra doses on my coffee table, Imoku agreed, looking at Kurogiri. He knew what to do. He'd pick them up tomorrow. I sold that stuff to the government on the grounds that it will keep society in check. It is for use on repeat offenders, but I also convinced them that there should be no pre-existing list of offenders. Good, Dabi said. There was no relief in his voice. He was just that type of man. You can't give us some for Explodo kill? I don't think so. At the moment Carrie is still quiet. The sheeple haven't realized it's out there, and I'd like to keep it that way. He won't keep his trap shut, and since you are going for a kill, it shouldn't matter. Tell high-end Explodo kill will put up a good fight. Dabi groaned. Problems? The usual, he breathed. Kurogiri knew what that meant. High-end was loyal, but high-end craved combat. He loved fighting, and while being the champion in Dabi's fighting ring meant he did get challengers, seldom did they actually put up any kind of decent fight against the Numu. I have a free hour in 3 days' time, I'll talk to him then. Thanks, Dabi actually meant the word. High-end was loyal to Imoku and liked to spend time with the man. It was probably the only time High-end wasn't looking for a fight. Actually, I'll give you a dose for High-end as well, Imoku said slowly. Not the others? It wasn't like the Numu were in danger of blabbing any secrets. Izuku appeared to think for a moment, but Kurogiri could tell his mind was already made up. No, I don't think so. The 3 league members nodded. The Numu were useful, but at the same time they could be difficult. It might be interesting to see if a quirk removal agent affected them. We might have problems with them soon, Dabi murmured. Problems? Imoku asked for clarification. I don't think they are as lively as they should be, the fire villain gave the explanation slowly. Imoku snorted. The Numus were individuals who had forcibly been altered. Their creators had assured him they felt no pain, but he wasn't convinced of that. He was convinced of very little when it came to the Numu. Keep watch, and let me know if things change. Dabi nodded. Do you regret Tamura not killing Overhaul sooner? Kurogiri asked, moving them back to a different topic. It seemed it was a day to focus on the past. Not really, Imoku answered easily. If he'd been killed in the initial raid, then things might have been different. The moment he got away, then this was inevitable. What raid? Dabi demanded. He knew Overhaul was the original source of Quirk destroying drags, but he hadn't heard of any raid. Izuku looked at the quasi-leader of the league. You weren't involved, he told the fire villain. Nor were you Himiko, he added. Tamura only used those who were truly in the league, not those who might have followed Stain. And this raid? Toga asked. The politician shrugged. It destroyed most of the stock of Overhaul's drag and the source was killed. The source? Carry is different. It synthesized. Overhaul's drag was based on the quirk of a girl named Eri. He used her blood to make his bullets. She's dead. Tamura ensured that, but I thought it a nice homage to use her name, Izuku explained. Who else knows? Kurogiri asked. He'd never known the name of the child, but if Izuku knew, that meant others would as well. Unofficially, Overhaul gave his bullets to the government, who gave them to the police, who gave them to heroes, before the League stole them. He gave the government an explanation, including the girl's name. The report he gave very much blames the League for her death. Kurogiri said nothing. They had killed her. He made it seem like he was some kind father figure to her, but we all know that wasn't true. Still, that is the past. Those who know the name know why I named this carry. Since they believe any member of the League who is captured will be tried and have carry used on them, they think it is a fine honor. Overhaul wasn't clear on who actually killed her. I suspect he never knew. I don't know either, Kurogyari admitted. He knew it was the League, but he didn't know exactly who killed her. I think it was Tamura, Izuku said. Her remains were mostly dust. There's no chance he didn't. Dabi didn't complete the sentence. He didn't like the idea of killing children, which was why he hadn't been included on the first mission. None at all, Kurogyari answered for Imoku. Tamura wouldn't have hesitated to kill a child. Nor would Sensei if it had to be done. He looked at Izuku. He would as well. If it had to be done, Tamura wouldn't regret it. Sensei might have regretted the potential destroyed, and Izuku, apparently he'd turn the potential into his gain anyway. Think of Carrie as her legacy, but one you won't have to put up with, Izuku told Dabi and Himiko. It was his very clear dismissal of the situation. It had happened about 10 years back. It was old news. Now, do you gents and lady need anything? Imoku asked, moving on to a new topic. Oh, Izu. Toga giggled. You know what I want. No, I am not letting you finger paint me in blood, he replied, laughing. She whined. Dabi rolled his eyes at the exchange. Toga was so predictable, but he had no idea where she had gotten the pet name for Imoku. Kurogyari just looked on. The bartender had become very used to this sort of thing. Of all of them, Toga was the one least suited to regular work. She did it because it made money, but she slacked off the most of them. It wasn't that bad though. Imoku kept her busy himself spying on things. Kurogyari suspected Toga knew every blind spot in the House of Parliament. Nothing. Nah, you've left us pretty well set up, Dabi told him. I thought I had, Imoku said, his voice disappointed. That got attention. Is there something, Imoku? Kurogyari asked. Ujiko, the politician, said the name. She's been running side businesses. He held up one hand. I don't mind reasonable profit, Imoku said with a grin. Dabi and Toga returned his grin. Kurogyari nodded. But these are no longer side. They are her main business, and she hasn't been discreet. They are a weakness, and through them she is a weakness. I'll tell her to rein it in, Dabi promised. Ujiko was a valued member of the League, and as a warp quirk user, was one of their assets, but she had to obey the rules. This wasn't the first time she'd been somewhat independent. Some independence was expected, and Imoku allowed and encouraged that, but the rules were the rules, and they were for the protection of the entire League. Including her. Imoku nodded. I'll put it this way. Explodo Kill will exploit them, and if she gets taken the politician shook his head. They all recognized the implications. If she got taken, then she would be questioned and, well, there was no telling what would happen from there. She also knew who Imoku was, and Kurogyari expected that he would defend that knowledge savagely. I'll talk to her, Dabi promised again more urgently. He knew what the boss was saying. Then I'd better go, Imoku said, looking at his watch. After that, he turned and pulled his jacket from the back of the chair before he looked pensive. Actually, there is one more thing. Kurogyari asked. I doubt you will have a chance, since I'm pretty sure he's given up that sort of thing, but if you do see Lemillion at that, Imoku waggled his eyebrows, take him out. You're sure? Dabi sought confirmation. Imoku had said he'd deal with him. Only if you see him out as a vigilante, Imoku clarified. I'm pretty sure you won't, but if he wants to make it easy, I'm not about to let that opportunity go. Even if we are seen? Even if you are seen. But I've read his assessments, Imoku chuckled. I don't think he will, which is such a pity, especially given his quirk. Toga laughed at that. You just want to take it away. The look Imoku gave her was odd. Kurogyari didn't know what to think, but he knew that there was something else going on there. He reviewed what he knew of Lemillion's quirk. He could phase, Kurogyari remembered, because that was one of the things they had been worried about when Tamura planned the attack. And there was some sort of note that he had a quirk mutation appear late in his high schooling. Was that what interested Imoku? It had to be. But why would a quirk mutation interest Imoku? What did he know? If we see him, the warp villain assured Imoku. Good, he nodded. Though I suspect I'll be dealing with him. Imoku folded his jacket over one arm and downed the last of his beer. By the time he'd finished, Kurogyari had opened a warp gate back to his apartment. Imoku gave them a smile and stepped back before the gate closed. Most of the league didn't even notice the boss leaving, and that's the way he liked it. Dabi sighed. Take out Explodo Kill, he murmured. Kurogyari could see the way his mind was running through the problems that entailed. Toga, Dabi said, looking over at the young woman. She grinned at him. Izu's given me some time, she told him happily. I'll go find him, she added. They knew who she meant. The fire villain nodded, but Kurogyari saw the way he worried his lip. Be careful, he said. I'm always careful, Himiko scoffed. No, Dabi said, his voice serious. I mean it. Be careful. Explodo Kill doesn't play by the rules, and he's not stupid. There was a genuine note of concern lacing his tone. Toga picked it up. In the past she would have dismissed Dabi's warning. This time, she just nodded. I know, Izu's warned me. Trust me, he hates Explodo Kill more than the rest of us. Kurogyari watched the way Dabi blinked at that. He couldn't see the connection. How did a member of the House of Representatives even know a vigilante? Kurogyari would be confused himself if he didn't know Imoku's history. If he didn't know who Imoku was, and know that there was something between the two. Why? Dabi finally asked, his desire to know outweighing what was good manners in villain society. Himiko grinned at him before she shook her head. No idea. But if Izu wants him dead, then Izu gets him to be dead, she chirped. That was more familiar ground for Dabi. Ever since Toga had taken out Tamura, or even before that, there was no question that she was Imoku's girl. Dabi didn't resent it. Imoku was the boss, and if he could put up with her, then, well, good luck to him. Though Dabi was sure that Imoku was not banging her simply because Toga never put on airs. So that was something. Well, Imoku can have him dead, and then we get to show to the world that we aren't as gone as they'd like. Toga nodded. Kurogyari gave Dabi an odd look. You are sure? What do you mean? You're sure you want to give up your day job? The bartender asked. The fire villain looked pensive for a moment. I'm going to have to think about it, he admitted. Kurogyari nodded, allowing himself to feel amused. It appeared Imoku had domesticated them. Money bought off most, even the League of Villains, but... He looked up at those gathered. They were the older members. Those who had been here the longest. Maybe domestication wasn't a bad thing. There were no heroes, good or otherwise. Society was on the way to seeing people as being people, not as being their quirk. So really, maybe remaining as they were was acceptable. They had, after all, already changed the world. And there weren't many who could claim that. FB. Chapter 3. I still think you should be the one running, sir, the young man said as he adjusted his tie. He was a large man and not an ounce was fat. Muscle filled out his suit, giving him a look that reminded many of All Might in his prime. We discussed this, his companion said. You'll give the better impression, Mirio. But nothing, the former pro-hero Sir Night Eyes snapped back before his protege could list reasons. Except he knew some of those reasons were very real concerns. You are young, which is a good thing. It gives you a point of difference from everyone and allows you to attract the younger voters. Actually, Mirio was more than young. At 28 he was the youngest candidate in history, but while that made him unusual, it made him very attractive to the younger voters, those who had grown up knowing heroes. And given that Mirio was a former pro-hero and his campaign was being managed by other former pro-heroes, that just reinforced that image. Anyone wanted to overturn the Heroes Must Be Heroes legislation was getting on Mirio's bandwagon. He was careful to say he didn't want to overturn all the legislation, just the later aspects of it. That additions that had turned it from being beneficial to being constrictive. Yes, but I'm not the only young candidate. Sir Night Eye grinned. He knew who Mirio was referring to. Representative Imoku Kakuridi was 48, but still looked much younger. His green hair was untouched by gray and he gave off a good impression. Yet he was the enemy. There was absolutely no doubt about that. Mirio wasn't running directly against Kakuridi. That would be political suicide. Kakaridi's constituents loved him to the point where the major parties didn't even bother running an alternate candidate against him. A few minor wannabes tried, and all got crushed. Mirio was running in a different electorate, one that had been determined to be as close to Kakaridi's as possible. Not in distance, but in social makeup. Sir Night Eye didn't like to admit it, but in this, they really were learning from the enemy. 20 years is a big gap, and once he turns 50, he's not going to be able to pull off the young and hip routine, no matter how hard he tries. The response made Mirio smile. Kakaridi never mentioned his age, so they were mentioning it as much as possible. When Mirio got elected, they needed the government to think that he was the voice of the younger generation, not Kakaridi. That would then pull attention from Kakaridi and provide Mirio the opening to amend the bill. They needed to remind that government that Kakaridi was now closer to the normal age they expected. It wasn't going to be that easy. They all knew that, but something had to be done. There is also some good news, Sir Night Eye continued. Mirio looked at him. On the stage, the speech was coming to an end and he was on next. Sir Night Eye grinned. Aizawa's found someone for the more physical tasks. Mirio translated the statement. When he'd agreed to be the face running for the House of Representatives, he'd made those supporting him promise they wouldn't hide anything. He wasn't stupid, and he wasn't naive, but he was surprised by how ruthless the former pro-heroes had been when discussing various aspects. The need for someone to do the dirty work had come up. Whoever it was had to be strong. Their quirk had to be strong, and unspoken was that they had to be disposable. He could not afford to be associated with them, otherwise, the public was a fickle mistress. They could turn against him quickly. There were quite a few people who fitted into the strong with a strong quirk category. On those grounds, Mirio himself was perfect, but he wasn't disposable. Both because he was running and because of the quirk he'd inherited. Yagi had been pleased to hear the news that All for One had died, but All Might was also concerned that the ancient villain might have passed on his quirk, just as he had passed on his will to the League of Villains. Do I know them? Probably not, Night Eye replied. It's someone who legitimately failed the psyche assessments. Aizawa says he needed help, but he did want to be a hero and has turned to vigilantism. At that, Mirio raised one eyebrow. Vigilantes were not tolerated these days. Heroes weren't either, but in practice the police would look the other way if a former pro-hero did something to aid in their case. So long as they weren't caught. He had once held a robber in place until the police arrived. They labeled it a citizen's arrest and forgot to include his name. He'd felt good when he'd done it. It felt right, even if the law said it wasn't. I'll meet him later, Mirio decided. Yep, Sir Night Eye agreed. Mirio was on now. Remember the spiel. In removing heroes, we've thrown the baby out with the bathwater. The risk from villains isn't past, and society needs protection. Mirio nodded, putting on a big smile as he turned away from Sir Night Eye. The crowd cheered as he walked onto the stage. Sir Night Eye watched his former sidekick with one eye. Most of his attention was on the crowd. They were marketing Mirio as a political All Might. It was a risk. Physically, Mirio could pull off the kind of stunts All Might had. He had the quirk after all, and his own one. But politically, no, they were well aware that the All Might of politics was Imoku Kakaridi, who they suspected as being part, if not the leader, of the League of Villains. Aizawa had the theory but no proof. Events over the years supported the theory, but Kakaridi could simply be very good at reading the mood of the public. It was better to accept the simple explanation over conspiracy. Though if he was the leader, he was doing a very, very good job of controlling them. In the wake of the vote, the police and military had been braced for assaults by the League. A few heroes had been as well, and their activities would have been overlooked if the League attacked. They did nothing. They went to ground. And then Tamura Shigaraki's body appeared. Speculation had been intense then that the League was infighting. It wouldn't be the first time a villainous group had fallen apart after getting what they wanted. When no other bodies appeared, it became clear it had been a coup. Whoever was in charge knew what they were doing. The League didn't attack. The police and military relaxed and society moved on from the vote. The lack of attacks was the best move the League could make then. No attacks meant no questioning from the public, and life went on. Of course, underground heroes did track the league, some of them at least. They were found to be entering employment. None of it legitimate but enough to make money. The underground heroes couldn't do anything about it and the police were instructed not to act. Sir Night Eye still didn't know where that order had come from. After all, what the League was doing was still illegal even if it wasn't as spectacularly destructive as their usual ploys. But life moved on. Sir Night Eye sighed. Even if Kakaridi was not the leader of the League, one thing was known. Kakaridi had drafted the Heroes Must Be Heroes bill, which had then morphed and changed until the vote. After that, he had suggested ways of dismantling the system even quicker. He might only have intended the HMBH bill to be something to guarantee the mental stability of heroes, but he hadn't held back when it became more. Guilt by association. He was the enemy in a political sense. The government, those members of the ruling party, they would follow whatever got them votes and popularity. They had to show it was no longer Kakaridi. Sir Night Eye smiled when some of the crowd looked at him. Then he discreetly pointed towards Mirio. They were meant to be paying attention to him. The mother looked slightly guilty, then grinned at him before turning her attention back to Mirio. Still, he hoped the interaction, such as it was, would leave a positive impression on her. That's what they had to do. Sir. The stage whisper caught his attention. Sir Night Eye turned. His smile slid from his face as he recognized the speaker. Miko Kusha was a snitch. At the moment, she was on their side, and payments were being made to ensure she remained on their side. She was a public servant in the Department of Justice. You have something? He demanded. They'd agreed earlier that pleasantries just wasted time, and they couldn't afford the connection to be known. Miko handed HM a thin sheaf of documents. You need to look at Biosimip Industries and what they are making for the Department of Justice. It's good, he asked. If you can find the right connections, it's pure gold, she told him. Sir Night Eye nodded and Miko backed away. It appeared he had some research to do. It was a good thing he was good at it. He was better at research than he was at looking into the future. He huffed. It wasn't something he'd ever let Mirio see. The boy had just gotten over blaming himself, and he was somewhat thankful that Mirio didn't ask questions. Others had, and Sir Night Eye had no answers for them. He'd never seen this future. FB. Masami Sata looked down at her phone when it beeped. She flicked it to silent before looking at the message. How is your campaign going, Masami? A smile spread over her features as she read it. Imoku was always so thoughtful. She glanced at the time. She had time to reply now, though Kakaridi would understand if she didn't. So how is her campaign going? Not as good as yours, but no one has your numbers. How do you do it? All polling in his region had Imoku leading by a huge margin. He would win by a landslide. He was the representative for literally the safest seat in the country. It hadn't been the safest when he'd taken it. Imoku had made it that way. Trade secret. Masami rolled her eyes, giving a brief snort of laughter at the reply. We are in the same trade. She couldn't help but point out the obvious. Independent secret? Laughing face. She could see the smirk on his face with his reply. The big grin smiley was not needed. It hardly seemed right to think it, but Imoku was a ratbag at times. Masami sighed before she typed her reply. If I thought I'd have any chance as an independent, you know I'd do it. Well, she'd think about it at least. There were days when Imoku seemed to do so much more than she did. And give up the position as foreign minister? There was a lot of doubt in the single text. Okay, maybe not. There might be days when Imoku seemed to do more than she did, but he didn't deal with the rest of the world the way she did. That was something Masami knew she'd never experience as an independent. She had to stay with her party for that, and she had been rewarded. No, stuff that. She'd earned her ministry. She'd worked her butt off for it. You aren't in any danger, are you? There was real concern in the text. The jovial atmosphere of earlier disappearing. Masami decided to play it up. Are you offering to help? If he could tell her how he kept such a good relationship with his constituents, that would be a win. That would be something she could tell everyone in her party. Of course, they'd probably use it to try to challenge Kakaridi, and then he'd do something outrageous and win back his seat. And how would I help? Our electorates are very separate. Oh, there was a sting there. It was subtle, but she could read it. It sounded like an offer to help, or to assist, and Masami knew he would help if he could, but there would be a price. Still, he could help her out in other ways that didn't require a political favor. You do get the best advertising rates. The single word conveyed so much meaning. He saw where she was going now. So, Masami prompted. If Kakaridi could help, she wasn't going to say no. And he could help with advertising. Kunshu owns them, but Kunshu doesn't interfere with their running. Masami could hear his huff. Imoka didn't have to type the words for her to read the prefix. Must I remind you again? Imoku's ownership of Kunshu was well known. Kunshu's ownership of other companies was equally well known, as was the fact that Kunshu was merely the owner of stock. Kunshu didn't have a commanding voice in the operations of the companies it owned. Though, there was equally no doubt that if Imoku truly wanted, he could persuade the companies to do things. Which is why you have full-page spreads. At least, he had them in his electorate, and he had a great deal of area-specific net advertising. It was one of the reasons polling was so favorable for Kakaridi. Paid for legitimately out of my advertising budget. That much was true and was known. Campaign budgets had to be declared. As an independent, Imoku didn't have to get approval for his, but as an independent they were scrutinized to ensure that he was spending any political donations wisely, and that said donations were properly declared and legal. Masami couldn't help but give that reply. He had to rub it in. She had a budget as well. Imoku texted a reply before she could become indignant. I could help you with budgeting if you want. It was a generous offer, but she couldn't take it up, and Kakaridi knew it. Party member, remember. Can't change the ratios they deem best. There were good and bad points to that. The party had established ratios on the amount and what to spend it on. They were approved, and most of the parties used a similar ratio. It meant they weren't accusing each other of impropriety as much, when each spent the money the same way. Well, their ratios are wrong. He pointed it out as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Masami smiled again at her phone, already typing her reply. Given your results, I can't argue. No one could argue with Kakaridi's election results. He didn't reply straight away, and Masami checked the time. She was up soon, but it felt wrong to just put her phone away now. I just checked the numbers. You will be fine, Ms. Minister. Ah, so that's what he was doing, checking the opinion polls for her electorate. On those at least, as he had pointed out, she was winning by a comfortable margin. I hope so, Mr. Independent, though I probably will be Ms. Shadow Minister soon enough. She was winning by a comfortable margin in her electorate. Others in her party weren't going anywhere near as well. Yeah, probably. You've had a good run though. Imoku never sugar-coated the truth. At that, she sighed before replying. It will be odd to be in opposition. You forget, I've never been there. Kakaridi was right. They had had a very good run. And that was partially why others weren't doing as well. To the public, Masami thought they just felt stale. They had gotten through quite a few major changes for the country, such as the reintegration of heroes, and the public had supported that for the last 10 years, but now they wanted a change. Still, Masami was proud of what they had achieved. The country was in a good position, and that's really all any government could boast about. As an independent, I'm always in opposition. He always had a counter. Bis, you are one of the best connected in politics. Did Imoku really think that independents had lunch with the Prime Minister as much as he did? Did he believe that they were as involved in policy as he was? She knew he didn't. Masami knew that Kakaridi was aware of how well connected he was, but sometimes he needed to be reminded of that fact. And sometimes he needed to be brought back to earth. Well, even when you are Ms. Shadow Minister, I'll still talk to you. He deliberately riled her up. She could feel his laugh in their reply. Time was nearly up though. She smiled at the phone and typed her response. I know you will. Anyway, I have a speech and you probably have something to do. Imoku always had something to do. He was probably the busiest representative of them all, because he still managed to run his companies on top of a full government schedule. Good luck with the speech. It was a kind send-off. Masami knew Imoka meant it. He wasn't just typing it. Thanks. She checked again that her phone was on silent before slipping it into her pocket. Masami nodded to herself as she smoothed her skirt. Even as busy as he was, Imoku made time to talk to her. He made time for her and her party. He was her friend in a place where she'd been told she would have no friends. Imoku was special, and Masami appreciated that. It's one of the reasons she helped him where she could, because he helped her. He was a good man. She was proud to call him friend. And she knew, no matter how the election went, he'd still call her friend. In politics, that was rare, but that was Imoku. He was, somehow, impossibly, everyone's friend. FB. Toga was thankful that her Izu insisted she remain fit even though the league wasn't as publicly active as they had been. If she wasn't, she would never have kept up. When she'd volunteered to follow Explodokill, she hadn't realized how fit the vigilante was. He could move. And he had to stop every now and then to check if there was something he could poke his nose into. She was just following. This was exhausting. The other thing she was thankful for was that Izu had insisted on finding the limit of her quirk. Himiko had thought she had a good idea of what she could do. She knew nothing. The politician was endlessly curious. He wanted to know everything. And he had many opportunities to ask and to experiment in the evenings after they ate, when he was visiting his mother. He would never answer how he got some of the blood, but in the first few weeks, there was always several vials of blood waiting for her. Toga had learned a lot then. She had learned she could change from person to person, without going through her natural form. She learned how long she could remain in one form, and she learned exactly how much blood she needed to transform. Izuku gave her efficiency, and never once berated her for wanting to cut things. His only specification if she wanted to cover him in blood was that it wasn't his blood. No one else would ever get away with such a request. Hanzi hadn't. Fire didn't. Misty cheated and never let blood onto him. Izuku didn't mind. And he made her efficient. He also made sure she was always properly equipped. He was different from Hanzi. He always made sure they all had the right equipment. When he'd asked her who she would follow, it wasn't even a competition. Toga liked at a pre-prepared slide and felt her features shift. Just in time. Explodokill looked back. His eyes traced over her, and Himiko could feel the red orbs judging her. She wanted to make him covered in blood. It would teach him to look down on her. Toga could tell he looked down on everyone. Even those he saved. He saw no one as an equal. She liked another slide, shifting again. It was tedious, and her clothing didn't change with her quirk, but Izu had made her deal with that as well. She always wore pants these days. Reversible. Along with shirts and jackets that were all reversible. There was always a scarf or something in her kit too. It gave her versatility, and she had gotten away with, well, more than the police knew. It was a high. It was a thrill. It was joy. And she loved the fact that Izu had given it to her. No questions, no judgments. His questions were so she got better. His judgments were to assess her skill. He was so much better than Hanzi. Himiko looked back to Explodokill. She blinked. He wasn't there. A glance told her the blonde wasn't anywhere she could see. Gotcha! Instinct made her duck. Toga felt the ping of debris hit her back, even as she rolled forward. She pulled one of her knives and slashed haphazardly. It hit nothing. Dumb beach, Explodokill growled. Didn't even notice I was bringing you here. At that, Himiko looked around. She knew what he meant now. There was no one around. Toga giggled. This is my area, she told him as she turned to face the vigilante. They were in a bad part of the city. It was the area the League made their own. Except Toga knew that the League wasn't here at the moment. It was just her and him because no bystanding idiot would get involved. He snorted at her. I'm not stupid. Toga looked at him. He was reasonably handsome and very well muscled. The vigilante had wild, spiky hair and sharp red eyes. There were several scars visible, going under his costume. That was to be expected given his line of work. He wore heavy boots and had something around his neck. He didn't have any gloves but did have gauntlets. She remembered him from the time Hanzi kidnapped him. The gauntlets were much smaller now. Himiko pulled one of her other knives. She resisted the urge to lick at the slide that was inbuilt into the guard. Izu had made her find out how well she could fight in the shapes she could assume. She already knew she didn't get any of their quirk ability, just their appearance, But Toga now knew she did get a proportion of their strength. Each of her knives had a different slide of blood built in. Each slide was someone different, giving her some advantage. There was even one that had, ugh. She was not going to use that one. A girl had some limits. Izu had forced her to know one more thing. Her limits. Looking into the mad red eyes, Toga wasn't sure she could win. Everyone thought she was insane, and maybe she was, but she knew her limits. She knew what she was capable of. The man in front of her, he was mad. There was a light in his eyes that said he'd go through anything. Himiko didn't let the smile fade from her features. Just looking explodey, she told him. Yeah, well, you can look at this, he snarled, driving one hand forward. Toga could actually see the explosions on his palm. She ducked under the punch, but didn't see the kick that caught her side. Himiko tumbled. It was no worse than sparring with Dabi or one of the others, though the vigilante was strong. You could go easy, she muttered. I was only looking, Toga repeated. He grinned at her. It was not a nice grin. His canines caught on his lip. Oh, I don't think so. You're gonna tell me everything about your slime ball fucker of a boss. You could always just ask Dabi, you know. Himiko replied lightly. You are a vigilante. We have some things in common. Not that this vigilante would ever join with the League, but she needed some time. She kept her eyes on him but split her attention, examining everything she could see. There was a laneway behind him, and several rusty fire escapes. No, she couldn't. This moron could use his quirk to extend his jumping. Putting herself up high just made it more convenient for her to have an accident that left the ground. Toga didn't like it, but she was a villain, and she was a true villain. She had no pride, except for the next hit. And Izu needed her. Not that sheet, Explodo Kill growled. Your real FNG boss, Izuku. With her quirk, Himiko Toga was a born actress. She had no tells. Who? Even if she did, she wouldn't betray Izu. She knew she'd given nothing away, but Explodo Kill's expression didn't change. He didn't even blink at her confusion. Which meant he must know some other way, but she wasn't going to confirm it for him. That effing Deku. He charged. Toga was ready for him this time. She dodged, avoiding his foot, and this time she gave him a slight push before she ran. Knowing when to fight was what made someone a good villain. It was time for her to run. Beach! Explodo Kill screamed, and Himiko felt the rush of hot air on her back. He was fast and he wasn't afraid of injuring her. Well, she wasn't afraid of injuring him. She kept running, reaching into a pocket to pull out a fistful of ball bearings. She dropped them as she ran. It was nice to hear him slip. It wouldn't be enough to lose him. It gave her distance. Toga plowed into one of the doors. It gave and she found herself in darkness. She dropped the last of her ball bearings as she moved into the room. She looked around. Stairwell. Himiko ran towards it. She pulled out her heavy knife. It was the one with the special blood. Toga jumped down the stairs, going into the basement. There was a roar of anger from behind her. Explodo Kill had found the new set of ball bearings. She looked around desperately and was pleased to see a Gatic point. Toga went over to it and knelt down, putting her hand on it, before she brought the knife to her lips. Explosions came from above her as Toga hit on the blood. Her shape shifted, growing larger. She felt muscles form and her hair disappeared. Her clothes didn't rip, and for this form she just went with a small loincloth. It didn't need anything else. Explodo Kill leapt down the stairs. Toga snarled. The sound reverberated from deep within her, and she was pleased when the vigilante froze for an instant. She rose, the hand that was on the Gatic ripped it up, cracking the concrete. Himiko flung the cover at Explodo Kill. He exploded it, and then gasped. What? That's just rude, Toga growled, grabbing at the concrete. She hurled it at him. Again he exploded it. Careful, she warned. The smell of sewage filled the room. From what she could see from the corner of her eye, it was main line. Himiko knew from Izu that you weren't meant to build over main lines, but this was a bad part of town. Little things like planning rules were overlooked. That got his attention. Beach! Explodo Kill raged. What the F are you? He added. Himiko knew what she looked like. It felt odd. This form was literally muscles upon muscles, but it always made her feel itchy. Things weren't where they were meant to be. It was partially because the form was male, but mostly because it was Numu. She had to remember not to scratch at her head and the exposed brain. But the advantage of this form was that it was strong and intimidating. She didn't have any of the Numu's real power, and it was going to be a pain trying to get a refill for her knife, but for this moment it was worth it. And she would be able to do a bit more than just run. She had her pride, and Izu wanted this one dead. She picked up more concrete and flung it towards the vigilante. He dodged. At least he recognized the danger, and Himiko was forced to admit he was far more flexible than she thought. And dangerous. Explodo Kill advanced, murder in his eyes. What stopped this moron? She grabbed a larger piece of concrete. It was nice being able to pick it up easily. Toga swung it like a club, but Explodo Kill was faster. He dodged and then threw a punch. She was expecting it and blocked with the Numu's strength. The shock reverberated through her system. He didn't have a strength quirk, but he trained. "You and Beach are coming with me," he growled. "You're not cute at all." Toga swung one huge arm, hoping to catch the vigilante, but he was ready and countered with a kick. She was stronger, but it was false strength, and she knew if she stayed much longer. She drove the Numu's claws towards his face. Maybe she'd get lucky. Again he countered, but Himiko was ready for that, and she jumped back to the sewer hole. This was going to be gross, but better than the vigilante. The huge form splashed into the muck. It was warm. It was foul. She hated this. He was going to pay. At least he didn't follow. Himiko moved quickly, splashing through the muck. She kept her ears open for the sounds of pursuit. It came, but she was ready for that. She turned into a connecting line. It was slightly smaller. The bulk of her form almost touched the walls, but she could move freely still. She moved down the pipe and listened. He was still following. At least there were no explosions. Explodo Kill had that much self-restraint. Toga pulled a large knife. She readied it. Explodo Kill lunged around the corner. She threw her knife. The vigilante raised his hands, and Himiko laughed when the knife thunked into one. She didn't wait for any response. "Beach!" The scream came from behind her. Hopefully he'd pull back. She picked another adjoining pipe and squeezed into it. The smell was terrible, but she couldn't focus on that. Instead, Toga pulled one of her prepared slides and liked the blood. It gave her a smaller form. She moved faster. Another line, it was getting too small now, and she spotted a manhole. "Beach!" The scream reverberated through the tunnels. Himiko jumped for her hands gripping the rungs of the ladder, and she hauled herself upwards. At least her hands were dry, but her feet slipped when they landed on the steps. She adapted, pushing them up against the sides so that they couldn't slip further. She moved as fast as she could and threw her shoulder against the cover when she reached it. It was smaller than the cover she'd used the Numu's form to lift. It moved slightly and Toga peered out. A roadway. It couldn't have been that far from where they had been. She pushed it further and hauled herself out, looking around. She was covered in filth. That was the secondary issue. Toga pet her head. She couldn't hear the vigilante but had to get under cover. She liked at another slide, this time letting the liquid paste that covered her melt away entirely. Thankfully most of the muck went with it, and she delicately stepped over the splashes as she made her way to the footpath. Once there, she ran, passing several laneways before she turned down one. Toga leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. She waited for a few moments before peeking around the corner. She watched the manhole cover. The road was relatively quiet, but a car had already noticed the hole. The driver had stopped before crashing and was currently trying to push the cover back. Himiko smiled. She'd done it. She placed one hand on her chest as her heartbeat returned to normal. Sure, she hadn't killed him, but she'd gotten away. That was something. And she had information for Izu. Somehow the vigilante knew who he really was. How did that happen? Toga didn't know, but Izu would. Izu knew everything. And Izu deserved everything. She had to tell him. Whistling, Himiko continued down the lane. She had a good story to tell. FB. Mirio's phone pinged. He looked down at it. The message was from Sir. "I have it." He frowned and typed back. "What is it?" The dots to indicate that Sir Night Eye was replying appeared immediately. An informant told me to look at BioSimip Industries and the Department of Justice. That meant he had information. What information? His mind was going over what he knew of BioSimip Industries, and Mario had to admit it wasn't much. It wasn't anything actually. He'd never heard of the company, and he wondered what they had to do with the Department of Justice. With a name like Bio, it was pretty obvious they weren't a law firm. I'll tell you tonight. Mario frowned at that. When they were heroes, keeping information back was a bad thing. You're sure? Positive. He doesn't even know I'm looking. The House of Representatives candidate frowned at his phone. That type of answer was one given when things usually went wrong. There was only one reply he could give. Mario could almost see Sir Night Eye's huff. It wouldn't be obvious. In fact, most would miss it, but he knew his former boss was thinking it. That will change when you announce this. I'm being careful. There was no italic on the message, but there should have been. Mario could hear the stress on them. That wasn't the point. I don't want you hurt. That was the core of the matter. He didn't want Sir Night Eye hurt any further, especially not on what was meant to be a research run. They were dealing with dangerous foes, enemies who wouldn't hesitate and who thought nothing of killing. The just hit it better than traditional villains. It wasn't your fault. I've told you that before. I'll tell you that again. As many times as it takes. He could feel Sir Night Eye's frustration through the phone, but it didn't matter what the former pro-hero thought. It was my fault. Somehow the dots on the screen showed the way his former mentor sighed. There was nothing that could be done differently. And it's nice. The message came quickly. Nice? You lost your quirk. It's not nice. Without actually going to a voice call, that was about as well as Mario could express himself, and there had to be some reason Sir Night Eye had texted him rather than called him. It is nice, sometimes, not to see the future, not to know that there is nothing you can't change. He hadn't expected that answer. And Mario reluctantly admitted to himself that maybe Sir Night Eye had a point. He had never thought about what it meant to see the future. Sir Night Eye had never mentioned that the future could change. On the few times they had discussed it, he had been adamant that nothing could change his visions. Is this the future you saw? Another answer he wasn't expecting, but it would be too easy to let Sir Night Eye just leave it at that. This was more important. Is this the future you saw? Mario repeated his earlier text. Mario waited for further explanation. He stared at his phone. The dots remained there, but nothing came. A minute passed. Then 3. Then the dots disappeared. He waited some more. It wasn't the easiest topic, but he was owed answers. After 10 minutes, he typed a reply. Sir Night Eye owed him that much of an answer. Especially given that he hadn't said anything before. This was meant to be what he saw. If it wasn't, why hadn't he said anything? What? I thought you saw this for me? There was a long break before the next answer, but Mario could see the dots that indicated Sir Night Eye was at least looking at the screen. He wondered what was so hard to answer. I never saw All Might living past Kamino. I never saw this particular future. I never knew that my visions could be changed. But they can. Which is why no longer having them is a blessing. I have no expectation. I have no preconception of what should happen. That means I can focus on what I want to happen. Mario read the text several times. He shivered. He never knew that Sir had seen that future for All Might. Yagi was still injured and frail, but he was still definitely alive. Medical science had worked wonders on the former #1 hero. But had Sir Night Eye just admitted the future could be changed? He had practically admitted it previously, but this felt different. Seeing it in text, not just implied, made it all the more real, but Mario needed confirmation. So, something has changed? Something has changed. Sir Night Eye knew how to state the obvious, and how to text without saying anything. Mario had to remind himself to be gentle with his phone before he broke it. The case was reinforced, but he could still crush it into a marble if he wanted. What changed? He typed, stabbing his finger at the keypad just lightly enough that it didn't break the screen. It took a lot of restraint on his part. The dots reappeared, and then the message did. What? Mario exclaimed. But before he could text another response, another message from Sir Night Eye appeared. I don't know. It was Mirio's turn to reply with the dots. Then he sighed heavily and typed a more reasonable response. Something more important. Do the others know? The reply was quick. They've never asked. Knowing the future is not that much of a gift. That really wasn't satisfying. Something drastic must have happened if they weren't in the future Sir Night Eye had seen, but Mirio really didn't know what that event might have been. There was only one person he could think of who might have changed things, and he was someone who'd been dead for years. All Might's nemesis, All for One. The ancient villain might have done something except, what? He'd been incarcerated for years. Or was it the man they were now trying to bring down? Imoku Kakuridi. He was a businessman, not the usual foe for a hero, but he had influenced the world so much. It could have been him too, because Sir Night Eye wouldn't have considered him when looking into the future. Do you think it's him? Have you ever thought about what has changed? Is it Kakuridi? Mirio could almost hear his mentor sigh. I don't think it's him alone. It's probably something All for One has done. Maybe something All Might did. We will never know. It's best not to think about it. Again, there were no italics in the text, but Mirio could read them loud and clear. Sir would know what it meant to worry about the future, and the response displayed that he had thought about it. Both suspects were mentioned, but neither could be confirmed. Or it could be someone else, someone they never even thought of. The future was a bit like time. There were so many theories, but no one knew which was true. I don't like it. He really didn't like it. Focus on the future. Don't think of the past because it is the past, and we have to look to the future. Mirio could see Sir Night Eye's smile through the phone and gave the only reply he could. I'll try. FB. Chapter 4. You're watching that again? Kason asked his boss. Dabi waved off his underling and continued watching the TV. Kazue Matsushita was on screen. She was still a journalist but now had her own show, interviewing politicians and others of interest. She was dressed sharply in a tailored suit and sat in a trendy chair. Across the small table sat Representative Imoku Kakuridi. He wore a similarly tailored suit but wore it with such aplomb that he made it seem completely natural. Sitting beside Kazue, he was far more in control. The ribbon badge that marked him as a representative was affixed to his left BRC pocket where a rose might have sat if he'd been a normal businessman. I don't get why you watch that, boss, Kason said. He'd said it before when Dabi watched politics. For the acting leader of the league, he had a big interest in politics. And Toga is here. Dabi nodded. His underlings might not understand why he watched politics, but he did. He did it to gain insight into Imoku, and he couldn't do it in person. Anything the man told him had to be viewed from multiple angles. The only time Imoku was straightforward was with orders to the league. Dabi waved as Himiko walked in. She was spinning her large knife around one finger. It was a blatant hint that he hadn't yet replaced the blood vial in it. Where have you been? Dabi demanded. The boss wanted a couple of things, she replied. Dabi jerked his eyes away from the screen. Kazue was just beginning the interview and it would be small talk for a while. His motion was enough for her to explain. He wanted to know about Explodo kill the other day, she said. While Himiko was more than happy to call Imoko Aizu, something Dabi didn't fully understand, she was always careful when others were around. Most didn't expect that. They saw the exuberant woman and never looked deeper. Dabi knew better. Toga was as much a villain, and as skilled as them all, in her own way. Kason looked fascinated. This was not the first time he'd heard one of the league's executives refer to the boss, but it was always interesting how casual they were about it. He had no idea who the man might be. He wanted to know. You explained? Toga nodded. As much as I could. He wasn't alone. He's never alone. As a member of the House of Representatives, Imoku was seldom alone. That's why Himiko worked with him the most. She could change her appearance to fit in, and Dabi knew that Imoku had provided her with several blood slides to ensure she looked appropriate. She probably had a position as one of his staffers. It's still good that you got away, he said, referring to the other day. She'd sat in that chair then, and he'd had it replaced since then. The smell of the sewer just did not wash out. He can't explode a kill in a sewer, Himiko reminded him. Though, are you going to replace it? She brought out her knife again. Maybe, was all he said. It was going to be annoying to replace the blood. High-end did not like bleeding, except in the ring. Yeah, but there was something odd, Himiko said seriously. I didn't tell you last time, 'cause I wanted to tell the boss first. Dabi jerked his head at Kason. The man looked disappointed but knew better than to complain. Dabi glanced to the TV. Imoku was still smiling and was answering something. From the way he was gesturing, they were still talking about easy things. The door closed. What was odd? He asked after he was sure Kason was gone. This particular room was soundproofed, but he knew there were quirks that could get around that. He watched the shadow of the man move down the corridor. He knew about Imoku. What? How? Dabi demanded, half rising. This was bad. This was very bad. But if the vigilante knew, why hadn't he told anyone? He might be a vigilante, but Dabi was sure he had at least some legitimate contacts. I don't know. It's not like he was going to tell me. Himiko replied. Dabi nodded. Maybe this was why Imoku wanted Explodo Kill taken out. Actually, that made a lot of sense. And as always with Imoku, there were layers that he could see. Having the League become active again, taking out a vigilante, meant that while the public would still see them as villains, initially they wouldn't be dangerous villains. It was a subtle difference, but it would give them time. Did he say anything about why Explodo Kill would know him? Dabi asked. No, Himiko replied. Though Izuku said the brat probably fished in the right places. That didn't sound like Imoku, but Dabi resolved to ask him himself. Later, Dabi rolled his eyes. Are you ever going to explain that? Explain what? Izuku? His name is Imoku. Imoku is too formal. Toga told him. Izuku is so much more fun. She wasn't going to explain it. He knew Izuku was short for Izuku, since Himiko had once called him that, but he didn't know anything else. Given Imoku's response that time and her chimed, only in private, it must be a pet name. But he would like to know the origin. Not that badly. Dabi turned up the sound on the TV knowing he'd get nothing more. And if Himiko hadn't gotten away from Explodo Kill as cleanly, he winced at the thought of that word, especially with the air fresheners still in the room to cover the sewer smell, then the vigilante would still have had to fight through his guards before getting here. QRI? Kazue said. Himiko wasn't the only one to JRK at the word. It was fair to say that they both had the same reaction. When had that become public? On screen, Imoku displayed no reaction. Ah, the new initiative of the Justice Department, he said easily. I believe young Tagada had been inflating the case somewhat. I think what the public should be focused on is the simple fact that if they have done nothing wrong, then there is nothing to fear. But destroying quirks? Kazue sounded horrified. Imoku sat back in his chair. Carry has been designed to be used only in the most heinous cases. Those of repeat offenders, where no amount of therapy or rehabilitation will work. Dabi winced. He knew what that meant. Their cases. The League's. Except Imoku had given them immunity. And we already have something like it, Imoku continued. We have quirk suppressant drags and quirk suppressant cuffs. There's even an implanted drag. Carry is merely the next step. So why don't we just go with those? Kazue asked. Imoku looked tired. Because there have been cases where repeat offenders have been equipped with an implanted suppressant and they just cut it out, he said delicately. Carry can't be cut out, it cannot be removed, and so the problem of a repeat quirk offender using their quirk to hurt anyone ever again is solved. You aren't afraid it will become something like the bullet that was used to suppress Sir Nightai's quirk? Dabi snorted. Himiko wasn't as restrained. She chuckled. They remembered that. No, I'm not. He shook his head artfully. His green curls swayed with the movement. While I am only peripherally involved with Biosimap Industries, I know that their security is good. They create carry only when the Department of Justice orders a dose, and the formula is kept under lock and key. Unlike the unfortunate incident with Sir Nightai, it will not be stolen. We should do it. Himiko interrupted, almost singing the words. Do what? Dabi asked. He knew if he ignored Toga when she was like this, he wouldn't hear anything of the interview. He touched the remote to record what was left. He'd have to watch it later, after Toga was gone. Steal the formula, she continued singing. Dabi drew a long suffering breath. That won't help his position, he pointed out. Himiko giggled. We won't actually steal it, she said. I doubt we could get past the security. He gave her a look. With the Numu they could just ram straight through it. It's not a physical thing we want. We'd have to access the servers, Toga reminded him. They didn't have much skill in that. An attack won't actually help Imoku, Dabi pointed out again. A failed attack will. He blinked. A failed attack. It went against everything he'd ever learned, but what would it do? It would highlight carry, but apparently someone was already doing that. It would show it was protected and it would reveal the league. But they were about to reveal themselves anyway. Imoku had said they could go wild when they took out Explodo Kill, and given what he'd done to Himiko, Dabi had a feeling that would be sooner rather than later. He tapped his finger on the remote as he thought. I don't think Imoku would like one of his businesses attacked. It was an unspoken rule that in as far as possible, the League didn't attack the businesses Imoku owned. It wasn't a big problem. He didn't own that many they would be interested in. It would show that carry is secure. It would also bring Explodo Kill's focus to us, which is what we want. He's already hunting us. Dabi felt obliged to point out. She had been sitting there a few days back, stinking of a sewer because of the fact he was hunting them. So we have to be seen every now and then, to keep his interest. Besides, it's not like it's going to be a true attack. We just have to be seen, raise a ruckus and then retreat. I don't like failing. It was bad for the League. She gave him a look. It wasn't failing if it was helping Imoku, and if it was contributing to making sure Explodo Kill found them when they were ready for it. All right, he sighed. We'll do it. The fallout wouldn't be that bad. Yay! Himiko cheered. Now, go away while I plan how we will lose this, Dabi ordered. Toga grinned at him before she rose and left the room. He huffed and looked over to the TV and grimaced. The interview had ended. Sometimes Himiko had the worst timing. FB. Katsuki was bored. He understood he needed to take some time to heal after that beach put a knife through his hand, but he'd been checked out. Despite being in a sewer, he was clean. He'd caught nothing and in a few days his hand would be better. It was currently bandaged. They had no one with a healing quirk, but there were acceleration drags and he had managed to get some of them. At least Aizawa had managed to find something for him to do, but it was boring. He was acting as a guard for some company called BGMI Industries. He wasn't even an important guard. He got the foyer. That was it. The way the others looked at him, they thought he wasn't even worth that. And they were all extras. He was only staying here because BGMI Industries produced quirk-destroying drags. Well, according to Mirio they did, but according to Dekh they only did it when the government ordered it. He'd been far too smug when he'd said that. Bakugo had wanted to reach through the TV and explode him. He comforted himself that Dekh would fall. It would just take time and he was part of the team working on shortening that time. That didn't make this any less boring. If the League had any sense, they weren't going to attack here. It was too easily predicted. But the League were villains and villains were stupid. Except Dekh. Dekh was worthless, but Katsuki had to begrudgingly admit that he wasn't stupid. They weren't going to ATT. The thought died as he glanced at the security screens. The foyer security point wasn't at reception. No one would want him on reception anyway. He was honest enough to admit it, and he didn't want to be there either. Instead, the security room was behind reception, in a room lined with screens. Part of the wall behind reception was the door, and this entire room was designed like a panic room. The receptionist, if threatened, could retreat here. And he could see everything outside. Others could too. There were other security points with the same feeds, but Katsuki was sure he was the first to see it. On one of the feeds there was a man. Medium build. He had 2-day stubble and there was a scar or something running up his forehead. He looked stressed, but not so stressed that anyone would notice him. Bakugo remembered him. Twice. He hit one of the silent alarms. It was not so much an alarm as a warning alarm. It sent a message to the main security point. While he was happy dealing with this himself, Aizawa had been insistent that he follow BGMI's protocol. The phone rang. What is it? The voice was bored. They were going through the motions. There's a member of the League outside, he reported. For FS sake, newbie, keep your reports real. Katsuki growled at the response. Listen here, you cheat when you get kidnapped by those fuckers, you tend to remember them. One of them is outside, and where there is one, you can beat there are of dash. He never finished the sentence. There was a huge roar from outside and something crashed through the front glass doors. Even in a world where people could be large, it was enormous and black and strong. It was one of the effing Numus. Bakugo didn't recognize it specifically, but he knew what the exposed brain meant. The receptionist screamed, and the rest of the rats that infested the reception scattered. At least they were that intelligent. As part of hero studies, they had to learn about crowd control and how, originally the moronic public had been hurt because they strayed too close. Eventually they'd been trained to keep their distance. With the removal of heroes, the public had quickly forgotten safe distances, but when their arses were on the line, they could scurry like rats. The Numu wasn't interested in them. It seemed to have been used as a tank. Several members of the League followed in its wake. Dabi, Twice, The Beach, Spinner, Mustard, Sheet. All the commanders were here. The only one he couldn't see was Kurogiri, but there was another woman in the lineup. That was probably Ujiko. That meant they were attacking for real. Bakugo hit the alarm. The real alarm. He couldn't be sure the F-wits in the security room would have noticed. The receptionist finally remembered her job and dove into the room. He flexed his bandaged hand, his eyes fixed on the screens. He could move well enough, and he grinned as small explosions danced on his palm, blowing away the bandage. Stand firm. The order came from the security room. Katsuki slammed one hand down on the comm. He didn't need noobs telling him what to do, except as he went to leave the room, he heard the lock slam home. Let me fight, he screamed. Stand firm, the order was repeated. This time, though, Bakugo could see various rent-a-cops pouring into the reception. Where the hell had they been hiding? The Numu roared and charged forward, mowing them down. It was a slaughter, and it was one he'd seen before. He focused on the League. The Numu was just raw power. They were just standing there. Mustard was surrounded by a haze of gas, but the rest were, what were they playing at? Weren't they here to steal carry? Or was their mission just to be seen? But why bring the focus on Biosim? What was Deku playing at? Most people saw Bakugo's rash and brash attitude. They didn't remember that to get into UA's hero course, he had to have a brain to go with his skills. And he hated not seeing the plan. Or did Deku know he was here and was showing off? As much as he hated to admit it, Deku had never done that before. There was only that one time, when he'd learned the truth, when he'd confronted Imoku Kakariri and learned that he was Izuku Midoriya. Though now that he knew, did Deku feel the need to show off? He was going down. I have a Quirk license. Bakugo growled at the comm. He didn't actually have one, but what did that fucker know wouldn't hurt now, and if it got him out there, it didn't matter. He could deal with this crap. At the very least he could deal with the League. He could get them to talk, which would answer some of his questions. They were just standing there, almost posing, while the Numu made mince meat of the rent-a-cops. The police are on the way. And what the F are they going to do? He demanded. Against the Numu, they were going to be meat bags, or like the receptionist who was cowering in the corner. She wasn't even looking at the screens. Shut up, woman. Bakugo growled. She was whining. Newbie, you will stay there. On the screen, Bakugo watched as Himiko turned to Dabi and said something. The fire villain released a few bouts of blue flame. Mustard helped, producing some sort of explosive gas, and the room was filled with flame. It still made no sense to him. They were just standing there. The woman he assumed was Ujiko said something after she looked back outside. Dabi yelled something. The Numu turned. On the screen he could see black swirls appearing. Katsuki knew what that meant. They were going to get away. He looked at the door. The receptionist was at least away from it. It would be a pain to actually have to drag her. It only took a step or two until he was standing at the door. Bakugo put both hands on it. He didn't have his gauntlets, but he had a lot of practice. The door was reinforced, but he was stronger. He knew a lot of people who were stronger. It exploded outwards. Bakugo ignored the way his injured hand stung. He'd reopened the wound. Instead he leapt through the hole he'd made and looked around. There was noise and dust. Katsuki was prepared for that. He'd been gazing through smoke all his life. He could see the Numu moving. It had reacted to his explosion and was turning, though it was still casually batting away the rent-a-cops. They really should have known better. The League was reacting as well. Dabi was half in one of Kurogiri's portals but was shouting something. Toga was nowhere to be seen. Not surprising. She had probably already left. Mustard was near Dabi and Twice. Bakuga's eyes widened when he realized Twice was lying on the ground. Blood was pouring from a wound on his head. He was down. There was a chunk from the wall near him. He assumed it had hit the villain. Katsuki didn't even hesitate. He jumped towards the villain. Twice wasn't the one he wanted. He wanted that beach. He wanted them all, but Twice would be a beginning. He slammed one hand on the villain's neck, locking his legs around him and holding his other hand out. Bakuga grinned at the League, his red eyes meeting Dabi's blue. He could see the way Dabi's eyes widened. Try it. Katsuki invited. Dabi could probably get him with fire, or Mustard could with gas, or even the Numu, but if they did, he had Twice. He knew villains didn't care about each other, but the League had been together for a long time. The commanders at least tried not to kill one another. Numu! Dabi yelled. The Numu roared. Bakuga was already moving. He rose, hauling Twice up by the throat and using the villain as a shield. He backed up until was standing against a wall. He was pretty sure that Kurogiri couldn't open a warp gate behind him that way. To stop the warp villain opening a gate in front of him, Bakuga pulled one of Twice's legs back so that he was almost entwined around the villain. The Numu stopped. Katsuki grinned again at Dabi. Checkmate, he hissed. He knew the fire villain had heard from the glare directed at him. But Dabi was realistic. Pull back, he yelled at the Numu. The huge creature fixed Bakuga with one eye and he got the impression it was memorizing him, but it moved through the portal Kurogiri opened for it. The rest of the League disappeared and the warp gates vanished just as the screech of tires sounded outside. The cops had finally arrived. Bakuga threw Twice to the ground and again straddled him, pulling the villain's arms back before he yelled at one of the still-alive rent-a-cops. Get me some cuffs. It wouldn't stop Twice's quirk, but it wouldn't hurt. He wasn't about to let this BSTRD get away. FB. Your hand is never going to heal if you keep blowing off the bandages. Midnight berated him as she redressed his wound. Katsuki snorted, but left it at that. Namuri was dressed as a civilian, so he could put up with her when she wasn't pulling that 18+ crap. Twice has been taken for questioning, Aizawa told the gathering. Since young Bakuga was on the clock, the arrest has been accepted, Toshinori said. They didn't bring up any vigilante crap? Katsuki demanded. You were on the clock as a registered guard for Biosimip Industries, Yagi explained. They didn't bring it up. There was a catch in his voice that told Bakuga more. He snorted again. They wanted to, he growled. Yes, Aizawa replied, but getting a League member gift wrapped was too good for them, especially since they were attacking. But what I said stands, Katsuki. Yeah, I know. Wrongful arrest by vigilante, he parroted the words from before. Fuckers. So why were they there? Mirio asked. He was still dressed in a suit from the day's campaigning. When the group turned to him, Bakuga glared. How the F am I supposed to know? He growled. You weren't working there because you wanted to, Sir Night Eye pointed out. They were after Carrie, Hizashi said. No, they weren't. Bakuga retaliated immediately. What makes you think that, young Bakuga? Yagi asked mildly. Because they barged in and then did jack shit but stand there, he replied immediately. Aizawa nodded. I saw the footage. The League burst through the doors but did not go further. Unless Kurogiri was there? Sir Night Eye asked. That's not his style, Namuri said as she packed away the first aid kit. What about the other teleporter? She just stood there too, Bakuga said. They were practically posing. So it was a distraction, Toshinori concluded. But from what? The group was silent for a few minutes, thinking of anything else they knew about the time. There had been no other major reports from around the town. We are sure they didn't get the Carrie formula? That it wasn't just a cover for one of their agents to get out? Hizashi asked. We will have to check the footage, Aizawa said. It was definitely a possibility and explained why the League was happy to be seen. Katsuki was correct. The League did not seem to have any other purpose in this raid. You think that BSRD will let you? Bakugo barked. Who? Yagi asked. That BSRD Deku. For those of us who don't understand, Aizawa reminded him. He huffed. Imoku Kakaridi. Katsuki spat the name. He really hated Deku. Why would the representative have anything to do with it? Hisashi asked. You didn't tell him? Aizawa sighed. Representative Kakaridi is the owner of Biosimip Industries but not the direct owner. There's enough shell companies involved so that he can't be accused of favoritism with the Department of Justice. The radio presenter sighed. There's also the fact that we have no right to those recordings. Sir Night-Eye pointed out the other minor detail. Since heroes had been reintegrated, things like security recordings, which would usually have been provided to them for intelligence, were no longer necessary, since they were no longer heroes. I can get them, Bakugo was positive, but they aren't going to show anything. The League BSTRDS were just there to be seen. They weren't there for carry. If they want it, he'll just give it to them. So what purpose does this mission have, besides attracting attention? Yagi asked. They all had questions. Bakugo had to admit that was a good one. Why had the League attacked, when they really had no plan? It's like they wanted to fail. They were attracting attention to themselves, Mirio answered, and possibly to Carrie, but Kakaridi had been keeping that quiet until Sir Night-Eye found out about it. And since Kakaridi probably controls the League, it makes no sense for him to have them attack. It just makes him look bad, Nemuri mused. Katsuki's lips pursed. Not really, he murmured. It was an odd volume for him. It got attention. Watch what he says in the next few days, Bakugo continued. If he says anything about Biosimip security, then he's trying to make a political point that his protections are better than the government's. That could be one interpretation, but why would Representative Kakaridi need to do that? Yagi asked. Most only saw All Might as a man who was insanely strong. They tended to forget there was a brain behind him, one that was capable of running the still strong business empire. Heroes might be gone, but having been #1 for so long, there was still some residual interest, especially in merchandising. He has worked with the government for the last few terms, he added. What's the polls like? Nemuri asked. The opposition will probably win, Hisashi answered. He knew that. People all wanted to talk about it. That could explain it, Sir Night-Eye nodded. If Kakaridi was trying to make a point that his facilities are stronger and that Carrie is safe, then whoever wins may be less likely to reassess the program. It could be a number of reasons. Who knows why that if a Deku does what he does? Katsuki spat. I'm more interested in questioning that FANG twice. No chance, Mirio told him. The F-. No chance, Mirio repeated. Twice has been taken to Tartarus. He'll be tried via video link. What? I heard it today. It was thought that since Tartarus managed to keep the former boss contained, they would keep any high-ranked member of the League there. That's bullshit. That's what they are going to do, Mirio explained. It makes sense, Nemuri nodded to herself. If Tartarus was enough to keep a man who could fight All Might equally contained, then twice shouldn't be a problem. He stayed contained because he wanted to, Bakugo growled. That may be, Yagi interrupted, but that is the logic they are employing. Sheet for brains, Katsuki grumbled. No one bothered to censure him. So what do we do now? Hisashi asked. Could you get an interview with Deku? Why do you call him that? Nemuri asked. She knew who the vigilante was referring to now, but it still made no sense. Because he is. Aizawa sighed. We have a theory that Imoku Kakaridi is actually Izuku Midoriya, who has been aged somewhat, and given the position by the former leader of the League. Yagi's eyes went wide at the suggestion. It was odd to see it in such an emaciated face. No one really knew what quirks he had, he murmured. So it could be possible? Mirio asked. Tashinori took a heavy breath. It might be, but if he's been groomed by All for One, he's not going to admit it. The basic details of All for One were generally known. The fact that he could steal quirks, the rest of history, that of the struggle those who bore One for All took up, that was still known only to a subgroup. And with All for One dead, there was a chance the struggle was over. except for his apprentices. Tamura Shigaraki was one, but he was also dead, and it appeared this Imoku Kakuridi was another. And he was very powerful. Can you get an interview? Katsuki pushed with his usual single-minded attitude. Maybe, Hisashi said. My target audience doesn't care much for politics. Then make them interested. It's not that hard. Hisashi's eyebrow raised at the suggestion. His audience was young. They were more interested in the latest fade over who ran the country. Make up some sort of segment, Bokugu continued. Who looks like someone else? Or some sheet like that. Mirio looks like All Might, Pop Step like Cutie Honey, Imoku Kakuridi like Izuku Midoriya. That sounds like I'll be opening myself up for defamation. If that fucker sues you, then all it's proving is he's got something to hide. Katsuki shrugged. Sell if off as a joke. It's not insulting, and it's just FING kids with an opinion, he added. Hisashi got the message. If Imoku sued him over that, it would be easy to make him look petty, but it wasn't quite that simple. His station was one that Imoku didn't own. They couldn't really afford to be taking random pot shots at representatives. What did Izuku look like? Sir Night-Eye asked. If there is a genuine resemblance, then Bokugu is correct. Such a segment could easily be passed off as a joke, assuming he even hears about it. Aizawa picked up a tablet and tapped it a few times, before holding it up for the group to look at. There was a picture of Izuku Midoriya on it from his wanted poster. The smiling face of the 14-year-old looked out at them. Sir Night-Eye blew out. There is a definite resemblance. That's because the fucker is him. Katsuki growled. You actually want to go through with that? Hisashi asked. Sir Night-Eye looked upwards, thinking. Usually I would say no, given that we do not want to alert him to our presence, but he's already aware. And with info like this, one who will not slip up by himself, sometimes it's necessary to show part of your hand so that he thinks you know more and reacts to that. You want to try to force him to make a mistake? I want to see his reaction, Sir Night-Eye corrected. As you say, Hisashi, you are not a political station. If you sell the segment as something to get youth into politics, then there is nothing to be offended about. As a representative, he's meant to be interested in that. So, we'll find a whole heap of contemporary and historic political matches, and do it that way. If Kakuridi gets offended, then he has something to hide. If he laughs it off, then dash, Sir Night aside. He's either a very good actor, or there is nothing to hide and Bokugu's theory is incorrect. I'm not wrong. I want to see his reaction, Sir Night-Eye repeated, ignoring Katsuki. Because with people like this, if we leave them to act, they will finish their plan. If we force a reaction then, that's different, that's not in the script, and that's where they make mistakes. Hisashi nodded. The entire group nodded. If you want, I can come in for an interview, Mirio offered. No, Tashinori said before Sir Night-Eye could. Let's keep Hisashi's station completely free of politics for the moment. Maybe closer to the election, he added. His former sidekick nodded and gave him a ghost of a smile. He had learned something in all that time. The fucker isn't going to react, Bokugu huffed. But it's better than nothing. In the meantime, I'll keep hunting the league. He said it as if he was the only one doing work. The group knew better than to take offense. All Might smiled at Katsuki. You do that, young Bokugu, he encouraged. Any lead you come up with is valuable, he added. That much was definitely true. And in a world where heroes were reintegrated into society, they knew they needed all the leads they could get against a newly active league of villains. The danger wasn't past. Dabi should have expected to see Imoku waiting for him. Kurogiri was a black shadow behind him. His green eyes were sharp and glared at him. We lost twice, Dabi informed him. I know, Imoku said in a measured tone. He was said. It was a state Dabi had only ever seen Imoku in a few times. He really wasn't feeling good that this time, it was directed to him. Why did you attack? He couldn't say Himiko suggested it. He was the acting leader of the league. That meant the decision was his, as was the responsibility. We were only going to show up and then pretend we'd been driven off, he said, instead of explaining. We didn't expect Explodo Kill to be there. Did you know he was there? No, Imoku replied. I'm not in charge of hiring, he reminded the fire villain. He owned Biosimip Industries, but it was a tenuous ownership. He owned the company that owned the company and so on. He took a deep breath. You were trying to help, he said. From the explanation, Imoku knew what they had been trying to do. They were trying to show that Biosimip's security was better than the government's. Of course it was. It was one of his companies. But they hadn't gone about it well. Yes, Dabi admitted softly. This is why I want Explodo Kill taken out, Imoku said. He's interfering. Himiko followed him the other day. I heard about that, Imoku replied. She'd already told him. The injury didn't seem to slow him down. That's why you have to kill him. We will, Dabi assured him. With Twice being captured, the entire league would be after Explodo Kill. They'd go after Twice if they thought they could, but he'd already heard Twice wasn't being kept in remand, he was being kept in Tartarus, at least until his trial. He was getting a trial at least, so maybe there was an opportunity to retrieve him. He would have to see. I know, Imoku said. I appreciate the gesture to help, but it's not needed. Just focus on taking out Explodo Kill. As I said previously, go wild against him. Be seen, I don't care if it's fighting him, but just not at one of my facilities. Dabi couldn't help but smile at that. It was a quick twitch of his lips. We'll get him, boss. Imoku looked at him. Dabi was happy to see that most of the anger had dissipated. Imoku was a reasonable man. Good, he purred, before he rose and walked through Kurogiri. The warp villain gave Dabi a look before he too disappeared. The fire villain sighed. He couldn't help but feel he'd dodged a bullet there. He was grateful for that, but it didn't change the facts. They'd lost Twice. He balled his hands into fists. The vigilante would pay. FB. Did I do good, Izu? Imoku smiled down at his phone, even as he typed the reply. You did great, huh? It wasn't perfect. We barely got past the foyer. I know. It's not your fault. It was Explodo Kill's fault. It was Katsuki's fault. But it was also the League's for not noticing the vigilante was there. After all, he'd known Bakugo was staking out Biosimip, so really, it wasn't that hard to know, especially when you had the security cameras, which the League didn't. Such a pity that time was taken. Imoku nodded. I know. Tell TT that I don't blame him and that he should concentrate on taking out Explodo King. He'd already told Dabi that, but it never hurt to reinforce his orders. If anyone ever got this phone open, it was biometrically locked. It would be dangerous, but the nicknames meant that anyone who got a look at it would be confused. You can't tell him yourself? He could, but he'd already spoken to Dabi about the attack, and he didn't want to reveal that he knew more than he should about it. Paperwork. It was such a convenient excuse, and unfortunately true. They need you to talk to the Numu. The messages came in fast succession but were separate. It had taken him a long time to train Toga not to jumble the topic of conversation into the one message. He sighed at the message though. He didn't really have time to go to the League. He'd had to make time especially to talk to Dabi. And they mentioned this now via Toga. It probably meant the situation was getting serious. Dabi had confirmed that the original Numu had deteriorated over time. It was really only designed to be used and then disposed of. They had kept it for far longer than its design life. It was no surprise that it was breaking down. Using his quirk, he was able to get the Numu to trust him, to calm down. It was easy. The Numus might be an amalgamation of quirks, but they still responded to them. There was really only one way to deal with it. Let it go. They were Tamura's toys. You're sure? He was sure. Let it go. But Imoku thought. If the original had deteriorated, would the others? He pursed his lips slightly, thinking. Dabi had said they were all not as lively. He knew roughly how the Numu were created, but he hadn't ever immersed himself in the notes the scientists had left. Though, to be fair, it was a stretch to call them scientists. Hacks is the term he'd use. Torturers if he wasn't feeling charitable. High-end seemed to be fully functional, but he'd have to check with Dabi, who would probably remind him that it would be nice if they could check with the Numu's creators, except they were gone. Had been for years. It was really only good business sense to remove them. They were part of Tamura's League. They weren't necessary for his. Still, they could release the Numus as they became unusable or uncontrollable. It would give him a good gauge on the police and was one final service they could give to him. You did great, huh? She did great in getting the League to attack. And now, with twice being taken, they'd focus even more on Bakugo. If they did want to run wild, then they would. He did so hope Kaken was up to it. FB. Chapter 5. I'm sorry. Todoroki looked at his phone. The message was typed, but he hadn't pressed send. He was sorry but he was hesitating. He couldn't figure out why he'd done it. He wanted to explain why. Shudo couldn't even remember what he'd been arguing with Momo about. Nothing important. But had been feeling so frustrated, and without thinking he'd raised his hand. And froze. She'd looked up at him with wide eyes and Shudo had seen Momo open her mouth, ready to say something. He'd fled. He hadn't known what else to do. Todoroki had wandered for a while before he'd come into this coffee shop. He had ordered something. He wasn't even sure what it was and took the seat that was at the back of the store. He was nursing his drink now as he stared at his phone. The single question was running through his mind. But what had he almost? He grimaced. He didn't even want to think it but he had to. He had almost done that. But his mind provided the answer in far too much detail. Because that is what Endeavor did. Shudo could remember it, vaguely. His mother, Rei, had been sent away when he was young but he could still remember the way Endeavor had treated her when she was there. She was allowed to question domestic affairs, to a point. She was not allowed to question hero work or training. The only questions she could ask then was how the day had gone and what food was required to ensure optimal performance. But there were times he could remember when she questioned more. And Endeavor had shut her down. At first, he'd simply ignored her, then berated her, and then he had hit her. It hadn't been all the time but it had been enough that Shudo knew it was happening, had seen it happening. Of course, his father was now. Actually, Shudo didn't know where Endeavor was these days. His mother was in a nice little house and was getting therapy. He visited her once a week and she had told him she was seeing someone. He had been happy for her. But he had still done that. He'd still raised his hand, and he knew what he was about to do. And he just didn't know why. Shudo. His phone pinged. The message was from Momo. Since he was staring at his typed message, she would know he was there. Shudo, it's okay. The new message followed. It wasn't okay. He'd almost. You didn't do anything. He hadn't done anything. At least there was that. But that was this time. What about the next time? Would he be as restrained then? He didn't know. Shudo. Todoroki heaved a deep breath, closed his eyes and jammed his thumb on send before he lost his nerve. He was such a coward. His phone dinged to indicate the message was sent. I'm sorry. It's okay, Shudo. Momo replied quickly. Come home. She added. How could he go home? We can discuss it. It's not your fault. People were too ready to say that. If it wasn't his fault, then whose fault was it? He had done it. No one else. Your father never gave you a better example, but you aren't him. You are better than him. You stopped. You didn't do it. Momo was persistent. Come home so we can discuss it. He heaved another breath. He couldn't sit here forever. He could probably afford a hotel but that was just running from the issue. All right. He typed, pushing the glass of something away as he rose. He couldn't run forever. Todoroki walked to the door, giving a nod to the cashier before he walked out. The instant he got out though, everything changed. He could hear screams. There was the sound of gunshots and he looked up to the horizon. There was smoke in the distance. Shudo grimaced and pulled out his phone. I'm going to be late. He told Momo before he put it away. She'd see the news. It was his day off but with this much chaos he was sure he'd be called anyway. While legislation said he couldn't be a hero, the government had made sure that people were integrated. New jobs were offered. He had taken a position with the police, in special forces. It was the closest thing he could get to being a hero. At least the legislation was good for one thing. The Hero Public Safety Bureau assessments had made it clear to him that he wanted to be a hero, even if later that had no longer been an option. Still, he enjoyed being with the special forces, but he knew it wasn't quite the same. His phone rang. The caller ID told him it was Captain Shure. What's the location? Shudo asked, foregoing the pleasantries. Scene. I see the evidence, what is it? I'll text you the address, the captain told him. His phone beeped, and Todoroki looked down at the text. He knew where it was. Todoroki began running, holding his phone to his ear. It looks like one of the league's numus, but we aren't sure, the captain told him. Is there rest of the league there? Not that we've seen. I'll be there soon, Shudo reported, cutting off the call. It was still his day off, so the captain better appreciate this. Todoroki knew he was getting close when the stream of people fleeing the area got thicker. Todoroki pushed his way between them. Idiot, get away. Someone shouted at him. I'm with the police, he yelled back. That got some attention and a small path formed. It allowed him to get to the police line quicker. Shudo pulled out his badge. It might be his day off, but he still carried it. Your Quirk licensed? The officer forming the cordon asked. Yes. Get in there. Shudo took a few steps through the cordon. He could see buildings damaged and there was a fire in one. Best deal with that first. He stepped over to it and carefully laid his right hand on the side of it. He'd done this before at UA, but unlike UA, he didn't want to freeze the entire building, he just wanted to stop the fires. It required power, but a far more delicate touch. Thankfully Aizawa had ensured he had that control. At least with his ice. Frost appeared on the side of the building, but the flames died out. And he hadn't damaged the structural integrity. But he knew this wasn't what he was meant to deal with, and right on cue, a roar sounded. There was the sound of concrete shattering, and Shudo looked down the road to see something charging towards him. It was huge and black. He remembered it from the USJ. It had an exposed brain and an almost bird-like beak. It roared again. The sound of gunshots filled the air. Todoroki would like to say that the thing didn't even notice, but it did. The bullets did no damage, but it took note of where they were coming from and charged towards the cops who were hiding behind their cars. Shudo eked a wall of ice before it got there. He'd gotten better with them. In the past, his ice walls were opaque, now they were clear. There was some distortion, but he was no longer in any danger of losing sight of whatever was behind it. Thanks, Todoroki. The voice surprised him. Kirishima. The other special ops officer emerged. He had on his full tactical gear, but Shudo could see it was a bit battered. It got you? He asked. Just punched me, Kirishima told him. And it hits like Mirio. Todoroki hissed. He didn't need that reminder. In their first year of UA, the third-year Mirio had come to see their class with a couple of the other big names. He hit hard. You're okay? Fine. Kirishima waved off the concern, and Shudo could see that his quirk was active. You're okay? He asked again. Kirishima had a quirk license just like him, and his quirk was hardening, but that didn't harden everything. It was possible for Kirishima to be scrambled within even if he looked fine, and he'd probably think it manly not to mention that. Fine, he repeated. Here's an earbud, he added, holding out the device. Shudo took it and put it in his ear. The feed from operations was a soothing buzz. Is there a plan? He asked. Not yet, Kirishima replied. So, it's like that time? Shudo pressed. Kirishima grimaced, knowing exactly what he was referring to. Just after All for One's death, one of the League members had attacked. He was huge and had fought well. His name had been Gigantamachi, and he had been a pain to put down. Thankfully, none of the rest of the League had come out to play then. There was an unofficial rumor going around that Dabi had written a note to the police commissioner after Gigantamachi had been taken into custody, denying that the giant was a part of the League. No one believed it, but no one could do anything about it either. God, I hope not, the Special Forces officer said. Shudo nodded. He shared that hope, but he was practical. The League hadn't disappeared, but over the years they had gotten sneakier. He wondered what this thing was covering for, but he had no time for further questions as both their attentions were taken by the shattering of Shudo's ice wall. He reinforced it, but he already knew it was going to shatter. Mentally, he prepared to release a blast of fire if the ice was going to endanger anyone. The pneumo roared again as the ice crumbled. It crashed through the remains, and Shudo could feel its eyes on him. Somehow it knew he'd created the ice. Shudo wondered if the pneumo remembered him from USJ. Be aware of the others, the warning sounded in his ear. We have to fight it. Kirishima growled. Be aware of the others, the warning was repeated. We'll be careful, Shudo replied this time. He gave Kirishima a look. Commands sometimes just needed to hear what they wanted. The other man knew that. Do you think you can lure it there? Todoroki asked, pointing to a geyser of water formed by a ripped-up fire hydrant. I'll do what I can, Kirishima said and ran towards the Numu. At the last moment he veered away. Shudo was thankful for that. Kirishima was fast, but hopefully he remembered this particular Numu had been created to kill All Might. It was strong. But why had the League released it? What were they playing at? Has the League appeared anywhere? Shudo asked Command while he watched Kirishima dodge. The other man had gotten faster, and he never tried to meet the Numu head-on. He was using a technique that involved almost flowing around the attacks, redirecting them so they never hit. It was a good plan, especially against something this strong. There is nothing on the League. Initial reports indicate that this thing was released through some black liquid. Ujiko, Shudo identified the League member from her quirk. Even after all this time they didn't know much about her. Probably. Facilities are on alert, but there have been no other attacks. He nodded, recognizing the security inherent in the vagueness of the word facilities. Operations would not give away that information in case the League or anyone else was listening. He ran forward as Kirishima got close to the hydrant. The Numu was following him and didn't seem to mind the water. Clear! Shudo screamed as he slammed his right hand to the ground, into the pool of water. It froze instantly, and the ice raced over the water, trapping the Numu which was standing under the gush of water. It was odd to see the frozen spray of water, but Shudo could see that the Numu was mostly trapped. Its legs were frozen and one of its arms was trapped, but the rest was free. It made a noise, almost like a whine, and then he watched it rip itself free. Blood gushed, freezing on the ice, and Shudo gritted his teeth as the Numu moved. Without legs it collapsed, still hemorrhaging blood, but as he watched, he could see the flesh reforming. Hit it with fire. Kirishima yelled. Don't let it regenerate, he added the explanation. Todoroki remembered that the Numu had regenerated easily. He also remembered procedure, command, and the reports on the Numu. Despite the regeneration and the odd looks, even by today's society, this was still a man. Hold. Reason with it. It can't be reasoned with, Kirishima snarled into the calm. Shudo was expecting that answer. He stepped forward, making sure he made eye contact with the Numu that was still regenerating. It seemed slower than his memory, but it was definitely happening. Red bulbous flesh was sprouting and forming into new limbs. The bleeding had stopped. I don't want to hurt you, Todoroki said. He tried to sound calm. He wasn't sure how well he managed that, but from the disbelieving look Kirishima gave him, he either succeeded or failed spectacularly. He hoped it was succeeded. The Numu snapped its jaws at him. It was not an attack. Just a noise. Hopefully that meant it could talk, but Shudo remembered the report. This thing was mostly catatonic when captured. It was awake but unresponsive. I don't want to hurt you, he repeated. But you have to stand down. Another snap and the Numu's regeneration was complete. The Numu stood. Shudo tensed as he watched. This is stupid, Kirishima muttered but moved to support him. Will you come with me? Todoroki asked. The answer wasn't reassuring. The Numu charged, and this time there was a wild shine in its eye that was unmistakably mad. When Shudo had last seen this Numu, it was at the USJ. It had been powerful, but its eyes were different somehow, in control. There was no control here. It picked up a car and flung it at him. He'd learned his lesson about burning or freezing things midair and moved with Kirishima to dodge. We have to kill it, his old classmate told him. Reason with it, Command yelled into their ears. It can't be reasoned with, Kirishima argued. Something has enraged it, Shudo reported to Command. And no one here has the ability to calm it, he added. The League obviously did, since they'd kept it for so long, but equally obviously they turned it loose for some reason. Maybe they could no longer control it? That was the simplest answer, given the seemingly random nature of the attack. Command was checking to see if there was something else happening. Shudo had to deal with this now. And we just took off half its body and it didn't stop. Kirishima added as they continued to dodge. You are to continue to reason with it, Command repeated. Kirishima took out his earpiece. He looked at Shudo in askance. Todoroki knew his lips formed a thin line. He recognized manipulation when he heard it. What was command playing at? The easy answer was they wanted to study thing. He hoped it was for something more practical, like they had a lead on the league, but in private, he would say it was the first reason. He gave Kirishima a half smile. The other man had been through enough with him in UA to know what it meant. Todoroki was used to rebellion while seeming to obey. "I don't want to hurt you," he said to the Numu, dodging under one of its arms. It hissed at him and he barely managed to avoid the kick that followed. He'd forgotten how fast it could be. This thing had been created to kill All Might, and while Todoroki knew he was strong, he also knew he wasn't All Might. And that thought gave him some pleasure because it meant, despite everything else that had happened, his father's goal had never been fulfilled. "I don't want to hurt you," he repeated, sending a gout of flame at the still frozen hydrant. Water was leaking through at the bottom, forming a large puddle. Steam hissed and the area became muggy. Visibility wasn't impacted and the Numu charged towards him again. "I don't want to hurt you," Todoroki said again, this time as he manipulated the water on the ground, forming it into ice shards that appeared in jagged rows in front of the Numu. It ran straight into them, impaling itself. Blood flowed down the shards. Kirishima ran forward, raising his hands high, and hit the bottom of the shards the Numu was impaled on. The bottom shattered, letting the creature stand, still impaled. It made no move to remove the ice. Blood continued to pour from around the ice. Kirishima leapt back before the Numu could hit him. "Now what?" he asked. He'd figured out that Shudo was saying everything to keep command happy while actually doing what was necessary to keep them safe. The beat cops, those who had confronted this thing, would appreciate that more than obeying command. The shards of ice weren't going to constrain the creature much. It was strong enough to just ignore or punch straight through them. "You don't have to attack," Shudo told the Numu. It growled at him. It seemed to operate very simply. It attacked whatever attracted its attention. He was not the center of attention. For the Numu. "You can come with me," he continued. The Numu roared, showing off rounded teeth that lined its beak. Shudo saw it raise one hand. The movement was the same as his. He flinched but stood firm. He hadn't actually done anything. He wasn't his father. The swipe came down. Todoroki was already moving. He lunged forward, driving his left hand to the ground. There was water there. It boiled with the application of heat. The Numu screamed as it was steamed. But Shudo wasn't finished. It could regenerate, and while it had to have a limit, he didn't know what it was. He raised his left hand and sent a gout of fire towards the Numu. If he could carbonize the flesh, then there was a chance. He just had to make his fire hot enough. He could have tried to put the Numu into a state of suspended animation with could. Shudo was sure of his control with that part of his quirk. What he wasn't sure about was that if the Numu had any defenses against it. Probably not, since it had been designed to kill All Might, but in this, there could be no doubt. "Keep everyone away," Shudo ordered Kirishima. The other man gave him a look. It told him that only idiots would come close to this. Todoroki pet his head. Kirishima rolled his eyes. It was his agreement. He remembered the same incidents Shudo did. Todoroki kept his flame going. He felt hot, but at least he had better thermoregulation now. While he had passed his Hero Public Safety Bureau assessment, it had taken several years of therapy before he accepted that his fireside was his, not his father's. His control wasn't as good, but it did mean he could now use his ice far more. And fire when the case needed it. The Numu screamed and advanced. He was ready for it. The ice that had been impaling it was gone, but the wounds were now burned. They weren't cauterized and Shudo could see the way they were closing. But the rate was slower. He met the Numu's punch with more flame, stopping the creature. He willed his flame to be hotter. His brother could do this. Tuya's flames were usually blue. They burned very hot. His father could do it. His flame was yellow. Shudo pushed the thought aside. His brother could do it. He was better than a villain. Todoroki had been taught as a child to suppress his emotions. UA had taught him to HRNSS them. He did that now, using the thought to power his quirk. Shudo felt his fire burn hotter. He let the ice covering his right side creep over him. It melted on the left. The Numu screamed. It was remarkably human. It was human, Shudo remembers. He gritted his teeth. This had to be done or others would die. The smell of burning flesh assaulted his nose. He could tell from Kirishima's grimace that the other man smelt it as well. It was not a nice smell. Oils must. He wasn't going to be having steak anytime soon. He tried to hold his breath. Shudo knew he wasn't the only one. Kirishima was as well. The Numu continued screaming. "What are you doing?" Command screamed as well. Shudo saw a drone overhead. They'd seen. "It would not surrender," he replied. "Don't worry," Kirishima told him. "There's wounded and—" Todoroki knew what the pause meant. There had been casualties, or some of the wounded weren't expected to make it. Of course, they wouldn't. Not if they confronted this. His fire burned hotter. He probably didn't know them, but that wasn't the point. They were fellow police officers. They weren't meant to die. There was an odd hic from the Numu. Shudo didn't cease his fire, but he gestured to Kirishima. The man moved around the flame, his quirk active, but Todoroki could see the sweat pouring off him. This patch of road was going to need replacing too. Nearly, Kirishima reported. It was sick in a way. He was reporting on how close the Numu was to death. How close the man who had been changed was. This was the villainy of the League. "Stop it." Command actually commanded. "You can't kill it. Lethal force is the only thing that will be sufficient to contain this creature," Shudo replied. "That is true." Captain Shirai's voice came over the comm. Kirishima's eyebrow raised. "He likes you," he mouthed at Shudo. Captain Shirai was a stickler for the rules, but in this case, "It has already killed several officers," the captain continued to tell command. Whoever was on the comm at command huffed, and Shudo could almost feel their growl at him. "Just finish it, Shudo," Captain Shirai told him. He knew it was on another frequency. It gave him a burst of energy and he poured it into the flames. The Numu's cries ceased, but Shudo knew it may still regenerate. He didn't want to think of the pain he'd put it through. Regenerating even as burning. It was a sickening thought, but he did not let it affect him. He kept the flames up until he felt that there was nothing there to fuel his fire. Only then did he let them fade. It was only then that Shudo let himself breathe deeply. The Numu was gone. The cheer surprised him. He looked up. There appeared to be officers everywhere. They were grinning at him. They were cheering for him. Shudo staggered. Kirishima caught him. "That was manly," he congratulated him. Todoroki sighed. "It's what I'm paid for," he replied modestly. Kirishima gave him a look, but then there was lights and sirens and Shudo didn't remember much of anything. He recognized the symptoms of Quirk shock. A medic looked him over but said he'd be fine after a rest. After that, Shudo knew he accepted a drink and the thanks from everyone. He knew Kirishima put him into the back of a car and that they were at the station. Kirishima sat with him but didn't appear to know what to do. There was no other attack, the hardening quirk user told him. They were alone in the room. Debriefing, Shudo realized. Todoroki didn't reply. He'd told Momo he'd be late, but this was beyond late. He should message her. He was about to pull out his phone when the door opened and a man entered. It wasn't the captain. The man had green hair and a very well-tailored suit. Shudo recognized that because he knew what they looked like. Endeavor had similar suits. There was a ribbon rose on the man's lapel and Shudo thought he should recognize him. Green eyes met his and the feeling of familiarity grew, but he still couldn't place the man. "You did good work today, both you," the man said. "Thank you, sir," Kirishima said. He was standing ramrod straight. Shudo inferred that he knew who this was. And since the man hadn't introduced himself, he expected to be recognized. He wasn't police. Shudo could conclude that much. If he was command, he would be upset, and in uniform, so he had to be someone else. Politics. That was the only explanation for why someone was allowed here. "You need to keep drinking, Shudo," the man said to him, nodding at the cup in front of him. Guiltily, Shudo picked it up and took another sip. "Representative Kakaridi, sir," Kirishima said formally. That's who this was. Todoroki was controlled enough not to let his surprise show, but from the twinkle in the politician's eye, he somehow knew that Shudo had only just realized his identity. "May I ask why you are here?" Kirishima asked. "Of course, though, please sit. You both have had a long day," the representative said, gesturing to the chairs. This was a debrief room, not an interrogation room, which meant it was set up more gently. The chairs were softer and more inviting. There was no place to affix the perp's chains and things like that. It was more like a coffee break room, without the coffee facilities. The representative sat opposite them. With the restorative drink beginning to take hold, Shudo looked over at Imoku. He was well-dressed and radiated a pleasant air. He didn't feel like some of the politicians Shudo had met growing up, those whose favor endeavor was currying, or those seeking to curry favor. This was a man who had power, and was sure of his power and who didn't need to SCK up to anyone. Shudo rather liked the way he felt. There was something in the way Kirishima was sitting that told him Imoku was dangerous. More so than the simple fact he was a representative, a member of parliament, the same parliament who had made the assessments and who had voted on hero reintegration. Counter to all of that, Todoroki remembered that this was also the representative who had arranged for Tuya to be heard. Endeavor had found out every sordid detail about the arrangement, only to find there was nothing he could use. Kakaridi had simply ensured that Dabi was Tuya and had provided those proofs to the TV network. From there, the network had run with the story. Endeavor had also looked into Kakaridi's past. It was clean. Squeaky clean. The former hero had been enraged about that, and while Shudo had been pleased at the time, because anything that frustrated his father was good, he was also forced to admit that it was a little suspicious. No politician was that clean. Yet Kakaridi apparently was. "I came to congratulate you," Representative Kakaridi told them. "Congratulate us?" Kirishima asked. Imoka gave them a look, but then he smiled. "I admit, it's not normal," the politician laughed. "But I was here to see something else when I heard the dispatch. You were both very brave." "Thank you, sir," Shudo said before taking another sip from his drink. It was mostly sugar water with some flavoring. It was designed to replace energy lost after overusing or straining a quirk. He hated the taste. He'd practically lived on this stuff with Endeavor. "Though you need to be careful," Imoku added, and reached into a pocket. He pulled out some sort of foil-wrapped bar. "Here," he said, tossing it gently towards Shudo. He caught it and looked at it. It was a high-calorie energy bar. "You need it," the politician said. He did. Todoroki nodded his thanks, except he wondered, why did the politician have one? Many people had high-output quirks and needed these things, but a politician didn't. He was being an idiot. Imoka had probably requested one, to appear friendly. It was a friendly gesture though. "You will both go far in the police," Imoka said. It was a nice statement. Kirishima grinned. "If you remember a few things." It was subtle, but Shudo could see the way Kirishima's face changed. The politician hadn't said anything bad, but it was a clear rebuke. "We had to kill it, sir," Kirishima said. Imoku's green eyes examined him. They were piercing. "Him," he corrected. "No matter what else you might think, you had to kill him." Kakaridi frowned, and from the tone of his voice he was searching for the correct word. "What were they called?" "Num, sir," Shudo provided the answer. "Ah yes, Num. Thank you. You have to remember that the Numu are human. No matter what the League has done to them, no matter how they have been twisted and changed, the Numu are human. You killed someone today." It was a sobering thought. Shudo felt sick as he thought about it. It wasn't the first time. Special forces took the hardest cases, and most times the culprit didn't want to surrender. Suicide by cop. Except, this was a Numu. From what he understood, it really wasn't thinking. Todoroki wasn't sure that made it any better. He glanced at Kirishima. The other man had told the same things he had. "I don't say this to be cruel, Representative Kakaridi." "Then why have you brought it up, Representative?" Kirishima asked. Imoka's eyes were fixed on Shudo. They didn't move even as he acknowledged Kirishima's question. "I say it to remind you. You are both police operatives. Your captain assures me you are two of the best, but were you trained as heroes? It is important for you to remember that there is a difference between a hero and a police officer." Todoroki would have said there was a sharp needling in Imoka's voice, but there was nothing. He was simply stating facts, but Shudo wasn't. Foolish. He knew the representative was insinuating something far more. The representative reached into one of his pockets, pulling out a photo. Kirishima took it. Who is this? It is believed this man was the base of the Numu. Kirishima almost dropped the image. Shudo took it when the other man pushed it towards him. He glanced down. There was no resemblance. Todoroki was thankful for that. The public expect different things from the police than they did heroes. Thus I emphasize the difference. The police are the guardians of the law, they uphold it. Heroes were. Representative Kakuridi sighed heavily. Too often were they considered above the law. Shudo didn't need anything to interpret the look the representative was giving him. There was a myriad of doubt, there was a lot of reminder about his father and his father's actions. He felt sick again, for an entirely different reason, and couldn't help but swallow at the memory from earlier in the day. It had nothing to do with the Numo, but he was sure Imoku thought it did. Will we be charged? Kirishima asked. There was a note of worry in his tone. That is up to the department, Imoku told him, finally turning away from Shudo. It may also depend if that man's family presses any charges. Charges? Kirishima almost yelled. I'm no expert in law, but there may be some to answer, the representative said, waving one hand. Todoroki wanted to snort. No expert in law? The representative might not have a formal qualification in law, he wasn't actually sure, but the man made up many amendments to law and had them introduced through Parliament. He knew more than enough about the law. It is something for you to remember, going forward, that the police are not above the law. They are not heroes. I ask you to remember, not just because the police are the guardians of the law but for your own mental stability. Shudo nodded. He wanted the representative to leave. Kirishima gave off the same air. Surely the man could feel it. From the smile on his face, Todoroki knew he did, and if in answer to his thoughts, the representative rose. You need to be debriefed, he said, and I've taken up enough time. My congratulations again, he added, turning to the door. Thank you, Representative Kakuridi, Shudo said. He kept his face blank but allowed a small smile to crease his features. Imoku Kakuridi looked back at him. There was a challenge in his eyes. I hope you listen, Shudo, we don't want another Dabi, the representative added before leaving. Shudo forced himself to count to 10. Then he increased the number to 20 and started counting in reverse. Kirishima just stared. What the? Kirishima gasped. What the hell was he going on about? That was way out of line. Maybe, Shudo replied. Maybe not, he thought to himself. With what had happened earlier, the warning was. He was being warned against becoming the wrong Todoroki. Yet becoming like his father was what he feared, not his brother, no matter what the villain and done. There's nothing we can do about it, Shudo added. That brought Kirishima up short. It was the truth. They couldn't complain about the representative because while the conversation had no doubt been recorded, there was nothing that bad. Not to anyone listening, and the representative's warning was one that the captain would no doubt repeat. Shudo looked at Kirishima. When he came in, you tensed, he made the observation. He's a representative. Kirishima said. You mean you didn't? He questioned. Todoroki just gave him a look. Kirishima tensing was more than just the fact the man was a member of the House of Representatives. Kirishima sighed. You know I keep in touch with everyone, he said finally. Shudo almost smiled. He still had the look. He nodded, downing the last of his drink. Let's just say the foul mouth has some interesting theories. It took Shudo a moment to translate the sentence, and when he did, he understood the reason for Kirishima's code, even if it was a bad code. Bakugu was wanted for vigilantism. If it got out that Kirishima still had contact with him then, well, that would not end well. Tell me later, he instructed as the captain walked in. Captain Shure looked grim. It was to be expected given what had happened today. You've got the next 2 days off, Todoroki. But you will be expected to see the counselor before you are cleared for duty again. Shudo nodded. That was standard procedure. And, he didn't shudder, but it was a close thing. It would give him time to talk to Momo. He hoped he could tell her what was wrong, but he suspected she already knew. You too, Kirishima, came the addition. The captain sighed, but seemed happy that they hadn't argued. Now, let's get on with this debriefing, he said, moving on to business. Again, Shudo nodded. He had a feeling this talk was going to be easier than the one waiting for him at home. The fact that there was a talk waiting for him at home proved that he wasn't his father. He had to focus on that. FB. Chapter 6. There were reasons Izawa preferred drinking alone, at home. He just didn't enjoy sitting with others who were being rowdy in a bad part of town. He didn't understand how they could get drunk here. They knew what they did to people in that state. Did they not think they could be prey? Even so, Shoyuta knew how to dress to look the part. He knew how to act to look the part, but he didn't like it. He knew how to hide that too, to look the part. Even in Osaka. Which is where he currently was. He wasn't entirely sure why Bakugo had said to come here, but they could hold this conversation anywhere. His finances are clean, the former underground hero told Katsuki. What do you FING mean clean? Bakugo spat. They are clean, Izawa repeated. Unlike the glasses here. He ran his thumb over the rim of the schooner he was drinking, removing the lipstick smudge. He really hated that his mind provided an image of the League's former bars. The glasses there, even with the dust caused by the destruction, had been clean. What did it say when he thought that the League's stronghold was better than this bar? It meant that the warp villain was a good bartender. He sighed. Bakugo didn't appear to be having any such problem. The blonde was happily drinking his beer. He looked at home here. There has to be something. Shoyuta looked at Bakugo, raising one eyebrow, questioning his assertion. He should know better. Shitty Deku is FENG funneling money. There has to be gaps, the vigilante corrected. There are two ways for his finances to be that clean, Izawa mused. Bakugo might not have his experience, but Shoyuta had to admit that the young man had a sense for these things. And a will to take down Representative Kakuridi that no one else seemed to possess. Plenty former heroes, or students didn't like the man but they lacked the will to do anything about it. Bakugo had never lacked that. They really are that clean, but since you assure me that they can't be, we will consider the second option. Which is? That he's the best forger I've ever seen, Shoyuta told him. Which he sighed, might actually be the truth. Katsuki gave him a look, before taking pull from his pint. He never claims government expenses on travel, Izawa told him. The BSTRD uses a chopper. Bakugo objected. Shoyuta didn't deny it. Representative Kakuridi was known to use a helicopter for short hops. It was his business helicopter. Izawa knew a couple of journalists who had salivated when they'd found out. They'd never actually published, because there was no scandal. Business, Shoyuta told him. Tripping up politicians on expense claims was the easy way to create scandal. Representative Kakuridi had apparently paid attention to the past. He was scrupulous in his dealings there. He was on record as saying that the use of his helicopter for government business was something he did for the public good. He didn't even make it a donation, so there was no tax deduction there either. Food, entertainment? Nothing. When he's at the Parliament building, he eats at the cafeteria. And the few expense claims he's put in for food have been verified very carefully. And he doesn't put in entertainment claims. All of that was public record. Junior reporters looked at those records every day hoping for a misstep from any politician they could scandalize. Bakugo shook his head. Not claims. Has Deku received anything he shouldn't have? Shoyuta shook his head. It was possible Kakuridi had been given gifts, but if he had been, he wasn't flaunting them. There's a few minor things that he declared. A moderately priced sake from the Indonesian ambassador. A high-precision magnetic trinket from a business associate. Things like that. None of the amounts were outrageous, and they were all correct. Izawa had verified the prices himself. On paper, Representative Imoku Kakuridi was clean. It just confirmed the thought he was knee-deep in the league. Except they couldn't prove it. And Izawa was sure that even if he got unfettered access to Kakuridi's finances, there wouldn't be much to find. The man seemed to be one of those villains who was meticulous, careful, and didn't like to brag. Except he did. Just with the right circumstances. Shitty Deku is not a saint, Bakugo growled. He's not, but he's very careful, Izawa agreed, looking sharply at the vigilante. Do you think you could get another meeting with him? The question might appear sudden, but Katsuki understood what he was asking. Not likely, he snorted, before swallowing the last of his beer. His bodyguards would probably restrain me on sight. Shoyuta couldn't help the amused look he gave Bakugo. What about privately? His apartment building has security. That was an interesting statement. Aizawa implied that Katsuki had already been caught by the security for him to reply that way. He wouldn't meet with you? Bakugo turned the question around. Not after last time, Shoyuta was forced to admit. Katsuki snorted, slamming his empty glass down. If I could get 5 minutes, no 2 minutes alone with him, I'd have that Deku begging to tell me everything. And he would have anything he said suppressed in 30 seconds, and you in Tartarus in another 30. It was a flippant statement, but the representative's legal team probably was that good. Bakugo growled at the rejoiner, but didn't dispute it. He pushed back his chair suddenly, and after a glare stalked over the bar. Aizawa heaved a mental sigh. The boy was still touchy but had a good grasp on reality because that was the reality of Katsuki's desire. If he so much as touched Imoku without proof, then the representative would bring the law down on the vigilante, and it wouldn't be a slap on the wrist. Shoyuta could guarantee, Kakuridi would not show mercy. And once Bakugo was in Tartarus, or even in remand, he is good, but the League simply had more people. The League would think nothing of sacrificing pawns to get rid of the vigilante. The explosive vigilante seemed to forget they were the underdog here. They had to be careful. Even if he didn't like it. Especially if he didn't like it. Shoyuta drank another mouthful of beer. Bakugo would be sensible. Ujiko enjoyed the privileges her quirk gave her. Sure, it wasn't the same as Kurojire's, but it was still a warp quirk, and in her society, that made her practically untouchable. In a fight, everyone knew she'd just warp you away, probably straight into the fighting den Dabi ran. No one wanted to face the Numus. And you didn't want to upset her for other reasons, simply because warp quirks were so valuable. Add in the fact she was a member of the League of Villains, and in the underworld, she was practically a queen. She never felt bad about accepting drinks from people wanting favors. She did her part. Even if that part wasn't strictly speaking combat. She also kept the League's secrets. She helped keep the League safe. Imoku thought he was completely hidden. Their unknown boss. There were plenty of people out there who suspected him. She'd had to keep him safe more than once, especially early on, when people saw him profiting from the League's actions. She'd insinuated that he was paying them, which he was, and that had settled them. But those who she'd settled knew about him. Maybe that's how Overhaul had found him? Fujiko shrugged. That had turned out okay, and she still followed Imoku, even when he killed Tamura. So she was a good member. But she did like to ensure she had contingencies. That's why, even though she helped Kurojire with the DLVRY business, and helped Dabi with other things, she kept a few private interests. It wasn't that hard. All she had to do was make sure she wasn't caught, and with a warp quirk, she had people willing to be her lackeys. And she made sure to keep things separate from the League. Dabi was in Tokyo, so she took Osaka. It wasn't like the commute was bad. Your usual? Tsukisoi, the bartender asked. Ujiko nodded and strutted to the back corner. That was her place. Everyone here knew it, and the table was empty. A few times it hadn't been, and that had been unfortunate. She sat down, leaning against the wall. No one would approach until her drink arrived. Ujiko looked around. There was a few new people in tonight. Ujiko liked this bar because it had a reasonably large itinerant turnover. That meant her activities were hidden, and if someone came too often, it was noticed unless they were one of the regulars. She let her eyes examine the newbies. One was blonde. His hair was slicked back. Early 20s with red eyes. He was sitting at the bar, nursing a beer. The other was older. Black hair, and squinty eyes with large bags underneath. He was dressed in black, which in the relative gloom of the bar made it hard to discern him. She didn't like him, but he hadn't done anything yet. Tsukisoi brought her drink. He sat down briefly. Long night? He always asked. It was a ritual, and Ujiko had gotten used to it. If there was any expected trouble, he told her then, but usually there was nothing. Maybe, she told him, reaching out for the glass. It would depend on business. Depends on if I get someone new. Despite how her quirk worked, she had a steady stream of customers who needed discreet transportation. She had kept a low profile over the years. Sure, the cops knew that she was a member of the League of Villains, but she hadn't actually done that much stuff. As a result, she was relatively free to travel and provided transport to others. They are having a bit of a tiff, Tsukisoi told her about the bar and the newcomers she had noted earlier. Ujiko took a sip, but her expression relayed her question. They came in together, he explained, his eyes flickering as if to indicate the people behind him. Ah, she said, putting down the glass. Ujiko shrugged. No trouble. He considered it. I don't think so, he said, rising. The bartender couldn't leave the bar unattended for too long, and she nodded as he left. Ujiko already knew by the time she finished her drink the next one would be waiting. She took another sip and watched as the blonde picked up his beer and stomped back to the table the other newbie was sitting at. He appeared angry but resigned. The black-haired man appeared. Wasn't that interesting? He was controlled, but she thought she detected the slightest hint of a smug smile. Having the blonde return to the table was probably his victory. Ujiko sat back. The two of them might just be here for the night, but at least they'd make the night interesting. It took Aizawa a moment to realize Katsuki wasn't actually glaring at him when the blonde returned. The vigilante slammed his pint down, sloshing beer over the rim onto the table. He kept glaring. To anyone watching, it would seem as if Bakugo was glaring at him, but Shoyuta could see the focus of his former student's eyes. He was watching something, someone behind him. Are you going to be reasonable? The former underground hero asked, knowing that if anyone was watching, some sort of conversation was expected. Not about Deku, Katsuki spat. Aizawa nodded, but he flicked his eyes to indicate he'd caught on to Bakugo's interest, even if he didn't know exactly what it was. But we should focus on the others, Bakugo continued. Shoyuta felt excitement stir at the statement. His back suddenly itched. There was no one really looking, he knew that, but there was someone behind him. He hadn't got to pick the table. Bakugo had. It was near the center of the bar. He would have taken one against a wall. He had though managed to ensure he was sitting facing the door. Maybe that wasn't such a good choice. You have a plan for them? He asked, fishing for an answer as to who Bakugo had spotted. Working on it, the vigilante replied, lifting his pint. He took a few gulps. It was all very normal. Shoyuta felt somewhat proud. He couldn't and didn't want to claim all of Bakugo's skills as taught by him, but he had given the boy a foundation. And Katsuki learned his lessons well. Aizawa forced himself to gulp another slug of his drink as he waited for Bakugo to tell him something relevant. You know the one I said was new? Bakugo asked suddenly. He thought back over the conversations they'd had over the last little bit. When had Katsuki mentioned a new member of the league? Right at the beginning. In his storage shed. He pet his head at the memory. Bakugo grinned. Really? Yes. You planned this, Aizawa accused. Bakugo was fighting in Dabi's Osaka ring, but it wasn't just to avoid notice in Tokyo. Katsuki didn't even look guilty, but Shoyuta knew his statement was the truth. He could leave. That would throw Bakugo's plan out the window, but this was a chance. And they needed a chance. He sighed. If it was the one he thought it was, then he needed to be sitting where Bakugo was. Gonna PSS, he announced, rising. Bakugo was good, but it was still amusing to see the faint look of shock on his face. It was as if he thought he'd have to nurse Shoyuta through this entire affair. He was almost insulted. He'd been taking down villains since before Katsuki was in diapers. Shoyuta made his way to the lav, and in case anyone was watching, he did urinate. He half expected Katsuki to follow him, but he hadn't, and after washing his hands, Aizawa returned, stopping at the bar to order another drink. He wasn't planning on actually drinking it, but it would keep up the act. He glanced to his table. Katsuki had moved to where he had been sitting, and was now drinking what was left of the drink Shoyuta had left. He huffed theatrically, looking to the bartender, who simply nodded at him and poured another pint. Shoyuta took them back to the table, taking the opportunity to examine the tables he hadn't been looking at. It was obvious who Bakugo was paying attention to. The woman was ensconced in the corner. She didn't look to be anything special, but that wasn't the point. If this was Ujiko, then it was an opportunity to capture one of the key league members. He assessed the rest of the bar. She was sitting alone, but he wasn't green enough to trust that was the truth. On the other hand, no one looked like they were her lackeys. Even so, he had to give Katsuki props for turning his back on her. Thanks, Bakugo said, taking the pint as he slouched back into the chair. So, do we want to continue as we have been? Aizawa asked. I'll look into things and you do the legwork? Katsuki grinned. He understood the code. Then let's do this. FB. Ujiko watched the two newbies as she sipped at her drink, but they were kind of boring. The only amusement was when the black-haired man went to the lab and came back, only to find that his companion had stolen the last of his drink. He appeared resigned as he bought another. It was a petty form of argument, but it was fun to watch. He sat back down, now facing her, but she couldn't see much as the blonde was shielding him. She took a sip of her drink and looked around the bar. It would be a quiet night. At least, that's what she thought until there was a shout. It accompanied a crash and Ujiko looked up to see the blonde barreling towards her. There were explosions coming from his palms. She knew him. Explodo kill. Ujiko's face twisted into a smile and she activated her quirk. At least she tried to. She saw a second set of red eyes before Explodo kill barreled into her. No one had ever accused the vigilante of being stupid. His went for the throat, and she was slammed into the wall, his hand tightly gripping her. The implication was obvious. If she tried to activate her quirk, he would squeeze. Ujiko looked around him. The black-haired man was rising. His eyes looked raw, but they were black again. She hissed. She knew who he had to be now. Erase her head. Imoku was not going to be pleased. You're slow, Beach, Explodo kill mocked. And far too reliant on your shitty quirk. She glared at him. It hurt to realize it was true. You are coming with us, Beach, Explodo kill growled at her. No one in the bar moved. You think you can hold me? She challenged. Explodo kill squeezed. It was hard to breathe, but Ujiko made sure her face was blank. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Oh, I think so. I'm not the police, he chuckled. He set off explosions in his free hand. Eraserhead stood. Let's go, he told the vigilante. Moonlighting is very much frowned upon, Ujiko told him. Imoku had assured that. Vigilantism had harsh penalties, and they were more heavily applied to former heroes. The law had to be maintained. One of the bar regulars jumped towards them. Explodo kill didn't even glance away. An explosion caught the man, sending him flying back into the wall. Who wants some? Explodo kill laughed. Let's go, Eraserhead repeated, holding out something. Explodo kill took whatever it was and grinned at her. His teeth caught on his lips, giving him a sinister look. He carefully took his hand from her throat to grab at her hands. Tsuki soy. She cried. The barman looked at her. He pet his head. Ujiko hissed. After all the things she'd done for him. This was the gratitude she got. Explodo kill laughed, and Ujiko felt something locked around her hands. She tried to activate her quirk again, but nothing happened. She knew what that felt like. Her eyes widened. Idiot, Explodo kill told her, and began dragging her. Ujiko looked down at her hands. She recognized the cuffs. Quirk suppressant. She pulled back. Explodo kill was stronger. He didn't even look back at her. She'd really effed this up. But Ujiko remained stoic. All she needed was a chance. A few seconds. That's all she needed to get away. She could turn this around. She would turn this around. She just needed the chance. Ujiko stared at the officers. They were looking at her with flat eyes. Explodo kill had given her over to Eraserhead, who had called someone from the police. They had come up with some story about how the off-duty officer had arrested her. The man, Kirishima, had grinned at her and dragged her back to the station. It wasn't his regular station. He was on leave, but the police were the police. She'd been here for hours. Surely the League knew she was here. Couldn't Kurojiiri do something? And now she was in interrogation. We know when you are lying, an older officer told her. His eyes were unnaturally opened wide and gray was touching his temples. She huffed. All right, Ujiko spat. If the League wasn't going to do anything, then she'd have to get herself out of here. And if that cost Imoku a bit to cover up, well, so be it. She just lost her businesses. Given that Dabi had told her to stop them, indicating it was Imoku's order, he owed her already. Maybe. Imoku had ordered them to get rid of Explodo-Kill, but what if he just wanted Explodo-Kill to get rid of them? Imoku wasn't a proper villain anyway. Not like Sensei. It would serve him right for her to cause him trouble. What do you want to know? Everything, the officer told her. Start at the top. What, at Dabi? Not Dabi. We want to know the real leader. Ujiko worried one lip slightly. Okay, she said slowly. She couldn't be too eager. No doubt Imoku would get the transcripts. I think you've said enough. The voice came from the door. Ujiko wasn't the only one who looked over. A woman stood there in a sharp suit. The blazer was fitted over a tight red dress. It should look slutty, but it was classy. The suit screamed money. This wasn't a woman who was going to be messed with. Who are you? The officer demanded. Detective Tsukachi. The woman nodded at the officer with a small smile. You are quite a ways from Tokyo, but the procedures are the same, even in the sticks. I'm her lawyer. Haika Kuno Bengoshi. Ujiko had never heard of her. Not surprising. Imoku would have called the closest lawyer in and told them exactly what to do. Finally, I would like to speak with my client, Haika Kuno said in that tone all lawyers could take. It said without words that the police had better obey or she would make their lives miserable. Of course, Bengoshi. The officers looked disappointed. Ujiko smiled viciously at them as they left the room. The woman took their place, looking over at Ujiko. The warp villain examined her. The woman was thin. She had brown hair styled in curls down to her shoulder blades. It looked artfully messy without a single strand being out of place. Her makeup was similarly perfect. This was a woman who knew she looked good and used that as just another weapon. She put a small leather-bound pocket on the interrogation table. You can get me out? Ujiko didn't bother with pleasantries. Haika Kuno smiled at her. It was surprisingly warm and real. She opened the satchel of papers. How did you get taken? She asked. That FING vigilante, Explodo-Kill. Her lawyer nodded. Wrongful arrest by vigilante, she murmured, though the police will fight that. That's what happened. Ujiko objected. That's not what their records say happened, Haika Kuno told her. Arresting officer, Eijiro Kirishima. Only after Explodo-Kill. You can prove that? There are witnesses? Ujiko thought back to the bar and the way Tsukisoi had looked at her. She remembered the way the others had looked. She bit her lip. She didn't like the answer. Maybe not, she had to admit. Haika Kuno sighed. I'll work on that, she promised. You can still get me out, right? Ujiko pressed. Of course, the woman said. It's just a matter of finding the right reason, she added comfortingly. Who else was there? Eraserhead. Ujiko spat. If he hadn't been there, Explodo-Kill wouldn't have been a problem. The vigilante would be somewhere far away at the moment. Interesting, except again the police haven't noted him, Haika Kuno said. They are liars. That may be, but for the moment you are in their system. Well, he was there. That has to mean something. Oh, it does, Bengoshi allowed with a smile. She took a few notes. The penalties for former heroes engaging in vigilantism are quite high. Ujiko nodded her agreement, but that wasn't the real issue here. When can I get out? She asked. She really didn't like the walls. Haika Kuno looked at her. When we find the right reason. She held up one perfectly manicured hand. Her nail polish was the exact same shade of red as her dress. The law is simply a series of procedures and technicalities. The police have to stick to procedures, and to get you out, it's just a matter of finding the procedure they didn't follow. Ujiko nodded. She wasn't familiar with the procedures, but the explanation made sense. But I am curious, Haika Kuno continued. I didn't hear the entire conversation with Detective Tsukachi, but he was asking about the real leader. Again Ujiko nodded. The officer had asked. What were you about to tell him? She thought back the few minutes to then. Ujiko was controlled enough not to flinch. Haika Kuno would have heard her say, "Hey." I wasn't going to say anything, she said defensively. Really? There was a note of mocking doubt in the woman's tone. I wasn't. Ujiko defended. The boss sent me to get you out, Haika Kuno said. So I will get you out. I'm asking for my curiosity. The statement was meant to make Ujiko feel at ease. It didn't. Sure, the lawyer might have been sent by the boss, but the villain wasn't about to get all buddy-buddy. I was going to tell them Kurojiri. Ujiko lied. Technically he's my boss, right? The woman gave a small chuckle. Technically, she nodded her agreement. Ujiko resisted the urge to frown. There was something wrong with that chuckle, and while the lawyer had been sent by the League, how much did she know? The internal workings weren't meant to be that open, and knowing that Kurojiri was technically the manager of the League's transport business was not something others were meant to know. They could infer it. It was ridiculously easy to infer, especially given knowledge of the League's quirks, but they weren't meant to know it. Haika-kuno knew it. Bengoshi leaned forward, putting one elbow on the table and leaning into it, resting her head on her hand. I don't believe you. The statement was cold. Ujiko snorted, recognizing the tactic. If she wasn't going to be friendly, then the woman was going to try to threaten her. It was a power play. This wasn't the lawyer's job. You don't have to believe me, she snapped, ping her head to make it plain that, despite the cuffs, she was the one in control. This woman was just working for the League. She was just some uppity lawyer, and she'd better do her job. You just have to get me out of here. Haika-kuno waved one perfectly manicured hand. I'll get you out of here, but I have to report to the boss as well, and I think you were about to. Say his name. I'm not that stupid, Ujiko retorted. That's why I haven't needed personal supervision, like Toga. She'll blab the instant anyone looks at her funny. Sheesh. Toga was the one Imoku had kept close, and it sure as hell wasn't for her charming personality. It was because she was dumb. She thought her ability was perfect, but Ujiko knew Imoku was keeping her close to ensure she didn't blab. Of all the League, Toga was a weak link. The lawyer smiled thinly. She pulled a tablet out of her document pocket. That's not what the transcript indicates, she said, holding up the tablet to display a screen. These days, transcripts of interrogations were simply digitized from the mics in the room. They were virtually instantaneous. And since it was all automatic, there was no question about what happened. Her nails highlighted the words. DNT, we know when you are lying. Perp, all right. What do you want to know? DNT, everything. Start at the top. Perp, what at Dobby? DNT, not Dobby. We want to know the real leader. Perp, Haika-kuno tapped at the final word. Ujiko winced. Laid out in text it looked bad. I had to say something, she growled. There was a ping. Haika-kuno put the tablet down and reached into her jacket pocket. She pulled out a small phone. She read the message. That's what I thought, she murmured, before putting the phone back into her pocket. Haika-kuno looked up and smiled. It was not a nice smile. She raised one hand and scratched at her neck, just behind her ear, before she flipped her hand forward. Ujiko had braced at the smile, but she hadn't expected the knife. Her eyes widened as it thunked into her shoulder. Huh! There was a commotion from outside. The police couldn't record the encounter, but they could watch. Another knife followed as Haika-kuno rose. Ujiko couldn't defend herself. Her hands were chained to the table and she couldn't move. Ujiko's breath left her and she tasted blood. The boss is tired of your side businesses, Haika-kuno said, and Ujiko's eyes widened as her form melted. Toga, she managed to say. Her eyes fixed on the other member of the League of Villains, but her vision was narrowing. Toga might be a moron, but she knew her way around a knife. The vicious smile with a melting face was haunting. And since you were about to blab, you are a liability, she added, her voice changing from the sophisticated woman into Toga's usual high-pitched babble. Toga turned her grin to the door. Bye-bye. A swirl of darkness appeared behind Toga and enveloped her, vanishing just as the bullets hit the wall. Ujiko stared at the spot as her breathing became wet. The cops were yelling at her. Someone pushed her chest. There was nothing SXL about the motion. They were trying to stem the blood flow. It didn't matter. Blood loss wasn't the problem. The steel in her heart was. 1,000 things flowed through her mind, but one stayed with clarity. He'd planned this. Ujiko choked on blood. She tried to say his name but couldn't. Her vision was dark, but she could see Imoku in her mind's eye. He was watching her with those sharp green eyes that saw so much. He had been chosen by Sensei, and even dying she felt an absurd thankfulness that he hadn't taken her quirk even if he had killed her. He had planned this, and as she breathed her last, Ujiko had the final thought. What else had he planned? FB. God damn you worthless arseholes. It was fair to say Bakugo was in a bad mood. He was raging on a beach which was strewn with rubbish. We had him, he raged. Aizawa couldn't agree with that. They had Ujiko, not Imoku. She had confirmed that the real boss of the league wasn't Dabi, and according to the transcript, she had been about to reveal who that was when her lawyer arrived. That was probably what was pissing off Katsuki. Police were meant to check that no one was using a quirk when they went into those rooms. Especially when they presented as a lawyer. The station was insisting the checks had been done but that this Haika Kuno Bengoshi came up clean. Please, even the name was suspect. How could they not have noticed? And now Ujiko was dead. They knew Kurojiri was alive and well, and active, and Toga had gotten away. And they had nothing on Imoku. If he was the boss of the league, he was very, very good at ensuring no one knew it. Aizawa hissed as watched Bakugo rage. At least the vigilante's frustration was cleaning up a part of the beach, even if it was just detonating the garbage. Most villains made mistakes. They liked to brag. It was what made them villains. He thought about the cases he'd had as an underground hero. There was always something the villain did wrong. Even the most frustrating cases, even the most clever of them. He refused to believe that Imoku was not making a mistake somewhere. They just had to find it. But he wasn't making it easy. He'd had the horrible thought that maybe Imoku Kakuridi was exactly who he appeared to be. It was not an easy thought, but it was logical. Maybe the real villain was just making them think he was Kakuridi. Aizawa refused to dwell on that. No villain was that smart. And there were simply too many questions about Kakuridi. Bakugo was also positive that Imoku was the bad guy. While as a teen he had been assessed out of the hero program, that didn't change his instinct. Katsuki was brash but he had good skills. And Imoku had apparently spoken to him. It had taken a while but Shoyuta had gotten a bad vid feed from that encounter. It was wobbly and blurred and taken from a phone, but there was something in the way Imoku had moved. It was more than confidence, it was something that told Aizawa that the politician had never been in doubt as to the outcome. And then afterwards, when Bakugo was on the ground, it was hard to see but Kakuridi had just radiated smugness. For a politician, it wasn't unusual, but after confronting someone that young, it wasn't right. There was a footfall from behind him. Shoyuta turned. Kirishima stood there. His head was bowed. "I'm sorry," the Special Forces member said. Shoyuta gave his acknowledgement but turned back to Bakugo. He was still swearing, and while he was generally quite repetitive, once he got going, he displayed the breadth of his vocabulary in that particular aspect of speech. "It's not your fault," Aizawa told Kirishima. "We should have put her under better guard, especially once it became clear she was going to talk." Aizawa nodded. He'd had this type of thought before. In hindsight, it was always easy to see what should have been done. "You couldn't have stopped Toga," he reminded the other man as they both watched Bakugo work out his anger. Microwaves, ovens, refrigerators. It didn't matter what it was. It was all being blasted to pieces. "We should have picked up her quirk," Kirishima objected. That was true, but they'd already gone through that. "No, what I mean was that you couldn't have stopped the lawyer," he clarified. The police had to let Ujiko's lawyer see her. And while it had been Toga this time, Aizawa was certain the league would have been able to find someone else, a real lawyer who'd do their dirty work. They already had them, just that those lawyers didn't actually kill. They would have worked something out. "I don't know why they killed her," Kirishima said, moving on. Aizawa gave his former student a look. One that told Injiro he was being stupid. "Not that, sensei." He held up his hands defensively. Over the years, Kirishima had learned to think faster. Kurojiri pulled out Toga. They could have done the same to Ujiko. Sending in Toga gives us information since we now know they can circumvent the quirk check. That was true. That's what I don't understand, Kirishima finished. Because that Deku is showing off. Bakugo growled, stomping up to them. Shoyuta blinked. Was that the mistake Imoku was making? Was he actually showing off with these events? Except, how did they trap him in the act? That was the question. He's effing rubbing our faces in the fact we can't do anything to him. That might be true, but there was still nothing Shoyuta could see to leverage. He sighed. This is not your failure, he told Katsuki. I'm effing killing that beach next time I see her. Bakugo snarled, explosions popping on his hands. Questioning her might be better, Kirishima suggested. Aizawa noted he had his quirk active. Kirishima had definitely learned a lot since Yue. I'll effing question her. She'll be begging me to sing. He was breathing hard. Then how do we find her? We. Katsuki snapped. There is no effing we. I'll do the work as usual. Kirishima gave his friend a look. Ujiko was only taken in because I agreed to pretend, but if even one person from the bar spoke up, you know it would have all fallen apart. Ujiko isn't that well known as a league member. Toga is though, Bakugo countered. Yes, but you still have to follow process. At that Katsuki laughed. I'm a vigilante, he announced proudly. There is no FING process beyond beat the shit out of them until they talk. Kirishima looked to Aizawa, as if in appeal. The former underground hero just stared blankly back. Bakugo had put it crudely, but that was the limit of his process. He didn't have to play by the rules, and he was coming to believe that in this case. Maybe that was the only way to win, since the rules did seem to be protecting Kakuridi. And even more than that, he was in a position to make the rules favor him. You still have to find her, Kirishima eventually countered. Oh, I will, Katsuki muttered, gritting his teeth. The only way that shitty Deku wins is over my dead body. Aizawa nodded. Kirishima did as well. They knew Bakugo. Others might think the statement merely rhetoric. The vigilante would make it true, if that's what it took. And that's why they would succeed. Eventually. FB. Chapter 7. Inko smiled at Representative Kakuridi as she handed him a homemade snack. He always accepted her snacks after giving a speech. Thank you, Inko. You shouldn't have. And he always said she shouldn't have. She shook her head. Of course she should have. No matter what he had said that one time, she knew Imoku Kakuridi wasn't Izuku. He had said that to comfort her. He had apologized later, and while Inko desperately wanted his words to be true, she knew they weren't. He was, however, the one man who had made sure that the investigation into Izuku's disappearance was never forgotten. He was the one who made the police chase up any new leads. He was the man who made sure the world hadn't forgotten Izuku. He'd even named a piece of legislation after Izuku. It was dealing with quirkless rights. It was enough to make her cry at times. And when she did, he was someone who would comfort her, silently handing her a handkerchief and making sure she recovered. So how could she not ensure he got little treats and other homemade goods? He lived alone, and as a representative she had no idea if he could cook, or even if he had the time. He could go to the most upmarket restaurants. She knew that, but he always accepted her cooking and he always complimented her on the taste. He was genuine about it as well. If he wasn't, she was sure that after all these years, he'd have found some way to tell her. As a result, every time Representative Kakuridi was giving a speech in her area, or even a little bit away, she was always there with snacks. He'd actually arranged clearances for her, so that she was always close at hand. Inko was realistic. Imoku traveled more than she could, and she knew he was well fed then, but that didn't stop her. He bit into the small muffin. It was specially made to be packed with calories. One of his assistants had told Inko that Imoku's quirk was high-calorie. She didn't know what it was, but she made sure she packed as many calories into her snacks as she could. Tazakuri was good, as were koinobori biscuits, but she had found that Western food was sometimes better since it often tasted better cold. She wanted Imoku to enjoy her snacks. It always tastes so good, Inko, he said, taking another bite. She smiled and handed him another. This one was wrapped in a napkin. He placed it in a pocket and took another large bite out of the first one. Then he smiled at her, reaching up to brush away crumbs. Inko smiled back, and that was enough. She couldn't keep him, and she watched as Representative Kakuridi turned to the crowds who had gathered. That was another thing she liked about the representative. He cared for the people he spoke to, genuinely cared. He always made time to speak to people one-on-one after his speeches, Not like other politicians who were whisked away by their security and never actually knew the people they were meant to represent. There was a reason Imoku was one of the most popular members of the House of Representatives. She was proud to call him her friend. That's why she smiled and clapped as he moved on, and she turned with the rest of the group to follow him. Inko had done this often enough that she knew what was expected. Those who were in the support crowd, where she stood, had to smile, clap, and look adoring. Imoku had laughed at the description, but he didn't deny its truth. She tracked Representative Kakuridi's suited form with her eyes. He was smiling and shaking hands, and generally answering questions. He looked happy, and the crowd was happy. The world changed so fast. Inko wasn't sure what it was. Someone didn't look as happy. A spike of alarm went through Inko, but she wasn't too concerned. Kakuridi had bodyguards after all. It wasn't until the woman shouted and drew a gun that Inko knew it wasn't just someone who disagreed. Hero killer. The scream was audible even over the general noise of the crowd. The woman moved the gun out. Inko saw the look of concern in Imoku's face. It was all she needed to act. The gun fired, but it was already leaving the woman's hand. Ugh, Inko shuddered. The bullet hit her just a moment before the gun arrived. She staggered, but saw Imoku's bodyguards move. Two barreled into the woman while another two shielded him. She smiled even as she fell. It hadn't hit him. The crowd screamed and most ran. Guns were not unheard of in their society, but they were rare enough. They were wise enough to run. Inko! The shout was clear. She felt hands press into her side, covering the wound. Someone picked up the gun. Get paramedics. There was panic in the order, but it was commanding enough that it would be obeyed. Inko looked up at the sky. People crowded around her. She could feel the footsteps through the ground. Inko, look at me. That wasn't hard to do. She recognized Imoku looming over her. His green curls fell over his face, which was twisted in worry. His eyes were wide. They were pained. It's okay, she said. She'd do it again. She'd do it because he looked so much like Izuku, because he gave her hope. Imoku shook his head. Stay with me, he commanded. She recognized the tone. It was the same as when he told crowds to trust him. It carried power, and she felt herself obeying. How long? Imoku yelled, looking up. Inko could see down her body. She could feel the pain dully. It was odd, it wasn't as searing as she expected. She could see her blood on Imoku's suit. He kept his hands on her abdomen, holding the wound. And then he was pushed away. Inko didn't recognize the people, but she knew the uniform. Paramedics. One of them put gauze against her wound, while another put a mask over her face. It was only then, with the feel of oxygen, that she realized how difficult it had been to breathe. There was a rattle beside her, and she saw the leg of a stretcher before she was lifted onto it. Inko looked to Imoku. The man was still standing. Her blood was on his suit. It was shockingly red, and there was a pained look in his eyes. He looked stricken. Inko felt sick. I'm sorry. Dash. And then she knew no more. Izuku didn't really see the ambulance leave. He just stared into the area it had been, even as gawkers moved back into the area. There were shouted questions and the flash of cameras. He didn't hear them. He didn't see it. That was Inko in the ambulance. His mother. His real mother, not the fiction Toga was playing. He didn't know what to do. His bodyguards helped him to rise, but he still didn't know what to do. He wanted to follow. He wanted to scream, to rage. He wanted to hurt someone. Izuku spun to glare where the woman had been standing. There was now a gaggle of police there. They had her in cuffs. It wasn't enough. She was staring defiantly at him. Izuku trembled. Sir, you are going into shock. The worried voice was one of his bodyguards. Izuku didn't care. Shock? It didn't matter. The woman was still free. Sir, come this way, please. Before he could do anything, his bodyguards crowded around him and herded him towards the car he had used to get here. Izuku shook himself. He couldn't afford to be shocked now, and he could go to see his mother soon. She was in good hands. That would be enough. He stopped moving. Sir, please. It's okay, he said softly, and pushed the wall of men aside. The bystanders had been pushed back by the police, and there was now a cordon. The shouts from reporters began anew as he emerged from the protective wall of his security. He looked around. There was still blood on the ground. Izuku bit the inside of his lip before he cried. The pain of that took the tears from his eyes and he fished into his pocket, walking to the area where there was blood. Izuku knelt and placed the small muffin there. It looked odd, but he then turned and walked away, allowing his bodyguards to pack him into his car. Let the reporters make what they would of the gesture. He knew what it meant. Once inside his vehicle, Izuku shivered, but he quickly pulled himself together. He hadn't really seen his attacker until it was too late. He'd been thinking about the broadcast from Hisashi Yamada. The man had a new segment and he had featured on it. The segment itself was silly. Who looks like someone else? The suggestion that All Might in his prime was a new Arnold Schwarzenegger was hysterical. At least, it had been once Izuku had looked up the historical figure. But Imoku did not need the phoned-in suggestion that he was Izuku Midoriya. At least the moron who called in the suggestion wasn't Bakugo. That would have been too obvious, even for the group opposing him. He already knew Bakugo was with them, but they had been careful to keep him in the background. Oh, he was in play. His attack on Toga was proof of that. Him applying to Biosimap as a guard was another, and the police could say all they wanted that Kirishima had arrested Ujiko. He knew better. So the caller wasn't Bakugo. But that just meant there was someone else in on the alliance, as he liked to call it. He thought he knew most of them. Mirio was their public face. The boy was running for office in the House of Representatives. He wasn't running in the same electorate as Imoku. They weren't that stupid, but he was running in another and he was reasonably popular. That was Sir Nitai's work. Tamura should have killed him, not just removed his quirk. The man was intelligent, and was obviously the brains of the operation. Bakugo was the grunt. He would do the work that they couldn't be seen doing, and Aizawa was clearly the one they were using to do investigations. The man had skills, but Imoku was equally sure of his skills. Sensei hadn't taught him to be second best, after all. There were others involved. Hisashi was one, and he thought All Might was involved, but the man was never directly seen. There were probably others too, serving roles as needed. Actually, he should probably include Ujiko's arresting officer in on the alliance. He didn't think Shudo Todoroki was in on it, but at the same time, from what Imoku had gathered from the Special Forces officer, Todoroki wouldn't cry if something happened. He wasn't that type of man. So he'd been distracted. Most of the suggestions about those who looked alike had been laughed at. Except his. The reaction to his wasn't as jovial. At least he didn't think it was. He'd been thinking about it, wondering if he'd been overreacting when the attack took place. He could have stopped it. Spark could have prevented the gunpowder from igniting. Maybe. Now Inko was injured, and he was sitting in his vehicle, covered in blood. Imoku looked over at Hesho, his personal assistant. The man was white, but he was functioning. "Inform the police I wish to press charges," he told him. "And I will fund any charges Inko wants to bring," he added. Hesho nodded, noting it down. "Find out who she is," he said, jerking one hand towards the woman the police had in cuffs. It was only then that he noticed the blood covering his hands. Inko's blood. Again Hesho nodded. "Sir, we have to get you to the hospital for a checkup, and the police will want to talk to you." Imoku nodded, deliberately working through the problem. "Tell the detectives I'm available whenever they need," he said. The sentence wasn't a rote formula, but the answer was expected. "Then let's get you to the hospital," Hesho said as two bodyguards got into the vehicle. Imoku nodded. It would be good to see Inko. It was only after they arrived that he realized it was for him. He let the doctors do the test they wanted. He might be still shocked, but he knew what he was going to do. The concept of mercy did not feature in his plans. Himiko knew there was a problem when Kurogyari appeared, a bunch of clothes in his misty hand. "Come with me," the instruction was terse. She shared a glance with Dabi. The fire villain didn't appear to be any better informed. "Someone took a shot at Imoku," the League's warp gate explained. That got their attention. Toga shot up and took the suit. She knew what was needed now. Before she changed, she opened her bag and fished for the right blood vial. She downed it with a single gulp and felt her features shift. Then she put the suit on, and Kurogyari became another gate, which she walked through. It took her a moment to recognize her apartment. This will look more natural, Kurogyari explained. Himiko wanted to argue but she knew it was true. She gave the mist villain a weak smile. Even when concerned, Kurogyari was still thinking. Just like Imoku. Toga grabbed her mother's bag, the one she used when she was being Imoku's mother, and hurried out of her apartment, closing the door behind her. At the base of the apartment building she hailed a taxi. It was frustrating having to do that, when Kurogyari could have just put her wherever she needed to go, but it made sense. If anyone questioned things, they would find out she came out of her apartment, which was completely normal. It would be nice when they could dispense with the fictions. She browsed her phone in the taxi and found out what happened. The reports said a bystander had been hit. Himiko felt relief at that, but it didn't change the fact that someone had taken a shot at her Izu. The reports said the assailant was female. Himiko wasn't happy about that, but it did mean she would most likely have to take care of the woman, because there was absolutely no question about that. The League would not let their boss be shot at. There was a gaggle of reporters at the hospital doors. Paying the taxi driver gave Himiko a few moments to compose herself before she got out. At least this form wasn't well known and she managed to push past the reporters into the white of the hospital's reception. There she spotted one of Imoku's bodyguards. Mrs. Kakaridi. The call was loud enough to get her attention but thankfully not loud enough to attract attention from outside. Toga hobbled over to the man, hating the form she had now. At least being recognized meant she wouldn't have to prove to security who she was. This way please. Imoku is through here. Himiko nodded as the bodyguard led the way. What happened? She asked urgently. Toga had read the reports but it was better to hear it firsthand. There was a shooter, came the grim response. There was a note of self-blame in the tone. There should be. The bodyguard's job was to make sure there was nothing like that. Imoku didn't notice but Mrs. Midoriya did. She did something and was hit. Himiko bit her lip. She didn't know what else to do. Over time, she had gotten Izu's story. How he had been recruited by the League's founder. How he had agreed to be made older, and how he was serving them all in being a representative. She was the only one in the League, apart from Kurogyari, who knew the whole truth. At first she'd liked Imoku because he was older, and he tolerated her. He didn't respond with horror at her suggestions to cover him with blood. He'd simply told her that it wasn't to be his blood. It had been playful and she liked that. It helped that he wasn't afraid of her like so many others were. He wasn't afraid to tell her to stop. He was great. And he had only become greater when she learned he was actually her age. Probably younger. She was loyal to Imoku before the League. Himiko had proven that often enough. When Izuku had made contact with his real mother, she hadn't known what to think. She'd watched the interactions carefully before she had relaxed. There was desire in Izu's movement but it was not SXL. It was simply desire which expressed his regret. He still loved his mother but Toga knew he loved her too. She focused on that. Besides, if she'd had the type of relationship Izuku seemed to have with his real mother that she thought he had, she'd want to still be around her mother. Inko was a nice woman. A genuinely nice woman. While it wasn't the same, Himiko could see the echo of their relationship in the way Izu dealt with her as Imoku. We're here, the bodyguard said, gesturing towards a door. Toga nodded and went in. It was a small room. There was a single bed, but Imoku wasn't in it. Instead, he was standing at the window looking out. I said, I don't want to be disturbed, he growled at the sound of the door opening. He didn't turn. Izu. Himiko whispered uncertainly. He sounded so angry. Turned. There were tears streaming down his face. His green eyes were almost red. That's all she saw before there were strong arms wrapped around her waist and Imoku was on his knees in front of her, sobbing into her midriff. Tentatively Toga placed her hands on Izu's shoulders, rubbing at them. It was what a mother would do. He clung tighter, his entire body trembling. Izu. Toga again whispered after a few minutes. She's dead, he bawled. He took great, shuddering breaths. She's dead, he repeated. For a moment Himiko didn't know who Izu was talking about. Then she realized who it had to be. Inko Midoriya. Toga said nothing. Instead, she reached down awkwardly and wrapped her arms around Imoku. She allowed her knees to bend so that she was sitting on the floor. Izu was practically lying on it, still clinging to her. "She's dead," he repeated. They were meant to help her. There was nothing she could say to that. Did she tell Izu that Inko had gone to a better place? Did she tell Izu it was for the best? None of those would ring true to him. If she tried those excuses, Izu would think she wanted Inko dead herself, which was kind of true. There had been times when she'd thought of killing Inko. Himiko never had, because she knew it would make Izu sad. Sad like this, and that wasn't fun. "I'll have her taken care of," Toga said eventually. "Who?" Imoku asked. "The woman who shot her," Himiko explained. "He squeezed her." Toga felt happy at that. "You can't," Imoku said, sniffing hard as he looked up at her. It had to be an uncomfortable position. He was lying on his belly, his arms around her, with his head arched up to look at her. Izu released her and pushed himself upright, rolling over so that he was sitting beside her. Himiko took his hand. "Of course I can," she replied. She might have wanted Inko dead, but she wanted Izu happy more. And killing the woman who had killed Inko would make Izu happy. "No, you can't," he repeated, his voice trembling. He sniffed again, swallowing snot. "If you kill her, you confirm the link between the League and me, and that's what they want." He didn't say who they were. He didn't have to. Explodo kill. The former heroes. The list wasn't that long, but it did exist. Toga hissed. She wanted to kill that list. But she objected. They couldn't do nothing. "You can't kill her," Imoku confirmed. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his eyes. They were still red, and from the way they watered, Himiko could tell that Izu was trying not to cry. "Besides, I don't want her dead. I want her in pain," he hissed. That was something Toga understood. She smiled. It probably looked odd on her older form, but Imoku understood. He got up, off the floor, and held out his hand to help her rise. "I want her to scream. I want her to beg for mercy. I want her to bleed." Those were all sentiments Himiko was intimately familiar with. "Then I won't have her killed," she assured him. "Still no," Imoku said, suddenly cold. "You can't do anything against her. I, on the other hand, can make sure that she gets buried in the legal system." "Oh, Izu, that's not as much fun." He sighed. "It's not," he agreed. "But you can't kill her now. You can't touch her now." He took a deep breath, sighing as he returned to the window. Himiko moved with him. "I never said anything about later," Imoku added. Himiko grinned. That was the Izu she knew. "Just tell me when." She told him, moving close. Imoku wrapped one arm around her shoulder, drawing her close, much as a son would for his mother, and they stood there, looking out at the city. "FB. Her name is Yu Takayama," Hesho told Imoku as he entered the office. "Put the file." On the table, Representative Imoku indicated. "Sir?" Imoku had wanted every bit of information that could be collected about the woman who had attempted to kill him, but now he appeared indifferent. "Put it on the table," Imoku repeated. "Are you all right, sir?" "No." Hesho jerked at the statement. It wasn't what he expected. The representative sighed heavily. "But I will be," he added, turning towards his personal assistant. "You have made the arrangements?" Hesho nodded. "Yes, sir." "The funeral details are in your diary," he told his boss. If they were in the diary, that meant Imoku would be attending. Certain events never made it to the diary. That meant Imoku only went to them if he felt like it, or there was time. Anything that made it into the diary was a certainty. Inko Midoriya's funeral was one event. Imoku had actually blocked out the time personally, but let Hesho find out the relevant details. "I'll look at her details later," Imoku assured Hesho. "For the moment, make an appointment with Phoenix Wave." Hesho nodded. "Advertisement?" he asked. That would help him with the length of the meeting. "No." "Instructions," Imoku told him. The personal assistant felt his eyes widen. Imoku Kakuridi owned Phoenix Wave, which was responsible for a few online news feeds. A few years ago they had focused on heroes, but they had made the transition in post-hero society to other news. Phoenix Wave had various streams of news and print under their control, so that they catered for a large variety of consumers. Imoka didn't usually interfere with them, except to make sure they were charging any political enemies a literal arm and a leg for advertising, while giving him a cost-price deal. I'll see to it. And organize another public speech. Sir? After what happened, I can't be seen to be cowed. Hesho nodded. He didn't bother to try to argue. It wasn't his job to argue. That was security's job. He just made the arrangements. Is that everything? Imoku asked. Yes, sir, Hesho acknowledged. Imoku nodded and Hesho took that as his dismissal. He sighed when he left the office. Imoku was really taking this hard. He hoped his boss recovered soon. FB, did we do anything? Sir Night Eye looked at the message from Mirio. He was actually proud of his protege for asking the question. It was a good question to ask. And the answer was, for once, one that Mirio would accept. He messaged back. Their little alliance with Aizawa wasn't going to be as stupid as to attempt to assassinate Imoku Kakuridi. That was likely to cement his policies. And if they were going to do it, they would have sent someone a lot more skilled than Yu Takayama. The woman was unstable. She was completely unsuitable for any action. In the past, when she was Mount Lady, before the League killed Kamui Woods, he would have considered her for some actions. Her arrogance and vanity were bad, but he could have worked with that. No, she was too unstable. Even so, he was proud that Mirio had at least considered the possibility. It showed that the boy was growing, that he wasn't as naive as he had been. None of them could afford to be naive anymore. You are sure? There was accusation in the message. They had promised to tell Mirio everything. That was his price to run for government. I'm sure, he sent back. You know me better than that. I wouldn't approve a plan that shoddy, he added. The response was close to immediate. Sir Night Eye nodded. At least Mirio realized that. But he also realized that they would get some benefit from Imoku's demise. He had thought about it, but they wouldn't get enough benefit. Should I go to the funeral? That message was surprising. He wasn't aware that Mirio had been invited. He was aware that Imoku Kakuridi was going to be there. Since the woman, Inko Midoriya, had essentially died for him, using her quirk to attract the gun, and inadvertently the bullet to her, the politician was going. And he had made it very clear that he would fund the prosecution of the woman to the full extent of the law, just as soon as the psychologists declared her fit to stand trial. It was a subtle reminder of his power. Yu Takayama had problems, but somehow the politician seemed sure she would be deemed in a right state of mind to stand trial, not to be committed to some institution for treatment. Imoku was probably going to do something to ensure it. Usually Sir Night Eye would be happy with that. It would be an opportunity to catch the man in corruption, but in this case it was hard. While the Hero Public Safety Bureau no longer existed since there were no heroes, their workers had been redistributed into other branches of government. Most of the government workers had just switched office jobs, but the psychologists had been divided. Some went into the police as counselors to cope with the influx of heroes who took positions there. Others had gone into the Justice Department to assess criminals. All Sir Night Eye knew was that Imoku already owned at least some of those people. He wouldn't be making any calls. The corrupt psychologists would already know what to do from his statement. Or someone else would be making the call for him. There were a lot of options, but none that tied back to Imoku directly. Who did the invitation come from? Sir Night Eye asked. Since Mirio didn't know Inko directly, it would not be insulting if he did not go, but it would depend on who issued the invitation. Imoku. That decided it. Yes, you have to go. If Imoku had invited Mirio, then there were a number of possible reasons for the invitation. He could be trying to scare Mirio into giving up his candidacy for parliament by highlighting the dangers. That was unlikely. Imoku had to know Mirio had been a hero and wouldn't be scared off that easily. It was more likely that Imoku was trying to ensure Inko was known. It would look good in the press. And with the press the attempted assassination had given him, Hizashi's segment had been lost. Sir Night Eye wasn't even sure if Imoku knew about it, but even if he did, no one would be mentioning him now in that segment. It would be too politically insensitive. The timing was too convenient. Sir Night Eye pulled up an image of Yu Takayama on his phone. He examined the woman. He already knew everything there was to know about her. It was rumored that she had been Kamui Wood's lover, but he wasn't sure about that. It seemed to be true, given her collapse after his death, but attacking Imoku was not going to bring him back. Why had she attacked now? Why not earlier? He understood what she was trying to do, though. How did she know that Imoku was the most likely candidate to be the leader of the League of Villains? Who had told her? If it was Bakugo? Sir Night Eye shook his head. The vigilante Explodo kill was tempestuous, but he was not stupid. He would have gone for the assassination personally before he tried to get someone else to do it. So who had made the link? Or had she just gotten lucky? Imoku was the instigator of the bills that had seen the fall of heroes, so maybe that was enough for him to be targeted? That made more logical sense. If he couldn't find the link, he doubted she would have been able to. There were too many questions. Imoku Kakuridi seemed to excel at creating questions. One day, he would have the answers. Katsuki kept his eyes fixed forward. It was the only way he was going to get through this. He ignored the red welt on his cheek from where his mother had slapped him. The argument still echoed in his head. She didn't understand and he couldn't explain it. What do you mean Representative Kakuridi is going to be there? He'd screamed. Mitsuki had looked at him oddly. It's an honor, you idiot. Old hag, tell me what you mean. That BS can't be there. Are you a moron? She'd scream back. It's an honor that a man of his stature wants to be there. It's a photo opportunity. He'd argued. It wasn't really. Bakugo knew exactly why Imoku Kakuridi wanted to be here. If there was anything left of Izuku, he'd want to mourn his mother. Except he didn't deserve to, after the pain he'd put her through. And then the lies. Imoku kept giving Inko hope that one day Izuku would return, when the BSTRD knew it was never going to happen. Why did everything with that BSTRD Deku have to be so complicated? It was just another reason Bakugo wanted to blast his smug face off. Mitsuki had sighed at his statement. She had trembled, and he could see that she was trying not to cry. I know you don't like the man, brat, she'd said. But you will not say anything. I'm not going. Not if that BSTRD is. His head had rocked to the side. Mitsuki had slapped him. His father just watched on. He could take hits from villains without flinching. They had nothing on his mother. You are going, Mitsuki had said. And you are going to be polite, brat. Kakuridi did a lot for Inko after Izuku. Bakugo could see the way his mother's lips trembled. The way she was biting them to hold back the tears. Izuku going missing had forever hurt Inko. It had hurt Mitsuki as well. It had hurt them all. And the BSTRD didn't care. He could have come back. Even as the older man, he could have come back. He didn't. He'd chosen this. He'd chosen the League over them. Katsuki had no mercy for Deku. Not when he had caused so much pain. They'd bundled into the car and now he was here. Standing with the mourners, looking straight ahead. Imoku Kakuridi was there. He was near the front. His suit was black. It was ostentatious. Black suit. Black shirt. Black tie. The only points of color on him were his green eyes and hair and the dark green cufflinks he was using. He was pale, and accompanied by bodyguards and had taken the position of chief mourner. Hisashi hadn't even fought. The BSRD. The man was back for his wife's funeral, but Katsuki had already heard that the man was selling all assets. He wasn't even going to remain in Japan. He wasn't surprised and it didn't change anything. Instead he just stood with his family, deliberately not looking at that shitty Deku as the man went through the motions of mourning. It looked genuine. Katsuki could admit that the motions probably were, but that wasn't an excuse. At least Imoku wouldn't get the chance to visit the Midoriya family grave. Hisashi would take Inko's ashes there. That much the politician couldn't change. Before he knew it, the ceremony was over. Bakugo was grateful for the chance to leave. He wasn't sure how much longer he could keep quiet at the tears Imoku kept wiping from his eyes. The man was the cause of so much grief for Inko and now her death. Deku could never answer for that. But before he could storm his way to the car, his mother grabbed him and Bakugo's eyes widened when he realized she was dragging him towards the politician's entourage. No! He pulled back. He could pull out of the grip of villains, yet his mother held firm. You are doing this, brat. Old hag. No. He insisted. She didn't stop. Their argument brought attention and Katsuki felt green eyes upon him. He froze. There was a certain quality to Imoku's gaze that felt heavy. He glared back, daring Shitty Deku to say anything. He knew who Imoku was. Imoku knew that he knew. His dare was returned, in the smug smile that Shitty Deku gave him. There was a challenge in the politician's face, daring him to make a scene, daring him to step out of line. Katsuki wasn't going to play Shitty Deku's game, but he was going to ask some hard questions. He stepped towards the man, but before he got close, someone else stepped up. Bakugo recognized him. Mirio. The candidate wore a nice suit, and for a moment that Shitty Deku looked confused, before his expression shifted into one of subdued curiosity. "I'm sorry," Mirio said, bowing deeply. Imoku frowned. This time, Katsuki sort of understood Deku's confusion. What was Mirio doing? On behalf of all former heroes, I am sorry for Yu Takayama's actions. Katsuki froze. He wanted to scream. That was exactly the wrong thing to do. You didn't apologize to enemies. Even if they had something to do with it and so Yu Takayama's actions were their own, you never apologized. That Shitty Deku didn't deserve it. Inko did, but never Deku. Bakugo was forced to watch as Deku leaned over to Mirio, reaching out his hands, and pushing the former hero upright. His expression was one of sympathy, but Katsuki could see the way his eyes were hard. "You are not Yu Takayama," Imoku said, loud enough to be heard. "You do not need to apologize for her actions," he added. Mirio bowed his head, accepting the words. He didn't see the risk, not in the way Katsuki did. He didn't see the veiled look Imoku gave him, the one that promised pain. He had to do something. "Representative." Bakugo called. Imoku's eyes locked onto his. So did Mirio's. "Young man." So that was the way FNG Deku was going to play it. As if they'd never met. Katsuki grinned. "Oh, Deku was going to regret that. FNG Deku, you got your mother killed. And you don't even have the guts to come forward." He spat. Bakugo saw the pain flash over Imoku's face before Shitty Deku got himself back under control. "I think you are very much mistaken, young man. Inko Midoriya was not my mother," he said. The rest of the mourners looked confused. "Shitty brat." Katsuki recognized his mother's voice. He made tiny explosions on his palms to keep her away. "You're pathetic, Deku. Always have been." Mirio stepped up to him. Bakugo slid away, towards the representative. He wasn't going to be shut down here. "Young man, you are distraught with grief," Imoku said coldly. The implication obvious. But Katsuki didn't obey Deku. The bystanders nodded their agreement with the representative. "Coward! How could you hurt Auntie Inko that much?" he screamed. Mirio lunged at him, strong arms wrapping around him and one hand clamping over Bakugo's mouth. He tried to bite, but Mirio held firm. "Stop it," he hissed into Katsuki's ear. He wasn't going to listen. Shitty Deku was there, mourning for Inko as if she was just another follower. He should be on his knees crying. He should be begging forgiveness from all his ancestors, from the world, from Inko. He shouldn't be here, standing there in a neat suit, looking sad, when this was all his fault. "He's distraught," Katsuki heard Mirio say, repeating Imoku's words. He tried to shout around Mirio's hand. He tried to struggle, setting off explosions. It was worse than struggling against concrete. He could blow up concrete. Mirio just stood there, taking it all in. "I'll take him away," Mirio added. "That would be for the best," Imoku said. Somehow Mirio managed to bow, and with Katsuki still kicking and hitting and attempting to bite and scream, he made his way away. Bakugo watched Imoku the entire time. Deku's eyes were on him, and just as his view was cut off by his mother, who was storming behind Mirio, glaring at him, he caught the expression on Imoku's face. It was smug. There was triumph there. He screamed into Mirio's hand. "You won't win." Somehow Deku seemed to know what he said because he saw the representative shake his head, green eyes boring into red. The message was clear. FING Deku thought he'd already won. Katsuki would show him otherwise. FB